And you said gust and shape water for your cantrips, right? Just to double
Yep.
check. Okay.
Yes.
Any questions about your wild shape list?
Nope.
Perfect.
I have it here. I copy and pasted it into my Google Doc.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go way back. Uh, for the moment, Ashi is asleep. You're having dreams and bits and flashes of memories of your life before. Memories even as far back as being a young baby with your father and your mother. They would take you on hunts strapped to their bellies or to their backs. So even barely being born of the world of Theros, you were already experiencing what it was like to be Naga, living in the north, living in the wilds, before ever having lived in Skophos. You have images of being a young child, being bullied by much larger children, Minotaur, Centaur, being defended by your big brother, your big sister, who, while they weren't always there for you, you have fond memories of them when they were able to show up and protect you. You have memories of your father arriving in the city of Skophos, having to fight for a place to live, a place to exist amongst much larger, more dangerous creatures. Again, the Minotaur in Skophos are violent. The Leonin that exist in Skophos as well are very combative. Memories of Triton and working together with the various Triton species in Skophos. And they can't stay very far away from water. They can't live on land for very long, so the Triton would move in and out very quickly. But you all had very good relationships with the Triton in the past. You have memories of your mom, learning the history of your species, about Farika, the goddess. Memories of friendly Minotaur, clans and smaller tribes that would assist you, uh, along with other races like Satyr. Um, you have memories of a man with a golden mask growing up. You never were able to see his face, but him and individuals that he traveled with were always around, helping and protecting in the smaller community of Skophos that you lived. On that memory, you wake up. Again, we're at 16-year-old Ashi. You are now living in Skophos. Most of the time, you fend for yourself. Your brother and your sister are out pursuing uh, their more adult lives at this point, trying to make names for themselves in the city and find professions and do what they can. You spend a lot of time with your mom and your dad, but for the most part, you go out in the city, you have your adventures, um, and you're more or less alone. Your home is very small. Your brother and your sister no longer live in the same dwelling. It's very goldish, yellowish, copper colored, very soft clay. Scophos itself, a lot of people see it as a maze. Many people who don't exist in Scophos or weren't born there, who aren't born in the north beyond the Badlands, they never make it out there to Scophos. So most people only know rumors, stories, legends of people who have traveled south from Scophos into the larger polis. It's the Badlands are not an easy place to cross. They're not an easy place to exist. So many people just don't make it. Um, that's why the mystery is that it's this maze, this labyrinth, and to an extent, it is. It's more of a chaotic design, but it's something that, having lived there, you know your way around perfectly. Everybody that lives in Scophos knows their way around absolutely perfectly. It is nothing like a maze to the people who live within the city. I'm going to give you your first map here. I'm going to put it in tabletop chat. This is more of a tribal separation map.
Okay.
So the city of Scophos itself is separated into what are essentially tribal territories, with some residential spaces mixed in between that are uncontested. But for the most part, these are all violent clans. They operate almost like you would expect like a crime family to do. Uh, for the most part, within Scophos, a lot of these Minotaur and Leonin tribes exist on a basis of honor, but there are several who do not, who are a little more underhanded, a little more violent. Minotaur themselves are pretty widely feared. They're all followers of Mogus, the god of slaughter. Though many of them have evolved past their more carnal, violent nature, those tribes still exist in the Badlands and often attack the other tribes within the city of Scophos. In the city of Scophos, the tribes they welcome it because they still enjoy the combat and the rush of it, and they believe it to be very important. But the tribes within the city are a little more refined. They've come a little bit more out of that violence, and they seek more honor in combat and valor. But with these territories within the city, you know it's dangerous to wander into those tribal areas.
So the non-tribal area is the one that doesn't have like a color over top of it. That's just kind of like
Yes,
the rest of the city mix.
yes, exactly. And I'm going to give you the other city map as well, which is more of a location based. I can give you more details on what is around the city. I think that link should work, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your family lives to the west. If you look at that northwestern area that's at that green tribal covering for the
Hmm.
Sears, you sort of live in that residential area between the Sears area and the Blood Brothers area.
Okay.
You know that your father has some friends within the Blood Brothers who are more of a loyal Minotaur tribe. They're loyal to the city, and they do try their best to welcome other species and protect other species that make their way into Scophos. I have some images for you here. I have your father, Azeth, and your mother, Sybil, and we are going to put some name spellings in there for you as well.
I was gonna say, how do you spell these?
Yep. So Azeth is that bluish naga, the second image that I sent you,
Hmm.
and Sybil is your mother, the first image that I sent you.
That's neat that they vary in appearance.
They do vary in appearance. Naga, for the most part, are radically different from each other depending on where they're from in the world in Theros. So there are some who retain more of that snake-like reptilian essence to them, and others who have evolved their forms to be more humanoid. But they all coexist pretty well. And then I have your brother and your sister as well. This is your sister Hergé, and the spelling of that. And your brother Malwaxa. And you spent your entire life with them within the city of Scophos. While your brother and your sister are old enough to remember the times before the city, it's something that you still just have these flashes of. You know, when you sleep, you remember things. Every now and then, if you sit down, you lose yourself in your thoughts. You get flashes and brief memories of your lives before entering the city. But what you've known, you know, in your grown life is the city of Scophos and nothing else. It's excuse me, I had to clear my throat. It is To you, almost as much a prison as it is an adventure. You're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to wander outside the borders of the city. The Badlands are very dangerous, and even inside the city, you're expected to not wander too far from your home. And it is something that you don't do often. It is very dangerous. But Ashi, you're a young child. You're adventurous. You don't like being stuck in the same place, seeing the same things. So you do find yourself at times wandering around and getting into trouble and things of that nature. But you've always been able to take care of yourself and get yourself out of it, having sort of learned from your older brother and sister when you were younger. So again, we start. You're waking up. You have a very very small sort of hole in the wall of a room, just a very rudimentary bed that you sleep in. Same bed you've had your entire life. Your room is filled with just the various knickknacks and things that you've collected throughout your life, but you don't have a lot of possession. Your family as well. Your mother and your father share a room. There's a smaller room that is kept open for your brother or your sister if they ever should need to visit, but they don't really do that very often these days. And there's a kitchen space that's sort of a also shared living space, but for the most part, if you're awake and you guys aren't having a meal together, everybody's outside of the house. Any questions?
No.
Okay. So you've just woken up. You're inside your home. Everything's very dark, very quiet. You don't hear your mother or your father. You can assume that they're out somewhere, uh, going throughout their day. The sun is coming up. It's very bright outside. You can see it rising over the borderlines and the horizon of the city of Skophos. Where would you like to go, Ashi?
Like to get up and go outside.
Okay. So getting out of bed, you move through your home. You can still smell the cooking that took place in the morning. Unfortunately, you overslept a bit, missed out on whatever it was. There's
I was gonna
nothing
say, is
left.
there anything left?
There's nothing left.
Ugh.
Uh, and you know this is pretty commonplace uh, in your life. You know your parents will take the time to make food, but if you're not awake and there and ready for it, they will allow you to fend for yourself and find whatever you need in the city on your own. And it's something you've always been able to take care of just fine. It's an expectation that they've had of you since you were a very small child. They're always out working and trying to care for you and raise you. So it's something that you've never really had a problem with, especially as they've raised you to be a hunter and to exist on your own since you were a small baby. But you move through the house, you move out into the open area of Scophos, into this residential area. Everything is very quiet outside for the most part. This area itself is pretty much avoided by most people of the city. Uh, People that live around you are mostly satyrs. There's a nymph, an Oread, that lives next to you. You've never learned her name. She keeps to herself. She doesn't talk to anybody. You've only seen glimpses of her as she travels in and out of the city and back home, usually late in the night. But at the moment, there's no sign of anybody on your street. You can hear a little bit of commotion in the city beyond, to the southeast and to the south of you. Where would you like to travel? You have the city to yourself.
Mm. Do I know of anything going on today?
Not necessarily. You know, you can find your father somewhere around the Spagian, which is on the map. It's just south of your residential home.
I kind of like want to read through these landmarks.
Yeah, yeah. The Spagian itself is a place of sacrifice to Mogus, and it's where a lot of uh, I want to say other species that aren't Minotaur are given work, given jobs.
I don't
Generally,
want
they have lots of. I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't want to bother him at work.
Yeah, you can assume that he's there, and it's a place where they have big banquets and festivals and things of that nature. Everything dedicated to Mogus, and it's there that your father is generally a server, um, serving wine and food for Minotaur of the area. Your mother is a huntress. She usually spends her days outside the walls of the city. You don't know too much about what she does. You know that your older sister is involved in the work as well. You're not sure who she hunts for, but she very often brings food back from those trips while she's working for the family. Your older brother, you're not exactly sure what he does. Um, he's sort of very shady person at this point in your life. He doesn't talk to you a lot about his jobs. You don't see him very often anymore. When you do, it's usually very quick. He pops in, he says hi. You're able to maybe have a very short conversation, and then he's gone. And then if you have any questions about any of the landmarks or anything, just go ahead and ask. Hey, for the most part, there aren't a lot of worshippers of Farrakha in this city, though your family is, while not devout and very quiet about their beliefs, you
Yeah,
do know
which god is that? It's
Farrakha is the serpent god, the god of affliction.
okay. That's what I thought.
It's a god that's most most Naga and Gorgon and the like in the world of Theros end up worshiping on some level. It's an interesting relationship because Farrakha, as a goddess, sees does not care very much for mortal lives. She looks at most species as test subjects, if you will. Um, she likes to torture and test the resilience of and the defiance of all of her wards and the people who believe in her. But the people who believe in her believe that this is all for their bettering. That her tests make them stronger, and that she does, though seemingly not care, provide them many gifts and many powers that other gods do not care to allow their followers.
Okay.
So yeah, you can travel anywhere in the city for the moment and do whatever you'd like. What would you like to visit?
Um,
You can also just take a walk around if you'd like. You don't have to go anywhere specific.
yeah, I'm thinking I could just wander around, and I mean, if I missed out on breakfast, I'd probably wouldn't want to go and find food.
Okay. Yep. So you make a right leaving your house. You keep your nose open. You're sniffing around and trying to find something good to eat. Food within the city itself is not exactly hard to find, but if you don't have any currency, which
Yeah.
Ashi does not, it's a little harder. But you do know some people. You have some friends within the city as well that will often try to help you out and get you some food. Moving around the city, you see many large minotaur for the most part. Um, A lot of these creatures don't really even acknowledge you. You move past and around them. There's a seer, another Naga that you're familiar with, named Jai. You search around for a little while, hoping that Jai is around because she usually lets you in, lets you hang out. She has a very small little marketplace stall, basically, with a little tent, and she usually hangs out within that tent. And she runs more of a business where she tells fortunes and shares fates with anybody who would come through. For the most part, the Minotaur don't care for this sort of a thing, but other creatures like satyrs, some Leonin, Naga, uh, nymphs as well, other creatures within the city. Uh,
Quick question. You said leotins? What exactly are
uh,
those?
Leonin, those are the lion species in
Okay, the
Theros.
lions. All right.
Yep, yep. For the most part, Leonin don't uh, number too high in Scophos. They're mostly
I
in
just didn't know what they were
Orescos, and
called.
sure, yep, they're mostly in Orescos and the Plainslands out there. They keep to themselves, but they are very nomadic as well and tribal in nature. So many of them do find their way into Scophos and either join with the Minotaur tribes there and sort of mark themselves through combat, improve themselves, or they just end up coming in and either getting out quick, realizing how violent and difficult it is to live in this city, or they end up dead. So you move through some of the city. You again avoid eye contact with a lot of the creatures that exist in the city, and you try to stay small and out of sight. And it's what helps you get around and survive here. You arrive in the marketplace. You do see the small little stall and tent that Jai occupies, and you do smell something good coming from inside that tent.
I'd like to go in the tent.
Okay. Stepping inside, you see Jai, one of the only other Naga that you know in the city outside of your family. That is the image.
So fancy.
There's a small table in the center of the room that she has various objects that she used to cast and determines fates. Um, you know that she's got a large variety of different methods that she uses, and the way that she operates is depending on the species that comes in, she tries to keep to their own religion and their own beliefs. So when she works and looks into the fate and future of the individuals that come in, uh, she's very specific about the items that she uses. She has her back to you currently. She's working something on a table in the back of the tent. It's a very small table, and you do smell the scent of cooking, fresh cooking.
There's no one else in here but her.
No one else but Jai.
Say, morning, Jai. How's business going?
She turns around to face you very slowly. It's like, Ashi, I knew you were coming today.
Of course you did.
I've prepared this for you. And she's got two bowls set out already. Um, she fills one of them with some sort of a stew. It's not something that you recognize that she's made before, but it smells pretty damn good. She moves over to the table. There's no chairs. Uh, as Naga, and this, Ashi, you don't have your humanoid legs at this point,
I
so that's something
figured.
that you've adapted to. So you have no need for chairs. Um, but she sets it down on the table in front of you and beckons for you to enjoy.
Say, enjoy, I will.
As you start eating, she moves back to the table, grabs the other bowl, and fills one for herself. Moves to join you. As she's eating, she looks to you. She says, "You're being careful about the city, are you not?"
As careful as I usually am. Is something going on?
Well, I don't mean to frighten you, but the rumors are that many in our species are disappearing.
Are they just rumors, or
Uh, I don't believe they're just rumors. There are many who would visit me in the past that I've not seen in weeks.
is that all? Is Do you know anything else? Like why they be disappearing, or is there some they're being targeted?
I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know. I've not been able to see anything. But I would be careful when moving about the city and speak to your father if you can about this. I don't know if he's aware.
I'll do that.
Have you seen your brother recently?
I haven't.
Hmm. I was supposed to see him not 2 days before, and I've not been able to. He never arrived.
When was the last time you saw him?
At least a month ago.
When is the last time I would have seen him?
Longer than that.
Oof. Ashi is worried.
She notes that you look nervous and worried. She's like, I'm sure he's fine. Just something I thought I'd mention, and if you could bring it up to your father for me as soon as you
Yeah,
can.
I'll do that. I'll bring that up today. Maybe he's seen him more recently
I know our
or
people.
knows something.
I know our people are not well loved within the city, but usually we are left alone. So I'm not sure what's happening, but if he's not aware, you should make him aware.
Yeah, I'll do that.
She continues eating, finishes what she's made, and sets the bowl back on the table in the back of the tent.
I guess I'll also finish eating. Say thank you
She
for the
nods.
food.
So what
It's
else will you do
delicious
with
as
your day?
always. Sorry, I missed that.
You're fine. What else would you do with your day?
Well, I guess I'll find my father and see if he knows anything about my brother.
I'm sure he's working nearby as usual. Just again, be careful. Don't talk to anybody you don't know. If any other questions for Jai, would you like to speak to her further, or do you want to venture further out into the city?
Guess I'll venture further out into the city. Though I want to kind of what do I know about my father's like work? Like would it be really like disruptive or weird if I showed up at work?
Um, it would probably be disruptive. It wouldn't be weird. It's something that you would often do. Just you being in the city itself and wandering about and having such limitations, it gets pretty boring. So you do end up visiting your father a lot or finding reasons to visit your father. He doesn't enjoy it ever. He doesn't like being disturbed at work. But
I don't think I'd see and annoy my father then.
okay,
If it was like if I was like gonna get him in trouble at work, I'd wait till he was done, but I'm gonna go be a pest.
okay. So you make your way out of the tent back into the market area. The city's starting to populate a little more.
Though after hearing that from her, I'm a little bit more on edge than I normally would be. So I guess I'm being more like kind of like observant, just kind of like looking at people more, which might be a bad thing.
Okay, roll perception, and all your stats are the same, regardless.
Okay.
Aside from the spell list, that was all I needed you to change.
19.
Okay, so moving through the city, you are trying to keep an eye out a little more. You're a little more paranoid now, having heard this news from Jai about Naga going missing within the city. Uh, you don't see any other Naga except for one that you know to be a hunter in the city that sometimes works with your mom. His name is Jeriskai. They call him Jeriskai Honorless. You're not sure why. You never asked him why, how he earned that name, but he's always seemed like a good person to you. I'm gonna give you the image here. He's got that large bow on his back. You've always seen that bow to look very creepy. You've never really enjoyed being in the presence of Jaroskai when he has his weapons about him. Something unsettling about them. But again, he's somebody that you see as a friend and an ally. Most Naga within the city, you know you can trust, and he's definitely one of those people. He nods to you as you pass by, continues moving, doesn't stop to make conversation or anything of the nature. But aside from that, nobody really seems to look at you or gaze at you, or uh, you know, their eyes don't linger on you at all. But you definitely pay closer attention to everybody that you pass by for sure. Um, One other individual that you note is a very pale looking satyr. You've seen him about the city before. You have memories of this individual. He wears a bright golden mask. Doesn't speak very often. You know that he has interacted with your father before in the past, but it's always things that you've been left out of. You've just always been aware of him. You see him now and again about the city, and you've always more wondered about him. But he's kind of creepy, so you do keep your distance. So moving past, he doesn't seem to see or notice you. You're not even sure if he's got eyes behind that mask. Um, you do see your father as you arrive in the more larger open area of his work. Looks like he's just finished serving a table of Minotaur. He's moving back, and another Minotaur that you recognize as a man named Artikai. This big bull of a Minotaur, and I'm going to give you the image of him and his full name. Artikai is a pretty close friend of your family. Uh, you've known him since you were a kid. You know that he's involved with a smaller group of varied individuals. Some Minotaur, you know that Jaroskai, the Naga that you just saw, works with him from time to time. They're more tribalist Minotaur. They're not affiliated with any of the larger groups in the city. They sort of just exist on their own, and they've always been kind to Naga and other species, and they do what they can to help you guys out. You do see your father approach and start speaking with Artikai.
Okay. It's just Artikai at the table.
They're not at a table; they're between
Or
tables, sort of standing in an open thoroughfare.
oh,
The
okay.
area
They're just
itself is,
standing there talking.
yeah, the area itself is a large number of big open spaces, big open tables. You see the usual sacrifice pyres where things are being burned, either creatures that had been hunted by some of these denizens of Scophos and placed and burned in honor of Mogus. Some of them are more religious, like altars, where you see things left behind, objects, items, trophies from hunts, that sort of thing, just piled up on sacrificial altars and left. Others are those larger pyres where they're burning things. Some of them have the corpses of very large lizards or creatures that you know are very dangerous and difficult to kill in the Badlands, and they're more just placed and hung in honor of the god of slaughter. People come in and out of this area. They frequent it. They celebrate here around the sacrifices and trophies and dedications to Mogus. They eat and they fight in dedication to Mogus, and the entire area is sort of just permeated with that. And your father is a server here, so he brings drink, he brings food back and forth, and assists these celebrations. But him and
Mm,
Artikai are just standing on their own, having a conversation.
okay. I am gonna approach them.
Okay. Your father notices you almost immediately. Gives you an audible sigh. You know not to disturb me at work, Ashi.
I know. I won't be long. Uh, say hi to Mordecai as well.
Artica.
Um, or Articai. I'm
he
like, I'm looking at even the wrong name, and said the wrong name.
he uh he looks down at you, Artica, and he gives you sort of a side smirk. Doesn't really respond, just nods to you with a very knowing smile.
So when's the last time you saw Mawak's? Did I spell that? Say that right?
Uh,
Waza?
Malwaxa.
Mawaksa.
Yep. I went with some very Naga names, so you're gonna have to get used to
Yeah.
the pronunciation of some of these guys. It's very snake-like, like lots of sus and zuz, jazz. But yeah, your brother Malwaxa. Um, your father looks at you sort of quizzically. He's like, not in some time, but you know how he is, pursuing his own ventures, as it were. Do you have some news?
Not news, but I just was talking to Jai, and she has a rumor that apparently Nagas have been. Was it Nagas and other species, or just Nagas?
Just Naga.
Just Nagas have been disappearing, and I haven't seen him in a while.
He raises an eyebrow at you. He's, that crazy old bat. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's a fraud. She's a phony. I don't know why you spend time in that tent. Don't listen to her. Your brother is fine, I'm sure.
Say, hey, she's been right about some things.
He sighs. He's like, when you grow up, you'll learn that you need more than foresight to get through the world. You really shouldn't spend so much time around her.
So you haven't seen anything suspicious, or
No?
you don't know anyone who has disappeared?
What time do I have to see things suspicious, Ashi? Do you see me working?
A bit of shrug.
If you didn't interrupt me so much during the day, I could get far more done. Maybe I'd have some time to see these sorts of things, but I don't.
Fine.
God, if only your mother worked in the city, you could bother her as much as you bother me.
I huff and go, fine. Okay, I'll leave you to your work.
Fine. Artikai nods to your father. Well, if we were done, I think I'll walk with young Ashi. Uh, your father looks up at him and says, please just keep him out of trouble, okay? Artikai nods and sort of laughs, like, I'll do my best. Beckons to you. He's like, Ashi, follow me, please.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna follow him. Where are we going?
So you walk through the city for a short time. He doesn't speak to you at all. He just keeps an eye on you, make sure that you're following along with him. He's a pretty large minotaur. He's much larger than your small teenage Naga form. So he's hard to keep up with. You gotta give yourself little bursts of speed every now and then just to sort of maintain his just general slow meandering walking speed. Uh, Artikai himself is not necessarily known or feared by any of the Minotaur in the city, but he looks formidable enough that for the most part people leave him alone. Uh, you know him to be more of like an uncle to you in the time that you've grown up. He's very intelligent. He knows how to keep to himself. So a lot of even the Minotaur who are in the larger tribes, they look at him and they don't really know what to make of him. They don't know enough about him to sort of step in his way or get in his way because they don't know if he's involved or affiliated with some of these other tribes. You don't really know much of Artikai's history, just that he was involved with a larger tribe at some point, and he doesn't talk about those days at all. Now he's very anti tribe orientation. He likes to maintain his small circle of friends, like your father and your family, and some other individuals that he adventures with and works with. Usually, from what you understand, is some level of mercenary work, adventuring work. But he doesn't tell you too much about it. Every now and then, you're able to sort of pull one of his stories out of him, and get some information about an adventure he's been on or a job that he had to take care of, but he doesn't like to talk about it very much. Um, but you know he's a very, very good fighter. Him and your father used to spar when you were a child. He actually taught your father a few things about combat. Your father taught him a few things about combat as well, being of a separate species and a different origin. Your father was able to teach him a little more of like an insidious form of combat and some things about poisons. You know your father's a pretty good fighter as well. You've seen him sort of have to defend your family and fend for himself when you were younger, and he doesn't like to fight. He doesn't like combat at all. But it is something that he will do, and he does well when he has to. Your mother as well is a very adept archer. Um, you've seen your mother and your father spar in the past. You've never seen your father win. He's always getting his ass kicked, and he never seems upset. They never seem upset when they duel and fight with each other, but they like to keep each other on their toes. And you know that Artikai is also good friends with your mom and your sister, and he usually gives them information on where to go outside the city to hunt. So you follow along with Artikai. Uh, he finds a very small, what looks to be a tavern. The door itself is a lot smaller than him. He sort of moves to the side, squeezes himself in, and beckons for you to join him on the inside.
Right, I'm following.
Okay.
How is like drinking age and like
There is none.
social
Scophos
like
is, whatever you can
free
pay
for
for
all?
and whatever you can, yeah, whatever
Okay,
you can handle.
that's what I was wondering.
If you can afford it,
It
you can
wouldn't be
drink it.
weird for a 16-year-old to go into a tavern.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The city is, I mean, 16 in a city like this without violence and
Is
aggressive it is pretty
probably like
old.
an adult,
Yeah, it's pretty old at this point,
essentially.
and you're more looked at like you really should be out there, doing something by now. You should be like at an adult level and out in the city, out in the world, maybe having joined a tribe or picked up a job, some way that you're supporting to your family. At Ashi, you've struggled to find your place in this city. It's something that your father is okay with, and he's still working with you. Your mother would like you to join with her on the hunts, but you're still making your choices, finding your place. And your father allows it and accepts it. But for the most part, you are seen as an adult within this city,
All
and
right,
you have been
question
for quite some time.
about my backstory a little bit. So since I can use wild shape, I guess I would have already started down the path of a druid slightly.
Yes. So within the city, um, there aren't a whole lot of druids that are outside of the Minotaur clans that will train a Naga. Through Jai, you did receive a little bit of training, and Jai had connected you with a druid who was passing through the city that lived for some time, uh, maybe 4 or 5 years, within proximity of your family. You were able to learn a few things. You were able to learn the ability to wild shape some very simple forms, uh, and a couple very simple spell work and conjurations. Um, but that person disappeared one day, about a year prior to when we're starting this session, and you're not sure what happens, where they went. They just disappeared from the city. So your training was kind of stalled and halted, and you're not sure how to continue it at this point.
Okay.
So Artikai moves inside. He sits down. You can tell he's way too large for this place. The furniture itself is smaller than him. It's made for more, smaller species: naga, satyr, uh, nymphs, and the like, halflings. Uh, it's not really meant for minotaur, and they usually, them to keep it tiny and the doors pretty small because they want to avoid minotaur coming in because they usually cause a lot of trouble. They're rowdy, they're dangerous, and this is more of a safe place for some of the other species to congregate. But nobody really fears Artikai. Everybody within this tavern recognizes him, nods to him, smiles at him. He's very, very friendly with everybody in here. He nods to the barkeep and just puts up two fingers. The barkeep smiles and moves away to grab a couple drinks, and he sits down at a table with you.
slide up to the table.
Okay. The barkeep comes around with a couple big mugs of what is essentially ale, but it's more of just a frothy mess. Uh,
Tasty.
it's pretty much disgusting, but it's grown on you to the point that it's one of the only things that you have access to drink here. As far as most of the taverns in the city, they are filled with creatures like minotaurs and things like that. It's not a place that you want to frequent or that you'd be very safe. Even
Okay,
this
except
tavern
for
here is not really a place you'd come to on your own.
mhm.
But with somebody like Artikai or with with your father or with your brother and sister, you've been here before.
Okay.
So the barkeep is a satyr, not a man that you recognize. Looks like he's maybe new. Not see you guys. He looks a little nervous, but he sets the drinks down, moves back behind the bar. Artikai slides one of them over to you. It's like, so Ashi, tell me of these rumors.
Well, I know very little about them other than apparently Naga had been disappearing.
It is something I've heard as well. I did share the information with your father. He does not seem keen to listen. Unfortunately, I've not seen your mother in a couple days. I know she's out on a hunt with your sister. I think she'd have a little more level head about it, but I am worried.
So I'm more worried about my brother because he tends to disappear for long periods of time, and who
Hmm.
knows where he is right now.
You've not seen him in over a month, no?
Yeah, more than a month.
I know the last time I saw him, he said that he had gotten an important request from his employer. An employer he refuses to speak to me about, will not tell me who they are, what they do. But he said that he had something important, that it was going to be important for his career, and that he was going to spend some time doing it.
Well,
I don't
hopefully
believe.
it's just that.
It's been so long. Usually I'd see him about the city, which makes me believe that whatever task he deemed to complete was outside the city in the Badlands somewhere.
Have you noticed anyone disappeared?
I have.
No.
Several of your kind lived in the south area of the city. Your father had some dealings with them. You might have seen them about from time to time. For the most part, they don't come up in this direction, but many of them have gone missing. Your family sort of lives secluded. You don't recognize many of these Naga from the south portions of the city. You don't really interact with them very much, but you do see them. You know they're there.
Okay. Have you heard any else about who's behind it or even why?
I'm afraid I don't know who's behind it,
So
if
there's got to
anybody.
be people searching for them if they're missing.
I know that many of the families in the south are worried, are scared. I've only had seldom few interactions with them, so I cannot tell you what their status is, if they're searching or if they're actively looking or what they've found. But if you do happen to see one or spot one or speak to one, maybe ask them about your brother.
Mm.
I believe I'll conduct an investigation of my own. I have friends who know things and who are able to move in and out of the city with me. Maybe we can find something out. I'm sure your brother is fine, but it's worth checking out.
Like, do you need any help in your investigation? Ashi says, perking up.
You know your father would kill me if I asked for your help in something like this.
And there's got to be something moderately safe I could do.
Hmm. He roll persuasion very quickly, and he sort of puts his big hand on his chin, thinks for a moment.
Is it persuasion? That's on here
Yes.
somewhere. 12.
He he's thinking pretty hard. He looks very nervous for the moment. Like he doesn't want to get you into trouble, but he also sees that look in your eye, and he knows that you could use something to focus on. It's like, all right, Ashi. You will not tell your father anything about this, yes?
My lips are sealed.
And you'll be very careful. You'll not speak to anybody that will get you into trouble. Don't speak to anybody that you don't know that isn't of your own kind. Yes?
Of course.
There's a safe route through the city. I believe you may have a better chance of speaking with the Naga in the south, some of those families there, than I, just being what I am. They might be a little more open to you. Um, he grabs a little sheet on the table and sketches a little bit of a map of the city and draws you a route and marks on the map where these families live. So go here, follow this route specifically, don't venture from the route. You understand, right? Do not venture from the route.
Yes. I nod, nodding.
There are very dangerous areas over here, so make sure you stick to the path. So go there, find them, speak to them, and return. That's it. Don't go anywhere else. Don't seek trouble with anything. Do you have questions, Ashi?
Is there anyone specific I should be looking for, or just any of the Naga families down there?
Any of the Naga, any that you spot. There are several
Okay.
families down there. They have a very small collection of tents and structures that they use as a campsite.
Awesome.
So the area of the map that he has marked, um, it's by the Temple of Perforos, which is sort of south central area of the city.
Okay.
If you look, yeah, you see it. Okay. So it's the area just to the south of that. You'll see a small section of buildings that are shaped like a U, or I guess the letter C in this case, because it's on its
Very
side.
lopsided sea.
Yeah. So that's the area that you're going. He's walked a very specific path for you from where you are, that moves east through the city, past the Svagian where your father works,
Mm-hmm.
and further down, not directly through the Temple of Perforos, it specifically avoids it and moves around it until you reach the area in the south there that you know these Naga to be residing.
Okay. All right.
Do you have any more
So I'm gonna
questions
get.
for Artikai?
Huh? No, I don't. No, no more questions. Gonna go play detective.
Okay.
Oh my God. Sorry, my dad just scared the shit out of me. What? Maybe I'll come get some later. Thanks. I'm just like sitting here. I look up and there's someone in my doorway. Ugh. It's the
Perfect.
downside of wearing headphones. I can't hear people approach.
Yeah, I get the same thing. It's actually good for me because my neighbors get loud sometimes, and I just can't hear them. That's great.
Okay, we can continue.
So, any more questions for Artikai?
Uh, no, I don't think so. No.
Okay. He finishes drinking. He actually calls the bartender over for another one. He's like, I will remain here. There's somebody I'll be meeting later. But you go, find out the information that you can, and then come back here and wait for me. I will arrive later in the day.
All right. Um, I'm going to thank him for the beverage and chug the rest of it, saying he got me a beverage. And then I will venture out.
Okay. As you're leaving, he grabs you by the shoulder. Ashi, again, you won't venture anywhere off the path, right?
No, I'll stay on the path.
And
What?
you won't speak to anybody that's not your own species, yes?
Yes. What
Okay.
is what is so dangerous off this path down there?
Everything.
You say everything?
Everything.
Okay.
He let you go. I'm trusting you.
You can trust me. I'll stay on the path.
He nods as the barkeep returns with another mug for him.
All right. I am going to follow the map.
Okay.
Actually, gonna listen.
Okay. You travel through the city. It's a very specific route. There's a couple little quick turns as you pass through. Uh,
So I am like earlier, I am slightly on edge or just more like observant because like supposedly am going into a dangerous area, so I would be uh looking around and like
sure.
kind of keep an eye out if anyone is like looking at me or anything like that.
Also, just being the fact that you're usually keeping to yourself and not having much to do, there's a bit of excitement in this.
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely. I'm very
yeah.
excited to go to play detective. Also excited to go see, potentially meet new Nagas that I don't really know,
Yeah. Yep.
living rather like isolated up north.
Yeah. This is not something that you have a chance to do very often, and you do find it not that you're not worried about your brother. You are on some level, but you're also excited to sort of just have an adventure of your own around the city and be able to travel and meet people and just have any change in the normal day to day. So it's sort of it's a bit of a mix of emotions, but there is that hesitation and the little fear that is nagging at you below the level of excitement that you're feeling. As you're traveling through the city and following the route, you do keep to yourself. You keep to the shadows and uh, stay to the sides of the streets and try to avoid people. And again, the city is just filled with creatures of all kinds. There are plenty of Minotaur and Leonin. You see the very, very, very occasional Triton, many Satyr, many Centaur, um, woodland creatures and species that wander in and out of varied variety. You know that there are Kenku in the city, and you spot one of them trying to interact with a Minotaur at a market stall. Very argumentative. You pass several Leonin. You do notice that they look up and glare at you from under their hoods. Uh, you make eye contact for just a moment before ignoring them and just ignoring their gaze and passing by them. As you make it further into the city, the southern section of the city is a little deeper. You can feel yourself moving lower, almost downhill. The buildings get larger, the walls get higher. It feels more and more like you're in a city and not the more like rural outskirts that you live in. Uh, do you want to roll anything or do anything on your way through the city? Do you want to be looking for anything in particular?
Guess it's just looking for if anyone is, I guess, looking at me, which like just like with the Lionins who were kind of glaring at me. Like, I mean, definitely trying to avoid their gaze, but I'm also kind of like observing slightly.
Okay. Roll investigation or perception, one or the other.
For perception, I get a 14.
Okay. So you avoid their gaze. You try not to glare too much at what's going on, but you do listen in and take in what information that you can as you're passing by. The lean in themselves, the looks that they're giving you, you equate more to the fact that they don't see too many of your kind uh, passing through this area. So for whatever reason, they make note of you, and their looks are more inquisitive than menacing. For the most part, you don't hear anything of note. There's a lot of commotion again by the market stalls. They're very argumentative over there. There's a Kenku that seems to be having some sort of a tiff with a couple of the merchants, the Minotaur merchants, in the
I
locations
think
over
these are
there.
the birds, right?
Tankos are the birds, yes.
Yeah, that's gotta be a great image.
It does seem to be unafraid. Very, very small, black feathered bird creature who is standing against these Minotaur, who are at least 3 times its size.
Hmm.
But again, it's Artikai told you not to get involved, so you keep moving and you pass by it.
Yep.
Okay, so passing through the area, you do make it to the area that you know leads to the temple of Perforus. Um, it's an area that you have never been within the city. You kind of peek at it as you pass through. It's something that you're curious about. Um, you don't really know much about Perforus as a god or anything about followers of Perforus. The temple itself um, is this like circular tower. It's made of sandstone, very yellow in color. There's a massive fire that burns up at the top. You sort of get glances of it as you pass through. Uh, you want to just keep moving past it?
Reluctantly, I keep moving past it because I'm curious, but also I'm more curious about meeting the Nagas, and I don't want to fuck this up.
Okay. So you pass by. Um, you do hear a lot of ironwork and things of that nature in there, clanging and banging. You know that Perforos is the god of the forge, uh, sort of like a god of earth as well, and things of that nature. You know there's to be a lot of artisans there, weaponsmiths, people that craft valuable and important things in this city. Being very combat and battle driven, everybody here loves weapons and armor and that sort of thing. So this area, you do have a curiosity about it. It's something that is exciting to you. But you catch a couple glances of it, you peek at it. It's exciting to see it, and you continue moving past, being respectful of Ardakai's wishes for you. Moving into the residential area that he had marked on the map, you do spot a what looks to be a young Naga, maybe younger than you. Looks to be maybe 11 or 12. Uh, Green and purple skinned, having more of a humanoid form at the top. Looks to be a young boy. Just
What's he?
sitting coiled up in front of what looks to be a very, very, very small home, something smaller than what you live in the Northwest.
So he's just sitting there. Is he
Yep.
doing anything?
Nope, just sitting there minding his own business, looking about. Hasn't noticed you.
That's the only Naga I see around.
It's the only Naga that you see. You notice that it's pretty quiet here. You don't see any Minotaur uh, or Leonin or anything of that nature in the area. This is the only creature that you see in this basically open square. A lot of the little homes and hovels here are stacked on top of each other, just wall to wall. The entryways are no more than just carvings and holes cut in clay and sandstone. Some of them don't even have doors. As you pass through, you can see right into these homes. Um, some of them have just fabrics and blankets and the like covering the entryways for privacy sake, but others just have nothing. You can see right inside.
Hmm. So instead of creeping into people's houses, I am going to approach the boy.
Okay. He looks up at you, sort of startled when you make your way towards him. Backs up a little bit, gets closer to the little hole of a doorway on the ground level of the structure that he's in front of. Sort of like you get the idea that he wants to run away or he's like ready to sprint at a moment's notice.
Hi.
He
How the hell do you talk to people?
he squints at you. I don't recognize you. You're not one of
uh,
us.
no, I don't. I live in the northern part of the city. Uh, do you live here with your family?
He has sort of a sad face at the mention of family. He looks around, like looks behind you, tries to see if anybody else is in the area. It's like, yeah, my family.
Is uh, is anyone else home?
No, but they'll be here soon. So don't cause trouble.
Oh, no, I'm not here for trouble.
Then what do you want?
I wanted I wanted to talk to some of the other Nagas in the city.
About what? How come you haven't shown up before?
I don't I don't get down here very often. My family doesn't like me to travel too far away from home.
Mine didn't want me to do that either.
Uh, I think what to say to this kid. I don't want to scare the child with unless
Seems like that last thing you said sort of eased him a little bit. Just maybe the idea of parents and the controlling nature of it seemed to make him trust you a little bit more, but he's still like very standoffish and very nervous right now.
so how long have you lived here for?
My whole life.
Is there a lot of Nagas in the area?
Usually,
Usually? Question mark.
people have been leaving, I guess.
Really? Do you know where they're going?
I don't know.
Well, well, I heard about some Nagas who have been leaving, which um, this is why I wanted to come down and talk to some of the families to see if they know any more details about it. Because my brother, I haven't seen in a while.
Who's your brother?
Uh, his name is Mawaxa? Mawaza. No,
No, you got it.
Mawa.
You got it. Naloxone.
Mawaxa. Okay.
That was perfect.
Oh God, I'm so bad at the language.
No, you nailed it. Um, for a second, you see his sort of eyes go wide when you mention the name Alwaxa. Um, but he sort of quickly corrects himself. He's like,
Oh, do you know him?
I mean, I met him once. Do you know where he is? Do you know if my dad is with him?
Oh, I haven't seen him in a while, which is why I'm trying to figure out if anyone else has seen him. I heard that there were people down here that might uh, know something.
I don't know anything. And he sort of moves away a little bit towards the closer to the door.
So your dad is missing, or you haven't seen your dad in a while?
Roll persuasion.
Persuasion. 16.
He sort of just like slithers about and turns his back to you. So, I haven't seen my dad or my mom.
And how long?
It's a couple weeks, I think.
Oh, and that's assume that's not normal.
I don't know. The crazy old lady over there, and he sort of points across the square, said that they must have just left. That they didn't want to be around me anymore, and that they didn't want to take care of me anymore, and they just left.
So not a very nice thing to say.
No, I hate her.
This crazy lady is she a Naga? What is she?
Yeah, she's like us, but she's old and angry.
Old and cranky. Do you have any other family members that you?
No, it's just me now. But I think they'll come back. I think they're just busy.
None you cut out there.
So, he says, I think they're just busy. I think they'll be back.
Have you tried to look for them at all?
I don't really know how to get around.
Hmm. Well,
Can you look for them?
yes. I'm already looking for my brother, so I will certainly look for them as well. This has been a reoccurring theme of Nagas just kind of disappearing. So I'm
If
looking
you
into this.
if you'll help me, I'll tell you about your brother.
Of course, yeah, certainly I will help.
But you got to promise that if you see my mom and dad, that you'll tell them to come back, and that I'm here waiting. Okay?
Yeah, of course, I'll tell them that.
So there was other people that used to live here that disappeared, people like us. And your brother came and he talked with my mom and dad about it. I think he was trying to help. And he was here and it was really late one night and it was dark and I heard a fight outside and I looked and I saw your brother fighting with another Naga and a Minotaur. And I hid and I came inside and I was scared, but I heard him shout and it sounded like he was dragged away or pulled away somewhere. When I looked, he was gone. I haven't seen him since.
How long ago was that?
I think a couple weeks.
How close was that to when your parents disappeared?
They just disappeared about a week ago, I think,
About a week ago.
but I don't really remember. It's been a while. There's still a Naga family that lives here that gives me food, but they don't talk to me very much.
Are they home? Do you think I could talk to them?
No, I don't know where they are. They left this morning.
Oh. Is there any other Naga families here besides them?
I think there's others that live not here but nearby. I've seen them, but I don't speak to them. I don't know them.
Oh. Say thank you for the information. I hope I'll be able to find your parents. Say what's your name?
He sort of like backs away from you a little bit. My
Uh,
name, sure.
Say I'm Ashi.
He looks like he's
What
really want to tell you for a moment, but he's. My name is Saras.
how do you spell that?
I'll type it.
Okay, that's very different than what I attempted.
He coils back up. He looks pretty sad, for obvious reasons. Um, very disconnected as well. But he just coils back up and looks away from you. What would you like to do, Ashi?
Say thank you.
He doesn't really acknowledge you. He just like looks up at you for a moment and then back down.
Okay. I'm gonna reluctantly leave the child there. Um, okay, so he said that there were. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I leave, uh, I want to ask him, uh, what are your parents' names?
Oh no.
Detective.
Oh,
Hold on. Did I just?
yeah. You cut out. I missed most of what you were saying.
I
You
understand that.
disconnected.
I'm
Yeah.
a great detective. Before I leave, I'm going to ask, what are your parents' names and what do they look like so I can keep an eye out for them.
My dad's name is Martas, and I'll spell it for you. He has not like me, but brown scales with a little bit of green. My mom's name is Soraya, and I will put that in the chat as well. Her scales are red, and she has really, really, really green eyes.
Mm. Do they have more of a snake or human shape? Like how would you just how in this world of D&D like would that be described?
Um,
Like just snake or human?
I
Humanoid?
yeah, I'd say if you were to ask a question about that sort of thing, you would ask, are they more humanoid in form or
It's more serpent.
more serpent-like? Yes. Um, he looks at you. He's they're more serpent like me. And most of the Naga in Scophos are more serpent. Like you're you and your mom specifically are sort of the exceptions. Many of the more humanoid half Naga don't really exist up here. They exist more in the south and Melitus and cities like that.
Yeah. Thank you, Saraz. Hopefully I'll be able to find them and tell them that you'd like them to come home.
Really, really quick, okay? Tell them to hurry.
Yeah, I'll go as fast as I can. Can you point me in the direction of any other Naga houses? I want to see if anybody else has had a similar issue.
He points at pretty much all of the houses in this little 3/4 square that you're in. Um, he points around. He's like, the only one that I know that's still here is the crazy old lady, and that one family that lives over there. And he points to a house on the opposite end of the courtyard. Said, everybody else is gone.
All right. Thank you. All right. So I am gonna go to the crazy old lady's house.
Okay. It's one of the larger little housing units here amongst what exists here. It's about probably the same size as yours, maybe a little larger. It has a multicolored fabric sheet sort of hanging in front of it.
Okay, so nothing to knock on, or nothing to like ring or bang on.
Yeah, nothing to ring, nothing to bang on, just this little piece of fabric that separates the inside from the outside. sort of through the fabric. It's torn in places and tattered. It looks like it's very old. You can hear movement inside.
All right, we go. Hello?
For you hear
Is anyone home?
more of a quick reactive movement from the inside. And you hear the sounds of a naga sort of slithering very quickly, but you get no response.
Oh, I just have a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Again, it's very quiet. No response. No movement this time either.
So I know you're home.
No response.
Going to. Can I push back the curtain and kind of peek inside?
Sure. Yeah, you push back the curtain and you just like lean inside and sort of peek in. Um, Very quickly, like as you do so, you feel something very large and pointed press against the side of your head from your right hand side. Um, you hear just a very like gruff old voice, like "Don't move."
when what is to my left?
Nothing. Just the interior of the room to your left.
I mean, you said I feel something, but I can't see
On
anything.
your right hand side.
Oh, it was on my right hand side. Sorry, I
You're
thought you
good.
said left. All right, what is on my right hand side?
So looking to the right hand side, you immediately get the first more beautiful but also frightening visage of this half naga, half gorgon. You can see the serpent like hair on her head twisting back and forth, and one of the very large claws on her fingers that she has pointed right into the side of your face.
All right, I'm not moving. Don't want any trouble. I just wanted to talk.
What are you doing here? I don't recognize you. Are you with them?
Ooh, probably not. Who's them?
She looks at you very, very closely and like sort of squints her eyes for a moment. She leans in very close to the point that those serpent-like snakes on her head are almost snapping at you. They get very, very close to you. Do you remain still?
I'm gonna just kind of slightly lean back, pull away, like ugh.
She reaches her other hand very quickly, grabs you by the shoulder, and yanks you inside her home and stands in front of the door specifically. So, who are you and why are you here?
Uh, my name is Ashi, and I came down here because I heard that there were other Nagas that lived here.
I've never seen you here before.
That's because I've never been here before. I live up north.
I wasn't aware there were others in the city.
That's there's not many. There's very few that live up where I live.
Well, you're an idiot to come down here, and you should leave as soon as possible and never come back.
Why is that?
There were many of us before now. Very few. Likely I will be next. That stupid boy across the street will be next. They'll take us all soon.
Well, where are they taking you? That's
You
I mean,
shouldn't poke your nose in these matters. You'll be
I'm
taken too.
uh, I'm I guess I'm already involved in the sense that I'm looking for someone who I believe has been taken.
If they've been taken, forget about them. You'll never see them again.
Oh, that's a little difficult to do. You seem to know much more than the boy across the street did.
He's an imbecile child. He knows nothing.
He's a child.
He's old
And
enough
his
that he should take care of himself. I'm sure he'll die eventually. Soon enough. He's not strong enough for this city.
so who is behind all of it? You seem to know something about this.
You should really just leave.
I mean, what's is leaving really gonna keep me safe?
I don't know. Probably not, but if you return to your portion of the city, maybe they'll ignore you. Maybe they'll be fine with just the Naga from here. Either way, I'm leaving soon. I'm leaving this city far behind. You and your family should do the same.
Well, if you're leaving, then I don't see the problem with telling me what you know about what's going on in the city.
She leans in very close to you again with those serpents in her hair sort of snapping menacingly at you. Just within like a foot of your face. She's like, if I tell you, you'll have nightmares.
Doesn't change that doesn't change anything.
Fine. If you'll leave, I'll tell you. You know, not all of our kind are honorable. Some delve into ancient magics, dark magics, the works of Faraka herself.
Mhm.
There are those that exist in the Badlands south of here. They reside in a pit called Moros. Have you heard of them?
I haven't.
There's a very, very large Naga who's evolved. He's believed half Minotaur, works with the tribes in the area. Very violent, cannibalistic tribe. He experiments on things underground. Recently, I believe he's taken, if not all of the Naga, soon he will, for whatever machinations and experiments he's working on. He uses the Minotaur to capture them, drag them into his pits. There, he works on them, alters them, uses dark magic, deviant means to change them into the things he needs. If he took your brother, I'm sure your brother is dead, or whatever he is, he's not your brother anymore. Forget about him and leave.
Uh, a little shaken up about this. Uh, how long has this been going on for?
I've told you enough. Get out of my house, never come back. She turns away and moves further into the room that she's in.
Right. I am going to listen and leave.
Okay. Um, as you leave, you see across the street that that younger boy very quickly slithers into his house, disappears inside. Looking to your right hand side, there's a very, very large minotaur with one broken horn, sort of lumbering past, looking directly into the square and seeing you.
Shit.
He
Um,
he keeps walking, but he's staring right at you.
can I walk the other direction away from him?
So the other direction is further into that little sea of structures on the map. There's really only one way in or out of this area that you're in.
Okay, I see where we are. We're in a circular thing.
Yep.
Right, and he's walking directly at me.
He's walking away. He's walking north. So he's sort of walking past the square that you're in slowly, but very obviously staring at you.
Okay. Um, I'm going to be staring back. Yeah, as keeping my eye on him as he walks by.
Okay. Roll perception.
27.
The look about him is filled with hatred. This creature is staring at you very menacingly, and though he's sort of slowly moving away from you, you get the intent that he wants to hurt you or harm you somehow.
Right. Uh, does he? What does he do? Does he keep moving or?
He keeps moving. You see him continue to lock eyes with you until he disappears around the corner outside of the residential area that you're in.
Shit, all right. After just hearing there's a frickin' you said they were cannibalistic.
She said they were cannibalistic, this tribe of
Yeah.
Minotaur that this supposed Naga is aligned with.
All right. Being thoroughly freaked out. And feeling not very safe thanks to Mr. Minotaur. Um, if no one is looking at me, I would like to. I get. Do I get two charges of wild shape
Yes.
currently?
Yep, you can have two.
I'm gonna hold on. Where's my list? Let me go my list. I lost the list already. I want to turn into a cat.
Okay.
Are cats common in the city, or like that's like normal to see like a cat running through the streets?
Not necessarily.
Ugh. What are
It's very dangerous to be a cat in this city because you might just end up on somebody's dinner plate.
just kidding then.
Just
That
a
defeats the
snack.
purpose. Is it? I guess it's. God, all these other animals are really small, so maybe I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So, and there's nobody else out and about that I can see.
No. The child himself moved very quickly into his home and disappeared at
All
the
right.
site of this Minotaur.
I am going to cautiously, sneakily go towards, like, try to like get out of the like. I'm okay. My plan is to head back to the tavern where
Arctic.
Artikai is, but I am on edge and kind of like peeking around every corner, not feeling safe at all.
Okay. You want to follow back the way that you came?
Uh, yes.
Okay. So you quickly move to the corridor entryway, and you look to the left, to the right. There's an alleyway that just drops into a dead end off to the right hand side. Um, there's another pathway that goes further northeast into the city, and then you'd have to go around the corner to your left if you want to get back to the route that you came from. Peering around this area, you don't immediately see anybody.
Uh, is the way back that I came from was the left.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go to the left then.
Okay. So moving quickly to the left, you're able to make it back out onto the street uh, around the Temple of Perforos. You're moving quickly, keeping your eyes open.
Yes.
Okay. Roll perception.
26. I
Okay.
have good perception rolls tonight.
As you pass into that area, that's the marketplace where you saw the Kenku arguing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that large minotaur leaned up against one of the sandstone structures, staring at you as you pass. Continue on.
Yeah. This time I'm gonna kind of avoid his gaze and just move by quickly.
Moving by quickly, you notice him over your shoulder start to follow you.
Uh, how I guess it being a populated area isn't going to make a huge difference. Knowing the city, is there anywhere that I can think of to kind of like try and like duck away and like potentially like lose him?
Um, Nothing that's necessarily close. You know the Spagian where your father works is sort of on the way, but it's off the route that Artikai had provided you. Um, but you know there's a couple little alleyways that you could duck into and make get around to inevitably lead you back over there. Aside from that, it's mostly just open streets, and you get the idea that the darker the back alley you wander into, the more danger you might be in.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna keep moving.
Following along the
This
same route.
guy, yeah, following on the same route, and this guy's just following me.
He's following
Like
you, and
how?
he's picking up his pace as you move along. He's catching up to you. He's getting closer.
All right. Other world question. How fast is like Naga versus Minotaur speed? Like, I'm gonna assume this guy could probably outrun me.
Yeah, they get very fast. You can move pretty deftly as well. Um, but Minotaur are much larger creatures. They've got bigger strides, and when they get into like a full run, they move very, very, very quickly into like almost like a gallop.
Okay.
Being he's older than you, larger than you, uh, and can pretty much just force his way through everything in his way. You don't get the idea that you can outrun him if you have to. You want to keep moving, or
Um, I really want to keep a lookout. Okay, so what I'm thinking is to try and lose him is to find something I can like kind of like sprint or like duck down and turn into something small like a scorpion or a lizard to hide in something,
okay,
but I would have to be that he can't like I'd have to get separated enough so that he doesn't see what the heck I'm doing and that it's like obvious that just go after this little lizard.
for sure. Yep, and keep in mind lizards as well can like climb walls and stuff. Uh,
Yes. So it's like, is that something that there's anywhere that I could like duck down in an alleyway and like turn to a lizard and like jump in a pipe or something?
there's not really any pipes, but
Or just like something
you
similar, like
there's
if there's like
if you went into those
l-
darker alleyways that would lead towards where your father works, it's sort of a long network of streets. Like you know the way around. You just have to make several turns in some pretty sketchy areas over here. Um, but it's possible that you could lose his sight and hopefully shape quickly before he notices you. But it'd be a risk, and he's catching up to you.
I mean that's I don't know what else to do, so
Mhm.
that's what I'm gonna try and do.
Okay, so you duck into this alleyway really quickly, off the main street that you had been moving. Roll stealth for me.
Stealth 12.
You duck around the corner. You're not sure. You don't have any sight of him at the moment. You're not sure if he saw you or not.
Is there any like what is down that alley? Is there anything that I could quickly like climb or like hide in if I turn into the lizard?
There's a lot of little residential structures around here. They've got big wooden doors. You can assume these are larger homes for Minotaur or Leonin, some of the larger species. There's a much larger home space that is likely for Centaur, um, but that's mostly what's scattered about here. As far as any place where you could like duck and transform, um, There's some like little like barrels and things sitting in front of some of the doorways, crates of food and that sort of thing that they have sitting outside. Um, Nothing that you could be sure that you won't be seeing. There are some people sort of milling about in these alleyways, and you do see a couple of larger minotaur. They don't look like they're affiliated with anything. They're unarmed. They're wearing rags. I can assume they're lower class of some form, but they're still pretty large and dangerous to you.
Okay. Are there any other alleyways that seem to be less populated?
It's sort of a long network of alleyways, so you could keep moving and try to find one.
Yeah, I want to keep moving and try to like move at a fast pace.
Okay, roll a perception.
Uh, 21.
Okay, so you're moving very quickly. For a couple moments, you feel like you get a glimpse of him as you pass quickly down some of these alleyways. You're not sure if it was the same Minotaur or another one. You're pretty scared at this point, so you're not positive. Everything you see sometimes reminds you of this creature, and that he might still be following you or be close. But you do spot an alleyway that looks empty. Um, it's a dead end.
Um, but there's like walls that I could climb.
Yes. Yep, it's a dead end. There's walls on all sides, aside from the one corner that you would turn to enter, and that would you'd be able to climb.
Okay, I'm gonna transform into a lizard and just hightail it up the wall.
Roll perception really quick.
Perception, 16.
Okay. So as you move to take your wild shape, you hear this massive thump behind you, and you see that large minotaur jumped off of one of the rooftops and is glaring at you as you're about to form shape.
God, he's on the roof. I didn't know they go on the roof. Oh.
What do you do?
Um, Let me read something really, really fast.
Hmm.
Uh, so just to make sure I know I'm doing what this does is correct. Is a minotaur considered a large or a medium creature?
They're large.
God damn it.
This one especially.
Ugh.
This minotaur itself is roughly 8.5 feet tall. He's very massive.
Yeah, that's I figured that this isn't gonna work. God, I'm just gonna freaking run the other direction. Like that's
You are
no
in a
point in
dead end.
changing into what?
You're in the dead end, and he's blocking you from the opposite side.
Oh, he's from that side.
Yep.
All right.
You can continue to try and do your shape and escape like that. You can try to get around him somehow, or if you have any other ideas.
Okay, so now that he's freaking seen me, I am going to. How, how poisonous is the snake that I can turn into?
Not extremely.
Okay, so that rolls that
It's
idea out.
yeah. It's not like you're gonna kill him in minutes with the poison.
Okay, so that's a
Uh,
terrible idea. Okay, let's
yeah.
not do that. God, okay, I want to attempt to jump past him, but I want to turn into a cat. Because,
Okay.
I mean, cats are pretty damn fast
Sure.
and small, and I hope that I can launch myself past him and just take off running.
Roll acrobatics with advantage.
Be like, if anyone tries to eat me, they're gonna have to outrun me first. Saying I am potentially already trying to be eaten. Is it acrobatics with
Yes.
advantage?
Yes, please.
Freaking rolled an 11 and a 12, so 12.
So you definitely sort of transform very quickly and move to get around him close to the wall. He makes a real quick snap grab and manages to grasp you in the form that you're in. Um, Gives you a little constricting squeeze and forces you back out of the cat form into your standard form. Snorts very nasty breath blows over you as he looks you over, lifts you up. Uh, lifts you up basically by your neck, choking you slowly. Uh, Gazing over you, looks at you, says, "You'll do," and he starts to move away. As he turns, an arrow shoots from the opposite side of the alleyway and strikes him right in the shoulder. Um, in the distance, you see two individuals. One is a very wide, broad minotaur. The other is that gold-faced, pale-looking satyr that you had seen earlier. The minotaur himself looks very formidable, and he's squared up to fight. The gold-faced archer, the one that just fired that arrow into this minotaur's shoulder, is another one knocked, and he's ready to fire. The big minotaur moves up slowly and says, "Release the naga now." The other minotaur, this darker minotaur with the broken horn that's grasping you, growls for a moment, but lets go of you. The minotaur beckons to you. He's, "Come here."
Brush it over behind him.
He looks down to you. Um, he says, "You're a Zeth's child, no?
Yes.
Run home. We'll handle this."
Thank you. And then I'm gonna go ahead and run.
Okay. As you do, you hear another growl, and you hear the sounds of a fight breaking out between these guys. Um, Now, do you want to just get back on that path that Artikai had formed for you, or do you want to? Where do you want to? How do you want to get back home, or do you want to go to the tavern?
Um, the tavern that I was told to meet back at.
Okay. So you make your way out of the alleyway. You're like full sprint here? How you running? What are you doing?
Um, yeah, I'm gonna run.
Okay. Yeah, you run as fast as you can, slither run through the city,
Yeah.
and everything passes you by very quickly. You don't pay very attention to much. People sort of shuffle out of your way as you move through the city. Pretty terrified from the experience that you just had. Uh, for a moment, you thought you might die or you might get captured by this thing and taken where the other Naga have been taken wherever they are. Before you know it, you're out of breath and in front of that tavern.
Okay. Um, I guess I'll go in and see who's there.
Okay. Um, Moving inside the tavern, you don't see Artikai. Uh, just a random assortment of creatures and individuals. You see the Oread, the nymph that lives nearby you, the one that you really don't see very much or speak to very often, is sitting there. Um, you see a couple satyr, nobody else in the tavern at the moment. There is a young human tavern keep, different from the one that you'd seen before, and it's also one of the only humans that you've ever seen in the city.
Okay. Is would I know my father would still be at work?
Yes, he'd likely still be working right now. Nearly off, though.
I'm gonna head to his work.
Okay. Um, so leaving the tavern, you get back to the area of his workplace very easily. Again, you're moving very quickly. You're at this point still pretty freaked out by your experience, I imagine.
Yes.
Looking about, you do see your father. He's just finishing up. It seems like he's gathering his things, getting ready to leave.
Yeah, I could wait a few minutes for him to like be like leaving, and then I'm gonna like
Okay.
approach him like on his way out.
Okay. Yep. He spots you as he's leaving. He's like, again, Ashi, what do you
Yes,
need now?
again. There's I had to just explain what happened. There there's 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 minotaurs taking Nagas out of the city. They're to the was it the Badlands?
Yeah. The half Gorgon called it Moros, a pit. She said.
I said I need to find uh well, maybe I don't want to tell him that.
So far, you've told them that there's people taking Naga out of the city. Minotaurs taking Naga out of the city.
I was I get myself in trouble. Um
You may have already done that.
yeah, well, I mean, you know what I mean? I get myself in trouble with
Yeah.
my lovely father as well, but also I'm worried about my family. I don't want my family to get attacked or like not knowing what's going on.
Mhm.
So I was walking through the city and there was a minotaur who attacked me.
What? You were walking around where?
It, towards the south.
You know you're not to leave the area around our home. What were you thinking? What were you doing?
I wanted to know what was happening.
What do you mean, what was happening? Nothing is happening.
Yes, there is. Something is happening. Naga have been disappearing from all over the city.
Because that crazy old bat told you?
No.
Jai?
I ran into I ran into another Naga family and that a community and they're all gone. Almost all of them.
Go home right now and don't leave. Do you listen?
Mm. I'm gonna walk in the direction of home, so it looks like I'm going home. But no, I'm gonna go back to the frickin' tavern.
Okay. So you turn away from your father at that point. You don't say anything else to him?
I'm gonna say, okay, but be careful.
He glares at you again. He's like, I better find you there when I get home. And
Okay.
you turn and make your way towards the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay. This time when you get there, Artikai is in the very back corner. He's sitting with another Minotaur. You recognize her. She's not somebody that you've ever spoken to. But they are sitting together speaking quietly.
I'm going to join them.
Hey, he nods to you. It's just like, ah, so you made it safely then.
Barely.
What do you mean barely?
So I've got very good information, but I was followed and attacked by a minotaur.
Attacked in what? How did you survive? What happened?
I tried to run. He grabbed me, and there was there was another minotaur and a was a satyr.
Yes.
a
If
satyr who saw and saved me.
these are my friends, Pachaka and Lost Sun. They're a member of my band. I'm glad they were able to assist you. I'm sorry that this happened to you. I didn't think it would be this dangerous.
It's it's good I went though. I found out, or think I found out, what's happening.
Explain. What did you find out?
There's an older, well, I guess she's not really older, but there's a Naga who lives there who seems to know what's happening and planning on leaving the city because of it. But uh, in the Badlands, there is a pit called. God, I didn't type it out what it was because I couldn't figure out how to spell it. What was the pit called?
Moros. I typed it into the tabletop chat.
Moros, thank you. A pit called Moros, where there is a Naga that uh is experimenting on Nagas and is using minotaurs to take Naga from the city for his own experiments and just whatever bad things he's doing. That's where the Nagas are supposedly going.
Artikai stands up immediately and motions to the female Minotaur. She stands up with him as well. Says, Ashi, I'm sorry that I involved you in this. Go home. Take no other action. Don't look into this at all. I have to go find your mother. He makes to leave.
I'm gonna go after him and uh uh
Mhm. Mostly ignoring you as you sort of follow him. He just keeps moving.
I I want to come with you. I I want to come with you to find my mom.
No. It's too dangerous. I shouldn't have involved you in the first place. I almost got you killed. Your father would have my head. Your mother worse. Go home. Be safe. Forget about this for now.
Is home really safe though?
It's the safest place for you right now. We'll figure this out. Don't worry about it. Just go home and be safe.
I guess I would relent and go home.
Okay. You see Artikai and the female Minotaur move in the opposite direction further into the city at a pretty hurried pace. But you make your way back home. Lucky for you, your father's not there yet.
Not
Um,
good.
you're able to sort of duck inside. You want to just go to your room and wait?
Yeah.
Okay, it's been quite the ordeal for you today. You go back into your room. Uh, you lay down. You try to rest, and you do fall asleep for a time. Uh, when you wake up, it's dark out. It's been nighttime for a while, and you hear outside your father and your mother and likely your sister in some sort of a heated argument.
Can I hear what they're saying? Like if I go like I don't know, do I have a door or
Uh,
just a hole in the
it's really
wall, a
it's really just
curtain?
a hole in the wall. Yeah, there's no fabric or anything. There's nothing like no screen of privacy for you in there.
Are they
Um,
inside the house or outside the house?
they're just outside the house. They seem to be locked into an argument with each other.
Okay, I want to go near to where they are and try and
Okay.
eavesdrop in what they're saying.
Yeah, you can move out of your room and towards the window in the kitchen area. Um, as you reach them, Your father sounds very upset, growling like, "This is not our concern. I'm sure he's fine. He'll return soon." Your mother sort of cuts him off as he's speaking. He's like, "You're stubborn. He's not okay. We're not okay. We're not safe here. What are you gonna do? What if they come back for Ashi? What if Ashi is taken while we were at work?" Your father sort of interrupts again. "It's not going to happen. We're safe here. We're protected here. As long as we don't venture further into the city, they will not come here." Um, your sister, you hear your sister and visibly see her just scoff and move away. She glares at your father. It's like, "I don't care what you say. I'm going to look." Your mother turns and grabs her. He's like, "Please wait. Let's just finish this conversation." Your father sort of scoffs, like, "Whatever, go. I don't care. I'm going inside. Do what you want." And he turns around and begins to enter the house. You stay where you are.
Yep.
Okay. Uh, he enters the house. He doesn't notice you as he quickly moves past you in a big huff. He moves into the kitchen where you guys have a small wooden table and just slams into the table, both fists, clearly very upset. You see your mom and your sister outside, exchange a glance for a moment. They look to the house and move off further into the city.
I want to go after them.
Okay. Do
Just be
you?
like, wait.
Your mom turns to face you. Your sister goes a little further and stops. Your mom looks at you. Says, "Ashi, go inside. Stay with your father."
You're going to look for Mawaza?
Yes, it's Malwaxa. And yes, well,
Mawaxa, oh my god.
you're fine. It's serpent names.
I don't
Um,
know how you put a Z in there.
she looks at you and she says, "Yes, we'll find him. Don't worry about it. Just stay with your father. He shouldn't be left alone either."
Oh, are you going out? You're going outside of the city?
"Ashi, don't worry about us. I just need you to be brave and I need you to protect your father, okay?
Okay.
He's strong and he's brave too, but he doesn't have all his senses about him sometimes, and I believe he's more afraid right now than anything else. Just stay with him, keep an eye on him, and keep him out of trouble, okay?
Okay.
We'll be back in the morning."
Promise?
"Of course."
Okay.
Your sister smiles and nods at you. It's like, "Yeah, don't get in any trouble, okay?"
I'll try.
And they move off into the dark of the city beyond.
All right. Um, I'm gonna look around before I go back into the house.
It's very quiet out here. Um, you do see on the far edge of the street, um, your mom pass by that same large minotaur and that satyr in the golden mask that you had seen earlier. They're leaned up against the building, probably about 300 feet away from you. You can see them in the distance.
Okay. I'm gonna go back inside then.
Okay. Your father is just grumbling to himself uh, when you come inside, sort of pacing as a snake can back and forth. Um, he sees you when you come inside. He's like, "Ashi, go to sleep.
I just was asleep.
Go back to sleep."
Fine.
Back to your room and lay down.
Yeah, yeah, back to my room and sit down.
Okay.
I feel like I'm not really tired at this point.
Do you want to do you want to go to sleep or do you want to stay awake?
I want to stay awake.
Okay. You just sit in your room in the quiet for a while. Your father paces, just angrily grumbling for quite a long time. Um, doesn't sleep. He moves in and out of the house. Every now and then you see him disappear out the front door, only to come back just maybe minutes later. It's like this for 2-3 hours. At this point, you are starting to feel a little more tired again. But do you want to struggle to stay awake, or do you want to go to sleep?
No, I guess I'll go to sleep.
Okay. You finally turn in. Uh, Very stressful day. You don't sleep very well. You toss and you turn. Um, you wake up sometime in the morning, hearing a lot of commotion. Uh, Sun's already up. It's bright in the sky, and you definitely hear your father outside in what sounds like Artikai.
All right. I'm gonna head out towards them there.
Okay.
Can I look out the window to see where they are or like what's going on?
Yep. They're about 30 feet away from the house. You see a group this time. So you see Artikai. You see that large minotaur that you had seen earlier with the satyr and the golden mask. You also see the female minotaur and another minotaur who's got reddish fur and big, long horns. You know him to be called Bariok. And I'm going to put the image of him in here and the full name. They're all very well armed. You also see Jariskai, the other Naga, with the large bow that you'd seen earlier in the day yesterday. So there's 6 of them, along with your father. And your father seems angry, but this time he looks nervous and upset.
I'm gonna well, I gotta take a 2-minute break. I have to go to the
Yeah, sure.
bathroom.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Sorry.
This one shot is really fun so far, Bird. You did a really good job with it.
Thank you. It's going to get interesting really fast.
Hell yeah. I really love how Skylar's doing Teenage Ashi too. Like the
Very,
fine, I guess.
yep. Very
It's really
angsty.
good. Yeah.
I like Skofos as a city. It's really cool.
Hmm.
And I really like Naga as characters and Minotaur as well, honestly.
Yeah. Um, in the other group, Gouda's the one with the Minotaur, right?
Yeah, Tacitus.
Very cool.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go outside and approach the group.
Okay. So your father turns when he sees you. You see him like he looks very worried and nervous for a moment, but he sort of hardens himself and steals his face as you approach. He's like, Ashi, go back inside. Everything's fine.
It doesn't look
Uh,
fine.
Artikai,
What's happening?
um, he looks. He's like, just don't worry about it. Just go inside. We're gonna take care of it. And Artikai sort of like grumbles and cuts him off. He's like, come on, you have to evolve them eventually. It's their family too. They need to understand what's going on. Your father looks very angry at this point, and he looks to Artikai. It's like, don't get involved with my family. The bigger one, Bariok, the Redford Minotaur. But you know him a little bit. You've seen him in the area. He's another friend of your family on some level. You don't know a lot of information about him. You don't really talk to him very much. But he sort of snorts loudly, looks to your father. He's like, a few years back you wouldn't have said that. You've gone soft. Your father growls at him. Dashi, just go inside. We're going to be leaving for a little while, but we'll be back really soon. Okay? Just stay inside. Don't come out of the house.
Where are you going?
We have to leave the city for just a short time today, but we'll be right back. So just stay inside. The larger Minotaur, the one who had basically saved your life from that other Minotaur who had grasped you yesterday, speaks up. He's, he should come with us. Your father glares daggers at him. He's like, Ashi, go inside. Don't worry about it. We're going to take care of it.
No, I want to come. I'm sure I could be of some help. I'm never gonna find my place in the world or move forwards if I just stay at home whenever anything goes wrong.
Roll persuasion.
12.
He looks at you and he looks to Artikai, who's just sort of nods at him. And he sighs dejectedly. He's like, fine. But just stay behind us. If there's fighting, don't get involved. Find someplace safe. We're going to reach a certain point. If I ask you to turn back and go home, you do it immediately. You understand?
Yes.
He, again, sighs, just sort of relenting to this. Said, go inside. There's a satchel in the corner of mine and your mother's room. It's big and it's brown. It has weapons inside. Go fetch it.
I'm gonna go fetch it.
Okay. So he
What's in the bag?
you go inside. He turns and he sort of continues arguing back and forth with Artikai and the other Minotaur, the larger one. You go inside quickly. You get the bag. Inside there's several weapons. There's a longbow with a quiver of arrows, two short swords, a broadsword, and a very small wooden shield.
Am I supposed to pick something?
He told you to get the whole bag.
I mean, like yeah, I grabbed the whole bag.
Okay.
I did, yeah, and I brought the whole bag.
Okay. He takes it from you. He takes out the longbow and the quiver and hands them to you.
I would hope that I would have some experience with
Yep,
this.
you've got a little bit of experience
Since
with
mother
your
and
not really with your father, but your mother and your sister and your older brother have all taken you out to hunt before. Not very often, but rarely enough. And you do have some experience using a bow. You're not very adept to it at this point, but you know how to make your way around a bow. After you take the bow and the quiver, he pulls the short sword as well. It's doesn't look like it's high quality, but looks like it gets the job done. It's got a very beaten up looking leather sheath. He hands it to you. Just take these. You shouldn't have to use them, but if you have to, you can.
I nod and take them.
Artikai looks to you, says, so, your mother and your sister went out looking for your brother last night. We split up, parted ways. They never came back. I did find sign of this pit, this Moros that you spoke of. I believe if they're anywhere, it's there. And if they are there, we don't have much time. We have to get them out now.
Let's go.
Your father says, wait. You are to stay behind us at all times. This is Lost Son, and he points to the satyr with the golden mask. Says you can trust him. He's going to stay with you at all times, right? And the satyr just nods. Again, you get like he's very creepy, right? He has this motionless golden mask that's fit over his horns. And you've seen him fire a bow. You know he's accurate. but staring in his face is hard. You don't see any emotion there, but you do get the feeling that he's trustworthy, especially given the fact that he helped save your life yesterday.
Hmm.
Your father looks to Artikai. He says, "We're going to go right there. We're going to move straight through the city. We don't get involved with anybody that we see. Don't stop for conversation. Don't stop to look at things. When we get out into the Badlands, stay on your toes the entire time. Look all around you. Don't stop paying attention. There are far more dangerous things out there than Minotaur, and we have a ways to travel. Do you understand?"
Yes.
Very well. He moves inside. He comes back out with a much larger, more dangerous looking bow. He has a quiver of very dangerous looking arrows as well, and he's fitting various armor pieces to himself that you've not seen before. The armor pieces that he's wearing look like they've seen some combat too. They're pretty nicked and scratched up. And he makes a turn and he moves to move further into the city. Artikai follows him. Artikai motions to you, and Lost Sun steps up alongside you. Do you follow them out of the city?
Yes.
Okay, so you make your way through the city. Um, you're very excited and nervous at the same time. At this point, the nerves are outweighing the excitement. Your
Yeah, see, have
brothers.
I ever been in the Badlands?
You've been in the Badlands a little bit. You were there as a child on the very outskirts of the city to hunt. You've not been very deep in the Badlands. You've never been so far into the Badlands that you can't see Scophos behind you.
Okay.
And again, the nervousness is very much outweighing the excitement at this point. Your brother's been
Hmm.
missing for some time, and now your mother and your sister left in the night to find him and did not return. Obviously,
Yeah,
your
I'm
your
very worried for them.
obviously your father and his friends have banded together to seek this out and find them. Um, you know of this group that like Artikai he works with a lot of very skilled combatants. You know that he's a mercenary of some kind. So you can feel the strength of these individuals as you move with them, and you feel very small, and very very young, surrounded by these sort of warriors. They've all got large weapons. The Minotaur have massive weapons. They've clearly seen combat before. They look at the moment fearless, like they are completely willing to walk into this, and they don't have any fears about entering whatever they're about to enter, which is adding to your nerves because you feel very scared. This is not something that you've ever experienced moving into something like this where you might face combat. You might have to kill somebody. It's not something you've ever done before. Uh, Lost Sun to your left it feels very cold. As you walk alongside him, you can sort of see along the side of his mask through the cracks. You can't really make out a face under there. It's very unnerving. But he doesn't turn to look at you. You all just walk through the city. Uh, do you want to do anything on your way out of the city?
Uh, no, because I would stick with the group. I wouldn't separate from them. I am thinking about the boy, but I'm have more pressing concerns.
Okay. So it doesn't take you long to make it towards that area, that residential area where you had seen the boy. Um, Passing by it on your way out of the city to the south, you look into the area. You don't see him anywhere. You do see that old half Gorgon lady. She's sort of just sitting in front of her house, just staring at you. But yeah, you continue to make your way out and past. Um, as you make it out into the Badlands, you immediately feel the difference. Not just in the heat with the sun sort of directly on you. There's really nothing out here. It's just red, yellow sand. The ground itself is boiling hot as you pass over it. You eventually get used to it, but for a few minutes, it's extremely, extremely uncomfortable. For miles and miles out there in the distance, you don't see anything. You don't hear anything. It's very quiet. As you lose sight of the city behind you, you've been walking for probably a couple hours now. There's no conversation amongst the group. Everybody is at the ready. Basically, they have weapons drawn, swords, bows, axes. They're peering about the Badlands at all times, just looking for any sign of trouble. What are you doing right now, Ashi?
I am also looking around for trouble, and walking with the group,
Okay.
like staying close to them.
So after a bit, Artikai stops. You see up ahead what is likely a cliff drop off. You're not sure how far it goes down or how deep it is. You just sort of know that the ground stops up further ahead.
How
Uh,
how big of a is it, like just like a full cliff, or is it like a hole in the ground?
it's a good distance ahead of you. You can't really tell. You can see the ground stops, and with the sort of dustiness of the area, your visibility doesn't really allow you to see much more further than that. So you're not sure how deep it is or how far across it is. But Artikai does put a hand up and motions for everybody to stop. He specifically looks at you and he puts a finger to his lips to shush you. And he motions for everybody to get down. And the whole group sort of gets down on one knee with their weapons ready. You as well?
Yes.
Okay. So he motions to your father and to the female Minotaur, and they both sort of very slowly skulk up alongside him, and they whisper something to each other. Your father beckons you over.
I go over.
It's all right. We're going to split up momentarily. Our friends here are going to cause a distraction. The entrance is not far ahead of us, but it's masked. You're to stay with me, and you're not to leave my sight. Once they create the distraction and draw out whatever's inside, we are going to move in and hopefully find your mother and your sister and your brother. Understand?
Understood.
I don't know what we're going to see in there, but whatever happens, if I tell you to run and to leave, you're to do so. Understand?
Understood.
He looks very closely at you and says, Ashi, whatever happens, just know that I love you. Your family loves you, okay?
Okay.
Be ready. Have your arrows ready. Have your weapons close by. Stay close to me.
I will.
He moves up just a little bit and raises his hand to you and lowers it to have you get lower. And he goes into a very like prone form where his belly is basically in the sand.
I am going to follow his lead and stick near him, like he said.
Okay. You see the rest of the group disappear into the dust ahead, moving out towards where you believe to be that like canyon wall, the cliff edge. You hear strange noises like animal whistles back and forth. Your father returns it, and a moment later, you hear a loud roar or a growl coming from the direction that opposite group went. There's just silence for a moment, and you see the sand sort of pitch and open up maybe 90 feet away from you, between you and the group of your allies that disappeared into the dust out there. For a moment, nothing happens, and a time later, outsteps that large minotaur that you had seen earlier, with another Naga, a blue-skinned Naga that you don't recognize. Looks very devious. They step out onto the sand. They look around for a moment. They don't hear anything. And a moment later, an arrow shoots through the air and strikes the Minotaur in the back as he's turning to go back inside. He shouts immediately and grabs two hand axes and charges in the direction of the arrow. That blue-skinned Naga as well rushes out. Your father puts his hand up to you, still holding, asking you to wait. He looks to you, sort of nods as if making sure you're ready.
I nod back.
Okay. He's about to, like you can see him sort of rear back and get ready to move very quickly, but as you do, you hear sort of a shriek from inside that pit in the sand, and something else slithers out and comes charging through the air, not in your direction, but in the direction of your allies. For a moment, you get just The vision of this banded Naga. It has glowing purple eyes. Looks like it's been misfigured and altered somehow. You only get just the briefest flash of it as it moves very, very quickly and disappears into that same dust cloud where your allies are. And very soon after, you hear the sounds of combat back and forth. Your father looks to you, he's now, and he rushes forward towards that pit.
I take off after him with him.
Okay, so you move very quickly in. As you reach, you see a staircase that just circles down into darkness. Your father stops at the top of the staircase. He looks off in the distance, listening for the sounds of combat out there, which you can hear very audibly at this point. They're shouting and grunting and the clash of weapons. You can hear arrows shoot through the air in the distance. He nods at you and he moves down the staircase.
I feel like stairs are like a Naga's struggle. Down the stairs we go.
Okay. Behind you, suddenly out of the dust, appears that golden masked individual. He rushes up to meet you and follows alongside you, the satyr. He has his bow drawn and he's ready. Your father nods to him as well as you guys continue down the staircase. It gets darker and darker and darker as you go down this pit. You descend the stairs for what feels like minutes. You're not sure. Your heart's pounding in your chest. You're terrified at this point, but you feel ready. And there's a part of you that is worried about what you're going to find down here, but you also are angry. You're angry that you need to do this. The emotion of it starts rushing into you that these creatures possibly kidnapped your family, other members of your species, the only people that you've really ever known or cared about in this city. And that anger sort of overrides some of the fear. It still sits down there, but you kind of still yourself and you're ready and expectant to move forward. You continue to follow your father down the stairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Does he have his weapon drawn?
He does have his weapon drawn.
Okay, I would
He
also
has.
have weapon drawn.
He doesn't have a bow out. He has two blades, long silver blades. Um, you reach the bottom of the staircase. It's very damp and wet down here. The chamber itself is just dug into deep, hard soil and stone. There's the glow of not just orange but purple light as well. You see these very dark, demonic looking flames on the walls that lead down a corridor into a more open chamber. Your father stays along the wall, stays close to the inside of the wall, motions to you to follow along, pats his hand against the wall to just indicate, hey, stay tight to the wall, be careful.
I will do what he says.
Lost Son follows behind you. He's sort of casting his gaze back and forth in the front of the chamber and the back as well. As you reach the mouth of the chamber, your father puts a hand up, requesting you stop.
I stop.
Lost Son
Did I
puts
see
his
anything?
not at the moment. It's very, very dark. You can really only see the corridor that you're in the back of your father, as well as the flickering lights from inside the very large open chamber beyond. Lawson puts his hand on your shoulder, feels very cold, very unnatural as he grasps your shoulder, but he moves past you to get behind your father. Puts a hand on your chest, sort of presses you against the wall. Your father looks to both of you, whispers very lightly, says, "Wait one moment." And he moves out into the chamber beyond. Do you stay where you are?
I am waiting one moment. What what anything happen?
You see him disappear around the corner into the large open chamber. You wait a moment, and then another. You don't hear anything.
Is is it just me or is
Lost Son
uh
is there with you. He's waited with you.
like he's not moving at all?
He's not moving. He's pressed against the wall. Just appears motionless, maybe to be listening to what's going on outside.
I'm gonna wait a little longer.
You hear, after a few moments, you hear large, clumping footsteps from inside that chamber. It's hard to tell where it's coming from. Sound is kind of echoed in here.
Does I'm sorry. You said it was his name was
Lost Son.
Lost Son. I
Yep.
finally written that down. Is he doing anything?
He's still just pressed against the wall, motionless, listening. He hasn't moved
Okay.
an inch since you've been waiting.
I'm gonna continue waiting then.
Okay. You hear the steps move into the chamber. You hear them stop. Just silence for a moment. You hear the occasional echoed drip of water coming off the ceiling, hitting the floor. After a few more moments of this sort of silence, this creepy, eerie silence, you hear the grind of a weapon being pulled from its sheath, sort of like a blade being drawn against stone. You see Lost Son finally sort of grab an arrow from his quiver, knock it, and very still prepare himself. Do you stay where you are?
I want to like go to move to like look around the corner.
Okay.
But I also want to draw my bow.
Okay. So looking around the corner, you see the form of a massive minotaur that you do not recognize. He has this large battle axe with runes pressed into it and a chain wrapped around his other arm that he's sort of dragging along with him. He looks to have just drawn his weapon. You see him finishing, sort of getting it in more of a ready stance. He's looking towards the opposite side of the chamber, which it's pretty dark, but you can see far on the opposite end, there looks to be a platform. Uh, it looks to be a chamber of some sorts. There's a staircase that goes up to this circular platform that has more of a domed enclosure. This area looks. It's not just like jagged rock like the rest of the structure. It's carved and it looks like it's designed with some form of architecture. Um, there's a second level to it where you can see flashing lights and things taking place up there. And there's a red, like bright red, very well kept carpet. The area in this place is also filled with various treasure and golden items, silver, valuable looking things that are just sort of piled up and shoved into the sides of it. Uh, you can barely make it out, the detail of it in the distance. And there's an area that's pretty dark that has several statues that you don't recognize. Um, you get the idea that they might be depicting Farrakha, this serpent god, but they are serpent statues of some form. The area around there is very dark, and this large minotaur is sort of peering in that direction before he starts slowly moving towards it.
Towards the statue.
Yes, he's moving towards that dark area where this one of these statues is located.
Is there any other people that I can see in this area?
Not
Just the
currently.
Minotaur?
Yeah, just that minotaur.
I'm gonna look to Lost Sun to like kind of like I'm going after like whatever his lead is.
Mm-hmm. That sort of emotionless mask looks at you and acknowledges you, nods, but again puts his finger up to the mask where those motionless lips are, and shushes. And he points in the direction of the chamber. You see this small little section of rock that's sort of jutted up just enough to duck down and get behind. And he motions for you to follow, and he moves very quickly, um, very quietly, and gets behind that rock area, pressing himself into the ground.
I am following.
Okay, roll stealth.
11.
As you're running, you create like a bit of a splash sound. You step too quickly into an area that was sort of damp. Immediately stop yourself. That Minotaur turns and spots you wide out in the open. It roars, this massive, massive roar. You can see the spit coming off of this thing's face as it flies through the air, and begins to charge at you. What do you do?
Fire my bow at him.
Okay, make a ranged attack.
What is that? Is that just like a roll of 20?
Yep, just roll a d20, and add your dex bonus. So your stats are all going to be the same for your
Okay,
attacks.
so it's a dex.
Yep, it's a dex.
Oh my god, I got a 5. Ashi's not good with the bow, apparently. Today we learn.
Young Ashi has not quite learned. You take the shot, it just disappears into the darkness of the cave. It doesn't get anywhere close to this guy as he continues charging at you. Lost Sun immediately pops out. You see him just fire 2 quick arrows, blindingly fast, that he pulls from his quiver. One of them, the Minotaur is able to deflect with his axe, sent spiraling off into the chamber somewhere else, but the other one strikes him in his shoulder. And at the same time it strikes him in the shoulder, you see your father leap out of the darkness where that statue was and collide with this Minotaur, attempting to coil around him. At this point, your father spots you. He says, Ashi, leave now!
Leave? Where the heck am I supposed to go?
Sort of, he wants you to go back up those stairs and get the hell out, basically, is what you can gather.
And it's just the one Minotaur that we're against?
Currently. It's just this one Minotaur.
Currently.
What do you do?
I feel like with Dad there, that would be too much of a risk with my shitty bow and arrow skills to attempt to shoot the Minotaur again.
I mean, he's big enough. You can make the attack. You'd have to roll pretty badly to hit your dad.
How badly would I have to roll?
Like a 1.
Okay. Fire one more arrow.
Okay.
Watch me roll a 1. I'll cry. Aha, I got 16.
That's a hit. So roll some damage.
What damage does a bow give?
I'll just roll a d8.
You said D8?
A d8. Yep. And add
2. I rolled an 8.
Nice. So 10. Okay. So yeah, you steal up in absolute rebellion of your father's wishes and fire another arrow at this Minotaur. It strikes him in the side of his neck. You hear him howl at the rage of it, and just yanks the arrow out. You can see he's very thick skinned, so you don't think you did a whole lot of damage to him, but you feel a little better about yourself at the moment. As Lost Sun also fires another arrow, you hear your father growling very angrily this time. He said, Ashi, I said leave now! And he takes a couple attacks at the Minotaur with his 2 blades. The Minotaur is able to deflect both of them, and he gets a hand around your father's throat, grabs him, and tosses him to the ground off in the distance. And what would you like to do?
I'm going to fire another arrow.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Okay. That's it. Go ahead and roll your
d8. A 6. So that's 8, I think.
Okay. Yep, you fire another arrow. It strikes the Minotaur in the back this time as he has his back turned to you. Again, he growls and turns around, and you see him begin to make an approach at you. Also, roll perception for me.
Perception go. 21.
Okay.
Perceiving is all I'm good for.
You hear what sounds like the slither of a naga behind you from the area of the chamber that is more in the south region. You would have passed it when you went to hide behind that rock. You just didn't notice it at the time. Uh, it sounds like a hulking mass slithering across the ground. Turning back to look, you see an absolutely massive, terrifying-looking naga with scales like you've never seen before, wielding a very large spear.
How massive are we talking? Like, I know he looks big here, so like, how tall do you think he
He's
is from
about
like the floor to his head?
so your head reaches up to about the top of where his weapon is being held currently.
Okay, so he's
He's massive.
very, very, yeah.
Slithers into the room. Um, you see Lost Son sort of get back up out of the cover of reason and back off towards the center of the room. He grabs you by the shoulder and sort of pulls you with him.
I'm going with him.
The Minotaur grabs at your father, is able to successfully grab him and just tosses him towards the center of the chamber with the two of you as well. And you hear this echoing, creepy laughter coming from the area where you saw that circular platform with the dome over it and all the treasure. Looking in that direction, you see moving up from down below, like another staircase in the central area of this, another massive naga. Not quite as big as that one behind you, but almost. He's got black and red skin and this massive tail, and he moves up to the center of the platform and stares you all down. Your father growls and has both weapons drawn. He looks to you. He says, "I told you to leave."
It's a little late for that now.
He's clearly upset, but he looks to this figure in the back. Shouts at him, "I'm here for my family and for all the others that you've taken. Release them now, and we can all walk out of here peacefully." The Naga at the front of the room just laughs uh, hysterically. It sounds quite mad. Just chills you to the bone hearing this thing cackle. Looks back up, and you see him draw his finger up. And from the back of the room slither two creatures. They're Naga-like in shape and form, but they're covered in this swirling black tar-like substance. They're also oozing this bright neon purple energy. They move up alongside this creature very subserviently, and he puts a finger down, and they stop on both of his sides. And he looks to your father, and he points to the side. He's like, "Which would you like first, your wife?" And he points to his left. "Or your daughter?" And he points to the right. What do you do?
Oh God. Is is anybody else doing anything?
Your father looks a combination of just shocked, depressed, like he's about to burst into tears, but you also see him just shaking in rage at the moment, but he hasn't taken any moves yet. Now, Lost Sun, you don't get any emotion off of Lost Sun, but Lost Sun is still arrow notched, uh, peering back and forth from the platform with the Naga and the Minotaur, who's a little closer in the center of the room.
I'm gonna yell, "What did you do to them?"
Makes eye contact with you. For the first time, you look into his eyes. He's got these dead red eyes. Smiles at you. He says, "You'll find out soon enough, because I'm going to do the same to you. Now, if you throw down your weapons and stop this ridiculous attempt, we can get this over quickly."
I look between my father and lost son, and they're still doing the same thing.
Your father is seemingly trying to collect himself. He sort of looks to lost son, looks towards the back of the room where that much larger Naga is set up, and looks at you, Ashi. He says, Ashi, when I say so, we're going to move very quickly and you're going to follow me. Understand?
Yes.
He looks at something in the back of the room. You look in the same direction. You can't see what he's exactly looking at. But he sort of looks to Lost Son, nods, and then sprints very quickly, faster than you've ever seen your father move off towards the side of the room, just as Lost Son fires an arrow and begins to move in the opposite direction. Do you follow your father?
Yes.
Okay. Roll athletics for me.
11.
Okay. So you're having a tough time keeping up with your dad, who's much larger, obviously more skilled and faster than you. Um, but you rush off to the left. Um, Behind the room from the entryway that you had come from earlier, you see a battle axe just soar through the air, spinning, crashing into the side of that Naga, as well as a couple arrows. And you see Bariok charging out of there, along with Artikai, um, the much broader Minotaur who had saved your life the other day with Lost Sun. You see Jarrus guy moving out very quickly, firing arrow after arrow at this thing, as well as the female Minotaur as well, who has two long blades drawn and a bow staff at her back as well, and is rushing to engage this thing. Lost Sun himself is taking shots at the larger Minotaur, and your father has darted off around the room, looking like he's trying to get around the Minotaur and get close to the red scaled leader, so to speak. He sort of deftly slips around and moves behind that statue in the area and begins rushing towards that large Naga. He sees you falling behind, and he just says, Ashi, stay safe, don't get close, and rushes towards that creature and begins to attack. What do you do?
When you say it's the one who is in charge, it's the really really big one, or the one that's like up on like the
The one who's
pedestal
up on the platform,
is the one who's in
underneath the
charge.
dome. Pretty clearly. You can assume
Okay.
that he's the one that old woman told you has been experimenting on Naga.
Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure I had that straight. I also want to attack him, but I am staying range, so bow and arrow.
Okay, take a shot.
Oh, natural 20 plus 2.
Nice. Roll damage and double it.
You see, that was a d8. A 6 plus 2 is 12. Or is it plus 2 and then doubled, or?
Yeah, plus 2 and then doubled. So add
All
your
right,
damage bonus and then
so
double your damage.
16 total.
16 total. Okay. So yeah, you find a spot behind one of the statues and you're able to get to one knee and take really careful aim and strike a powerful hit at this Naga. As it didn't expect it, it was looking at your father who's currently rushing him. He takes the hit in the side, looks to you and growls, and it provides your father the advantage that he needed to strike twice quickly at him. He connects twice with his blades, cutting this creature open, who retaliates with some form of spellcast. You see his hand glow this blackish purple, and an energy creep out towards your father, and you hear your father sort of howl in pain and stumble backwards. At the same time, he lifts his other finger again, and those two creatures that he has told you are your mom and your sister begin to rush towards your father. In the back of the room, you can hear the fighting happening very aggressively. That group fighting that larger Naga, trading blow after blow back and forth. Artikai himself is squared up pretty well, uh, sort of deflecting the blade of this thing as it swings back and forth, while the rest of his party is taking shots with arrows and swings with their axes, trying to do as much damage to this creature as they can. Lost Sun moves up alongside of you, fires another arrow at that large Minotaur in the center of the room. Strikes him again pretty well. What would you like to do?
So, mom and sister are running towards father, who is currently been attacked by some spell by
Yeah, he just took
The
some
guy.
damage from the larger red skinned Naga, the leader.
So it looked like he like had to like hold his hand out to like cast the spell thing, or
Yes, it seemed like he raised his hand and cast the spell like that.
my instincts want to shoot him, try and shoot him in the arm or the hand.
You can totally try.
I'm gonna try.
All right. You want to hit him in the hand or the eye?
Hand.
Okay.
Which isn't gonna do much because he's got 4 of them. 4.
Yeah, you fire. You try to take careful aim at his hand, but it's such a small target. It's really hard to hit, and he's still actively moving towards your father. Um, you fire. You miss. It goes off wide. As you do that, this massive axe swings down and smashes the statue that you've been hiding behind, throwing you backwards a bit. As that large minotaur is taking a shot at you. You take 2 damage as you fall back into the chamber further away. And that minotaur sort of places himself between you and your father in the fight going on over there. Lost Son rushes over and he helps you to your feet.
My
Uh,
feet.
yeah, your snake tail helps you to your tail. Yeah.
I was
He gets you up and takes another 2 shots at the Minotaur. Both of them strike and make contact, and he sort of has a one hand on you at the moment, and he's backing up, sort of moving you away from this Minotaur as well. What do you do?
Is there any looking around the room, I'm like, is there anything that could be of any use or help, or
Roll investigation.
because I was not smart with my cantrips, not full. I mean, I had no idea what I was getting into, and I chose really shitty cantrips for this.
It's all good. I mean, there is a lot of water around too on the ground and things like that.
That was the other
Yeah.
thing I was gonna ask. Is there water?
Yep, you had stepped into a pretty large puddle. There's not like a ton of it. There's not
Okay, good.
big
Well, I was
channels of
like,
water, but
when I was like, I forgot I freaking live in the desert, and I was like, why did I choose a
yeah.
water cantrip? Okay. You said perception,
Investigation.
investigation. 4.
You look around. I mean,
And
everything's very
I
chaotic
see
at the moment.
water.
Yeah, everything's very chaotic. It's hard for you to focus. On the ceiling there are very large stalactite, and they're hanging down over everything pretty much. There's a large number of them. Aside from that, there is some dampness to the ground, um, but you're not really sure if you can make any. Is this enough for you to make any effect of it? What would you like to do, young Ashi?
Mm.
You're a good distance away, so you can still use movement if you'd like to. Um,
And I presume all of the would what care what who is what is anyone in here not considered like a medium creature, like, or my mom and sister, are they considered medium still?
yes. Yeah, most
Okay,
creatures are in here are. A couple of the Minotaur are not, and that very large Naga in the back of the room is not.
but like the guy who's like in charge is also considered medium.
Yeah, the very
Okay,
large
good,
end of it, but yeah, he is.
good to know. All right, so and is my dad is still on the ground?
You can't see your father at the moment. He's sort of been obscured by this Minotaur that's gotten in your way.
Oh, great. Is the Minotaur? Who's the Minotaur looking at right now?
You.
Me. Okay, that's great. Can I? What's behind me?
The fight with the very large Naga is going on behind you, with the
Like
rest of the
how far
party.
behind me? Because I kind of want to back away from the Minotaur. I mean, I don't. Am I? I'm not within like. How close am I to the Minotaur?
You're within 30 feet of him. He sort of
Oh,
knocks you backwards, and Lost Sun sort of drags you and picks you up, got you a little bit further away. The rest of the fighting is going on about 80 feet behind you towards the entryway of the chamber.
okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't like within like melee range of
No.
the Minotaur. I am going to shoot an arrow at him again.
The Minotaur?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god. 6.
Yeah, you're still just terrified of just floundering around down here, still trying to find your courage. And you fire the shot, and it arcs wide. He just flicks it away with his axe like it's a mosquito as he begins to lumber towards you. Do you want to use movement or anything like that?
I mean, I guess if he's chasing after me, I'm gonna run away.
Okay. You want to run back, or do you want to run to your right hand side? Do you want to avoid the combat going on in the back, or
Yeah, I want to avoid the I really want to get back up to where my family is, but if the
so you want to try and
Minotaur
get
is in
around
the
him?
yeah, I want to get around him, but like keep
Like circle around
yeah,
him and try to get a better angle at the what's going on in the front.
yes, that.
Okay. Yes, you're able to get around him. You're able to move pretty quickly. He just keeps his eyes locked on you. But you're able to move around and get a view again of what's going on. You see your father being attacked by what you believe to be your mother and your sister. Um, they're very. You can almost see their features underneath this wet tar-like substance that's just swirling around them constantly. But their limbs are very unnatural, and whatever that venomous looking slime is, it sort of warps out and lashes at your father as if attacking him. Uh, it's you can clearly see him avoiding retaliating and just trying to get around and avoid their attacks so he can get closer to that large Naga who is the leader. Uh, as you're moving around, you hear that combat behind you. You're able to take a glance at it, see very quickly Artikai getting knocked and thrown to the side by this creature's weapon, sort of like deftly getting himself back to his feet very quickly as the broader Minotaur who had saved you with the eye patch and Bariok as well get in the way where Artikai was to sort of deflect those attacks with him being knocked away. There's a couple arrows flying off from the side from Jaroskai as well, and the female Minotaur has moved up into the back, and she seems like she's ready to launch some sort of a leaping attack at this thing. The leader himself fires another spell strike at your father, who takes the hit, but it looks like it goes off of his armor, and he's able to shield himself from the damage for the most part. Even though you can still see it scorched a bit, and you can tell it probably hurt. Lost Sun moves to stay close to you, and he fires 2 more arrows at the Minotaur. One of them gets knocked away with the axe again, but the other one strikes sort of low in his chest. And he's taken quite a bit of arrow hits so far, but he's still moving pretty well. He moves up and he takes a swing at Lost Sun, who has sort of put himself between you and the Minotaur. He makes contact with him with the axe, and you see Lost Sun stumble backwards at the damage, um, sort of leaving you a little more open. What would you like to do? That Minotaur is now pretty close to you. It's about 10 feet.
How much more? What kind of damage does a longsword do? First bow and arrow.
It's a
Or
d6.
it's also a d. Or no, man.
Yeah, it's
The
less
arrow does
damage
more
than the bow.
damage. Okay, so would a cantrip count as an action?
Yes. But I'd say if you wanted to, you could fire on your turns at this point. You can fire a cantrip and use your weapon at the same time.
Okay, because I
Like
wanted
on the same turn, I should
to,
say.
yeah, I wanted to shoot another arrow at the Minotaur, but I also wanted to cast Gust at either my mom or sister to try and push them back from my father from attacking him,
Okay.
if that is possible.
Yep. Roll your attack first.
Right. Dex. Oh my, it's a 4.
Yeah, you're struggling so hard, and you're trying to do these combined actions. You fire and you miss, but you do manage to get the gust off. And what's your spell DC?
What is a spell DC? What is
Uh,
spell?
it should be on your character sheet. Your the thing they have to roll against to save against your spell attacks. I forget. You're using the app, right?
Yeah, I don't.
It's
I'm looking
down
for
at the
it.
bottom above your spell list. It'll show your spells.
Oh, that would explain why. Spell is 16.
Perfect. Okay. So you're firing it at the one that looks like resembles your mother more, or the one that resembles your sister more?
Whoever's closer to him.
Okay. That would be the sister. So you fire the spell off, and you catch her by surprise. Um, you see her shriek as the gust hits and pushes her further up the pedestal into the chamber. At that, your father moves around both of them and uses the opening to get close. Takes a couple swings with his blades at the leader, but he's deflected on both attacks. Um, Lawson moves to get between you and the Minotaur again as that Minotaur sort of approaches, looking to attack you specifically. Lawson fires 2 shots with a 19 and a 20.
Damn.
And you see them connect really well with that Minotaur. One of them hits him in the neck, the other one hits him in the belly, and you can see him just howl from the damage and the frustration. As he was going to attack you, he re-angles his swing with this big axe, and he makes a couple swipes at Lost Sun. Lost Sun's able to dodge around the first one, but that second swing as he brings it back connects with his chest, and you see Lost Sun still like taking some damage, trying to cover you at the moment. You still hear the sounds of that battle raging behind you. What do you do?
So you said there is water, like the ground is damp?
Yes.
Would I be it, I don't know if this is feasible. Would I be able to freeze like use because I have shape water? Would I be able to freeze like underneath the Minotaur? I don't know if that would make the it difficult terrain or how that would work.
You want to like freeze the water up underneath him?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'm assuming I don't know how this works. Like I wouldn't be able to
You
like
can.
use it to like maybe like trap his feet. I don't know if that's too much for shape water.
You could try. Is that what you'd like to
Okay.
try?
Yeah, I'm gonna try that.
Okay. Roll intelligence for me.
Intelligence?
Yes.
Oh God. Let's see. How intelligent is Ashi? Where is my intelligence? Aha. Ability modifiers. Not very smart today. 5.
You rolled a 5.
Yeah.
So
Not doing great. I'm good at perception. That's it, apparently.
you focus on the ground and you try to pull up all the memories that you have of this conjuration. Again, it's not something that you're very well trained in yet. It's just something that this druid passing through had been teaching you, and you've not quite mastered it yet. You're able to gather the moisture around the ground and freeze it at his feet, which does cause him to stumble a bit. And you can see he's having difficulty maintaining his footing, but you're not quite able to get it up and freeze him to the ground with it. You try as hard as you can. You put your full thought into it, bringing back your knowledge of the spellcast, but you're not able to pull it off quite as well as you would have liked. You can still take another shot if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna shoot at him again.
The Minotaur or the leader?
want to shoot at the leader.
Okay.
Because I can reach him from here. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to use not the app, and we're going to use Google Dice to see if this likes me anymore. Let's see. Yeah, it likes me more. 16.
Okay. So yeah, you make the connection. Go ahead and roll your d8 for damage.
4, so that's 6.
Okay. Yep. The arrow strikes, and it connects with him, and he looks at you. He's got a very vicious, hateful look, and you see him lift that finger, and the corrupted forms of your mother and your sister turn to look at you, and both begin to rush at you. He then turns and engages your father. In his forearms, he pulls from behind him 4 separate blades. Each one of these blades is like this black steel. Looks very dark and menacing and sturdy and strong. And he makes 4 consecutive attacks at your father. Your father's able to move through and deflect all of them except for the final strike that sort of pushes him back. But your dad retaliates with 2 strikes from his swords as well. The first one's deflected by the leader, but the second one makes contact, so they're sort of trading blows back there. Lost Son looks at you and motions to you to back up. As he backs up and he's firing 2 arrows at the larger Minotaur, who's getting pretty close to you.
I'll back up.
Okay. Both arrows make contact with the Minotaur. Again, one of them strikes him in the leg, one of them in the shoulder. You see there's like blood dripping out of this Minotaur from multiple places where some of these arrow strikes have been making contact with him. He's still up and lumbering though, and he takes a couple swings at Lost Sons with his axe, but Lost Son's able to deftly dodge around and move away from those attacks. Again, that battle's still raging behind you. You can't spare a moment to look right now, but what would you like to do?
So, my mom and sister are after me now.
Yeah, you can see that he's clearly used whatever control he has to redirect them in towards you.
Do they have any weapons? Like, what are they?
Their weapons are that vicious looking, shifting, moving tar that's surrounding their bodies, and that weird neon purple blood like essence that's flowing amongst it and within it. They're using that to like whip, or they were using that to whip at your dad.
Okay.
You're not sure
I'm gonna.
exactly what it is, but you definitely don't want it
Yeah.
to touch you.
No, so I'm gonna pull out my shield.
Okay.
And I want to try and keep them at a distance. I'm gonna try and cast Gust again at whoever is closest.
Okay. It'd be the Minotaur.
Oh, the Minotaur's closer than they are.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. He's because the Minotaur's considered large, right?
This guy is large, yeah.
Yeah, so never mind. I can't cast Gust on him. Okay, so if Minotaur is still the most biggest threat, and he's still technically he's still up though, right?
Yeah, he's still up. He's bleeding pretty bad though. You can see like multiple wounds from the arrow strikes.
Okay, I'm gonna scrap the thing about the shield. I'm gonna fire another arrow at him. I thought that
Okay.
my family was closer.
No problem. Yeah, they're approaching you, but they're still back towards where that leader is. So they
Okay,
just started
yeah,
making their way
no,
towards you.
we're gonna attempt to destroy Mr. Minotaur here. It's that was my dexterity, so 15.
15. Okay, that's a hit.
And then 8 is 5.
Okay. So you strike through again. This one strikes him in his opposite shoulder, and he takes the hit and he stumbles on the frozen ground underneath him. You see him fall to one knee this time, like the damage and the pain is starting to get to him. But he still like howls aggressively and continues to try and make his way towards you, but he doesn't make much progress because of that ice that you'd created. Anything else?
Am I able to also cast Gust along with that?
Sure.
All right, yeah, and I'm gonna cast it at whichever of mom or sister is closest. Just I'm trying
Okay.
to like not actually fight them.
Yep. It would have been your mom. You get the gust off, and she fails to protect herself against it, and it's just shoved further back the way she came. So
Okay, and that's off of my turn.
okay. You hear that rush of combat happening behind you, and you hear some shouting. To your right hand side, you see Artikai rush past you. You see him just leap into the air pretty deftly over top the forms of your corrupted mom and sister, and land to support your father. He rushes in to fight that leader with your dad. Your dad sort of sees what's going on, and he shouts at you. He's like, "Get Ashi out of here! Ashi, leave now!" As he's still trading blows back and forth with the leader.
He was yelling at to get me out. Just me.
Yeah, just you and generally anybody that might assist in that.
In removing me.
Yep. Lost Sun takes 2 shots with his arrows. Another nat 20 for Lost Sun, who's a badass. Makes 2 contacts with the Minotaur, and you see him again just howl in rage at the strikes. He falls from 1 knee to 1 hand this time. He looks like he's pretty weak. What are you gonna do, Ashi?
I am how is this Minotaur like gonna die eventually?
Your mom and your sister are still moving towards you, but they're still roughly 40 feet away from you.
Alright, I am going to fire at the Minotaur again.
Okay.
That is 9 to hit.
9, that's a miss. Still just terrified and trying to maintain yourself, and here your father's asking you to run. You don't want to leave your family down here and your allies, but
No.
it's making you struggle to stay focused in here.
Get grounded
Anything
for
else?
a month. I'm gonna cast Gust again on whichever one is closest of the mom, sister. I guess it'd be sister this time, probably.
Your sister is a little closer, yes. And the saving throw also fails, so gets pushed back a little further, but just slowly, menacingly continues to push forward towards you.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. So you still hear the sounds of the fighting behind you. You hear a pretty large pained howl as that large Naga takes some considerable damage from the group in the back. Looking back, you see that they're pretty tired as well. You can see that they've got signs of taking hits and damage. They're all cut or bleeding in some way. But this Naga, this very large Naga, is still very badly wounded and hurt. He's bleeding in several places. Looks like one of his eyes got damaged in the fight as well. But he's still up and contesting with them. Looking back, you can't tell who's winning. Honestly, they all look like they're pretty beat up. The Minotaur pushes himself up off his hand and begins to slowly move towards you again. He takes a swing at Lost Sun, who he's finally able to reach, and then a second backswing. Lost Sun's able to avoid both this time. Looking at Lost Sun now as well, you see like he's taken some damage from this Minotaur as well. That axe has cut him deep in a couple places, but he's not showing any pain at the moment. He's still just fighting along. Your father and now Artikai are trading blows with the leader in the back, who the leader himself looks like he's pretty able to like deftly avoid their attacks and is casting spells in retaliation back at them. And your mom and your sister creep ever closer to you. What would you like to do?
So the Minotaur's back up.
Yeah, just barely. He's like struggled to his feet. Took another couple attacks at Lost Sun.
I'll shoot at him again.
Okay.
11.
It does not hit. He's able to sort of just like shuffle to the side to avoid the attack. You still see again like he's like barely keeping himself up at this point though. You can still hear your father shouting in the back of the room for you to leave. It's sort of drowned out almost by the sounds of the combat, but you can definitely make it out. Anything else, Ashi?
No.
Okay. You start to feel the frustration as your shots are missing, and you can see the signs of this battle raging all around you. You've never really been in a fight like this before. The most you've done is gone out on a hunt that got kind of tense, maybe, but never anything like this you've never seen before. People are just fighting for their lives all around you. You start to lose yourself in the chaos of it. Your head starts to spin almost as you have to collect yourself. You're not sure if your mother and your sister are alive or dead or what they are in there. Your father is fighting for his life with his friends, and these group of people, these allies of yours that are just friends of your family, are also fighting to protect you all, and it's a lot. It's weighing heavily on you right now. The combat still rages in the back. You can barely bring yourself to look at it at this point to acknowledge who's winning or what's going on. You're still just focused on your mom, your sister approaching you, and the struggle of, do you leave or do you try to get your father out? Like, what are you going to do? Lost Son moves up alongside you, places a hand on your shoulder again, very, very cold. And his face, that golden mask on his face, is completely emotionless, but you get the sense that he's trying to be supportive of you. Just looks at you for a moment before he just stands in front of you again and fires 2 more shots at that Minotaur. This time the Minotaur is able to deflect both of them, though, and make another couple strikes at Lost Son, who gets hit once and takes the hit, sort of shielding you, and is able to avoid the other one. Your mom and your sister are about 15 feet from you now. What would you like to do?
I would like to fire another arrow at this frickin' Minotaur.
Okay,
21.
that's a hit.
6.
Okay, this time with the support of Lost Sun, just that little gesture of sort of pulling you back into the reality of things, you're able to just focus up and get your eyes lasered in on this Minotaur. You peel the arrow back, you take a fire, and it goes straight through the eye of this thing. You hear him howl immediately and drop to the ground on his back.
Does he move? Is he moving or is he like limp on the ground?
Looks like he's limp on the ground. You're not sure if he's dead or not yet. You have to get closer, but he's
But he
down
seems
for the
he's
moment.
down.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I so now that I'm not worried about him now, am I able to get around my mom and sister trying to get to the fight that my dad is in?
Yeah, you can use your movement to try and get around them for sure.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. They continue to just like eyeball you and follow you as you pass around, just cold focused on you. Lost Sun sees you move and tries to grab at you as you move off towards the room, but he's unable to get you and he follows you. You see in the back, Artikai notices you moving up, looks to your dad and sort of just like nods. You see him make some sort of a twisting spin, and he strikes with his club at the leader 2 times. He knocks him back just enough distance for your dad to sort of disengage and rush over to you. At the same time, the larger, broader Minotaur, the one that had saved you, um, rushes up, having left the battle with the other Naga. You're not sure what's going on back there, but he rushes up to meet your father as well. Uh, they both look to your mother and your sister lumbering over. Uh, your father looks to the Minotaur. Spachaka, what do we do? The Minotaur, who we call Pachaka, looks to all of you. He looks to your father especially. He says, "You know what this is. We can't let it escape here." Your father sort of looks at him, and you can see him like tearing up at this point. But he nods. He gives a whistle to Artikai, who's still locked in a fight with this leader, but like nods. He looks to you as Ashi. We're all gonna get out of here, okay? It's time to go.
But what about mom,
Sorry,
sister?
you cut out just a little bit.
Say, what about mom and Erjaish? Is how do you pronounce her name?
Ajay.
Ajay.
He at this point you can see like the tears in his eyes. Like they're gone. I'm sorry. We'll talk about it after. But what this is a great evil. It's something our people buried a long time ago and should never have been found. We cannot allow it to get back into the world. You understand?
Like, no, there has to be something we can do. We can't leave them here.
I need you to be brave, Ashi. This is something we have to do. We can try and come up with something later. Maybe we can come back and do something about this. But for now, we have to seal it down here and keep it from ever leaving. I need you to trust me, okay? I need you to go with Pachaka and Lawson. I need you to move for the exit. Me and Artikai will be right behind you.
Okay.
Pachaka nods at you and he nods to your father and begins to move off towards the back of the room, where you see the rest of the group is just like finishing off that large naga. You see the female minotaur with a very massive broadsword just like shoved into the back of this thing's neck, and she's just climbing off of it as it's like bleeding out dead on the ground. Do you follow along with Pachaka?
Reluctantly, yes. I want to look behind to see what's happening as I'm running out with him.
Okay. As you're running out, you see your father moving towards the fight with Artikai and the leader. Your mother and sister are still like focused on you and slowly lumbering in your direction. The leader himself is just trading blows back and forth with Artikai. He sort of like pushes off, and you see Artikai get a bit of a distance behind him as he avoids a couple of the attacks, and meets up with your father. You keep moving, keep following Pachaka.
What is my father doing? He's still fighting.
He's it seems like he's trying to collect Artikai and get them both away from that leader so they can escape.
Okay, if they actually seem like they're like trying to like come leave as well, yes, I will
Okay.
run.
Yeah, as you sort of like turn around to focus on them too, you feel like Pachaka's big hand just grab your shoulder and yank you uh, away. So he looks at you. He's like, "Focus. We have to get out of here. Your father will be not far behind."
Okay.
You rush
I'll
around.
go.
You rush around the corner towards that hallway that you came in with that big spiral staircase. Uh, you as you enter the hallway and lose sight of the chamber, you do see your father throw one of his blades at that leader, and him and Artikai begin rushing away from him. You still see that visage of your mom and your sister like still slowly coming after you as well. The weird tar like flesh around them like reaching out towards you almost as they approach. But you turn back around, you keep heading down the hallway. You make it to the staircase. The rest of the group begins moving up. Pachaka steps to the foot of the stairs. Lawson sort of like sits there with a bow like at the ready. He motions to you. He's like, "Ashi, come on, go."
Oh, I will go.
Okay. As you're moving up the staircase, you do see your father and Artikai around the corner, and you hear like shouting behind them, so you know that leader is not far behind. You also see that like tar-like substance whip out from your mom and your sister towards them. But they make it into the hallway, and they're sort of like they're on their way moving up the stairs.
Yes, as long as they're not like, as long as they're actively moving and they're not like, yeah.
Mm. So you reach the top of the stairs. You run up the spiral. It's a long run. You're exhausted at this point, but you're being pushed by just pure adrenaline. Pachaka's behind you at this point, and Lost Sun is moving backwards up along the staircase, pointing down with his arrow. You reach the top of the staircase. Pachaka sort of like shoves you just a bit to get you away from the edge. Gets his weapons ready. Lost Sun is up there with you. Jurassic, Bariok, and the female Minotaur are up there as well. Sort of like weapons at the ready, just waiting for whatever might happen. Looking
I
down
too
into
would like to have my weapon at the ready.
looking down into that pit, you see Artikai has started making his way up the stairs. You see your father about to get on the stairs, but that tar-like flesh whips out at him. First, it grabs him at the ankle, and then another one from the opposite side grabs him at the wrist and begins to yank him backwards. What do you do?
Who was on the stairs?
Artikai is moving up the stairs, and he sort of like just looks back and spots this happening to your dad, and he seems like he's going to react somehow.
I want to cast do so who which one actually has him, or do both of them?
It looks like both of them. You can't see their forms, just like that substance reaching out from the darkness of that hallway down below.
Are they too far away for me to cast Gust?
Um,
I did worry that
yeah,
wouldn't work well.
it would not have any effect on them at the range that they're at.
Okay. I want to move to help.
Okay. You try to go down the stairs.
Yeah.
Pachaka reaches out and just grabs you by the shoulder and tries to haul you back. Roll strength if you want to like try to pull away from him.
Yeah. Try and pull away. Let's see. 10.
Yeah, you try, but you're too small. He's so much larger than
Little
you. He grabs you and
small
he
teenage snake.
he yanks you back as you're struggling trying to get away from him. Lost Sun steps in front of you as well and just like kneels down and like reaches his arms out towards you, tries to give you a hug, hold you in place as well. You look down into the pit further. Uh, you see Artikai leap off of the staircase and make a couple quick strikes into the darkness of those things that are grasped onto your father. You see them back into the circular area. They don't move up the staircase. It seems like they're both squared up, ready to fight something that's approaching them. You see the forms of your mother and your sister down there, and you see the form of that leader sort of lumber in. Uh, Artikai puts a hand on your father's shoulder and he looks at him. You can see the sort of a somber look. Your father looks up at you. You can see he's like tearing up at the moment. But he smiles at you. He looks to Pachaka and then to Lost Sun, and he nods at them both. Pachaka's still just like struggling to hold on to you, with Lost Sun sort of giving you this hug. Um, Artikai moves away. He backs further in, and he presses his fist into the ground at the foot of the staircase, and you feel the ground begin to shake very heavily. And the entire structure of this pit starts to collapse. He's casting some sort of an earthquake spell. The last thing you see is your father rushing into that tunnel, trying to get between your mother and your sister and a strike out at that leader as everything just collapses. The stone falls in, the pit collapses. Pachaka pulls you away, yanks you away. Lost Sun still holding on to you as everything just caves in below. Ashi, what do you do?
I'm probably tearing up, freaking out, trying to break out of my hold.
Pachaka does let you go, and Lost Sun as well releases you.
So what does the ground look like currently? Like after it all collapses?
There's an indentation in the ground, and you see the rough soil and the rock from the ground around it has sort of collapsed into it. But just going up there and reaching onto it, it just seems like solid stone, collapsed and crushed. You can't see anything below. You can't hear anything below.
It's kind of figurative, or I guess falls to knees and just sit there trying to take in what just happened.
After a moment, the rest of the band starts. They move up around you. The female minotaur moves and sits down. Bariak as well. Jarruskai sort of coils himself up close to you, and Lost Sun sits behind you as well. Pachaka puts one of his big hands on your shoulder. He's like, "Come, we'll be taking care of you now."
Is there any chance they survive that?
Yeah, if anybody can survive it, it's Artikai and your father, but you have to understand that what was down there is so evil. They can't allow it to escape, so we cannot try to retrieve them. It's something we knew before we came here. We knew it was a possibility, but we hoped your mother and your sister were not turned. What I would like to do is try to find your brother. I didn't see him down there. Can you help us?
Yes. I'm gonna perk up at the thought that my brother might still be out there.
He
I
lifts you
will
up,
get
and
up.
he lifts you up as well. Helps you get up. Um, pats your back. They all sort of gather around you. He looks at you. He says, "Well, you're a part of our tribe now, Ashi. Let's go find your brother." The group all nod at you. They all seem pretty somber as well for having lost Artikai, who's essentially their leader.
Mm-hmm.
But they move back off towards Scophos with you in tow. And we will end your one shot there.
Okay.
Which went
Dang it! How dare
long.
you?
Longer than I expected, but very
Not
good.
longer expected to.
Yeah. How do you feel?
Like tearing up slightly. Congrats. That is difficult to do. Oh,
Yeah,
poor Ashi.
that was a hard one for me too.
It was. That was really good though.
So you feel a little better about Ashi, a little
Yes.
more natural in Ashi's skin,
Yes. Yeah, and I think that helped a lot.
in an unfortunate way, I guess.
Yeah. Nothing like tragedy to push things along.
Was so fucked up, Bird.
I was waiting for you to come back.
I'm sorry.
Like, we're gonna do fun one shots as
I'm
opposed to kill
sorry.
his entire family.
I'm so sorry.
Sue's Bird's like, your mother and sister are going. I'm like, we ain't seeing them again
Yeah.
alive.
We're gonna. It's like, okay, I hope you don't mind that I made you a family, and then immediately take them away.
Well, they may not be dead.
They may not be. There is a brother supposedly out there somewhere, maybe.
There's a little bit of hope.
Well,
Messed up.
also, yeah, maybe there's chances.
Yeah.
Messed up bird.
And I mean, Ashi's got a new tribe to grow and explore with now.
Yeah,
So
that suits him very well.
and I'm going to pass that to you, so you have all the characters now. You can write and decide whatever you want for your future and what leads you with them to Setessa, where inevitably you're going to interact with Miaces and that one shot.
Okay.
So yeah, that one we're gonna do next week for sure. Which I don't know. It's like it's almost 11, so it's up to you, Glassy. If you like want to go possibly up to a couple more hours to do Lazuli's, we can.
Yeah, I'd be down. My travel plans got canceled because the weather thing saying travel is impossible to life-threatening. Please don't do it.
Yeah. You know, that's a
Terrible
good
reason.
reason to not travel.
Yeah, no, that's bad. How much have you gotten any snow there yet?
So the snow isn't the problem, it's the cold and the wind.
Okay.
There's a little, so it snowed for like most of yesterday was like the bad day for it, but because of how cold it is, it's all very like light and fluffy and it's not compacting down the way it normally would. And so with the like blizzard level winds coming in, it's just whipping it everywhere. So driving's not ideal for being able to see. And then with like the -30 wind chill temperatures, if you get stranded, you'll die.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't please don't do that. Don't die.
So I can sleep in tomorrow.
All right, so let's do another one.
All
Let's
right.
get through Lazuli.
Remember when you said maybe we can do 4?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I sure
Uh-huh.
remember saying that, and I don't know why I keep saying things like that. I don't.
I was thinking like 2, maybe 3.
I don't.
Like
Yeah. I don't know why I hold out hope at this point, but I need to stop. But I mean, that was worth it. That was a really good one. I'm glad
Yeah, no, that was
It
very
was
good.
a really, really good
I'm
one.
glad we got through it. And I'm so sorry. It was difficult, but I feel like it needed to be done for the character and for development of the story of Ashi.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I think that like fits him very, very well.
Hell yeah. And now you get a little bit more idea of like Scophos and the origin, and gives you a little bit a better of idea of your own species in Theros and Minotaur and some of the other creatures that you would have experienced in your youth.
Yes. Yeah, that gives me ideas.
And if you have any questions about any of it that you need more info on or clarification or more info on the characters themselves, just go ahead and DM me, or we can get into voice at some point too and discuss it. And yeah, just think about the time between now, the years between, which I'd say it's going to be about. You're 16 now, so it's going to be 5 years between when you arrive at Setessa, because you said you wanted to be like in your early 20s, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think in current story, Ashi would be somewhere in his 30s.
Okay. Yep. So I mean, in that time, you don't find your brother yet, but that is still something that's going to be like at the forefront of your character's mind. Is is your brother still alive? Is he out there? And there's always I think the connection's going to always be there of you like listening and hoping and looking for information about not just your father and Artikai or any sign of them, but what that all could have been.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say any interactions that you would have had following that with Pachaka or any of the other members of your party, your new party, they're very hesitant to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They just tell you that it's an old evil. It's related to the history of the Naga and their relationship with Farika, and they don't know anything else.
Okay. That would be a good yeah, no, I've got multiple reasons why Ashi would end up leaving his hometown. And that could be one of them.
Yeah,
Relieving Scophos.
you'll definitely have left with them on whatever journeys you seek, and that can be absolutely your choice.
Yeah.
Cool. Any other questions?
No, not right now. I will though.
Okay. So Glassy,
Yep.
Did you choose your 2 cantrips?
How old? What or
Um,
like what kind of
you're
is
about
this before joining? Is this after joining?
so you are just now in training. You have a
Okay.
handler, and we're gonna introduce all of that shortly. Um, but you've just begun your training. You are not Lazuli. Your code name is Gladius at the moment. It's a name that was given to you uh, with the current sect of the 13th man that you're working with. Um, at this point, you don't know very much about the organization. They've recruited you, so sort of on the streets of Militus, as a younger person having escaped the way that you did from the temples of Karanas.
Yes.
You've learned to handle yourself on the street. You've gone at this point by like multiple names, multiple identities, whatever you can come up with. If you feel like you've gotten a little too at risk, you change your name, you change everything you can about you, and it's just something that you've learned and you've picked up along the way. And it attracted the attention of individuals within the 13th Man who then sought you out to recruit and train you. Uh, what you've learned so far is that it's a pretty broad network. You'd heard rumors and mysterious rumblings about this organization before, but you kind of didn't believe it was real until they had approached you and started with this. You've been training with them for about a year. You're about 19 now. They gave you the name Gladius. You have several other individuals that you actively train with. I'm going to give you images of each one at a time. So first, your handler is named Scythe. He has this mysterious little cat that appears with him at all times, but it sort of appears and disappears. It's very strange. He's a half-orc man. He goes by the code name Scythe, and he has a code name for the cat. It is Cutlass, and that's your handler and trainer.
All right.
You've so far met a couple other individuals in Militus that are a part of this network that perform simply training. They don't interact with anybody else in the organization. They don't do any of the recruiting themselves. They just are recruited students to them that are then handed off, given code names, which in this sect are all names of various bladed weapons. And then you're attached to that handler for the duration. You live in what is essentially like a small bunkhouse of sorts.
Yeah.
And you were given some basic combat training so far. It's still something that's ongoing. You've also been given training in assassination, in espionage, how to sneak, how to spy. You're about 6 months to 8 months into this training now, and you're learning things. You're figuring things out. You've learned very quickly, advanced very quickly. Your fellow students, I'm going to give you their images. You don't see them very often. Everybody is sort of going on their own route through training. You don't train as groups. You train one-on-one. You just sort of are housed together at the moment. The first we're going to talk about is Shiv. Very quiet and mellow by nature. You haven't talked very much. Um, she doesn't look very impressive from the outside, but you've seen her fight. She's very very quiet and stealthy when she fights. You can barely hear her move, and she moves very slow and swiftly. It's like a dangerous combat style. Another one of your students is a little older. She's in her 20s, and her name is Stiletto.
I
She
love her.
keeps her face covered at almost all times. She's a hand-to-hand fighter. She doesn't use weapons at all. You've never seen her pull a blade, use a bow, anything like that. Everything that she does is completely hand-to-hand. She's usually a little more grumpy, a little more aggressive in her mannerisms and her actions. Mannerisms. There's an M before that. And you sort of steer clear of her because she's just like kind of a scary person. Another is named Saber, who's some sort of a Gorgon crossed with another species, and you're not sure exactly what it is. Saber, you're not sure how old she is. The rumors are that she's pretty young. Her species just matures kind of quickly. People say that she's only 12 or 13 years old, but she's very frightening. She is very adept in the art of poisons, things of that nature. And she's a very, very expert fencer and swordsman.
Scythe, Shiv, Stiletto, and
Saber.
Saber. And then Gladius.
You are Gladius, yes.
I'm
There's
feeling a little left out of the pattern.
how so?
They all start with S.
Oh, fair enough. Well, there's another one. So there's actually a couple more that I have to go over. So one of the individuals that you had been instructed by is named Tomahawk, sort of an older guy. God, what the fucking GIF is? I don't understand why they say it like this. Hold on a second. So what you know of him is he's a pretty gruff guy, and he deals in thrown weapons, thrown blades. It's like his absolute expertise, and it's something that he's been training you in specifically. He's also really, really good at like stealth and espionage and that kind of thing, and he's known to be some former member of the organization. Um, you're not sure at what level. You're kind of taught not to ask a lot of questions, so you mostly avoid that kind of thing. Here's the image, but he seems like a pretty open guy. He's easy to talk to. He's friendly, makes jokes, that kind of thing. Very not serious sort of a dude. And there's one more, a very young Goliath named Kopesh, who fights with a bow staff. The one who's the most talkative, you've had pretty decent amount of conversations with Kopesh, and uh, while she refuses to speak about her history or anything in her past, she likes to talk about the training and the things that she's learned and her ideals and feelings about the city and the goings on in Militus, and the politics of it all, which is something you're kind of new to. You never really experienced the politics of the city at the levels that you operated. You were mostly just stealing and surviving as best you could. Any questions about the state of things, your characters, your handler?
No, I think that's good. My only question for things I have going into this is how do you want to deal with race trait spells?
Um,
Just there?
yeah, you can have them.
Okay.
Just things that you've picked up as you've grown up. You're old enough to have all that.
Okay.
And just 2 cantrips I need.
Yeah. Do I take 1 combat? We'll see how this goes. So yeah, we'll do Shocking Grasp.
Okay.
And Mage Hand.
Okay. You also have 2 hand crossbows.
Okay.
1 dagger, and you also have a short sword. It's up to you if you want to carry it with you or not, or any of these weapons. Honestly.
Dagger for sure, because that's easily stashed away.
Okay.
Probably go with the crossbows.
Okay. So just leaving the short sword behind.
I mean, is it unreasonable to have all of it?
No, everybody around the city of Meletis is pretty well armed.
Okay.
While it's a very like politically aligned city, they do still have a very sort of ferocious military. They don't have like the number and power and skill and strength as the like Akrasi do, and they're not as well fortified or deft as the Cetessan military, but they're very intelligent. They see themselves as very strategic and intelligent, and they use that to their advantage. That's sort of the mainstay of the military in Meletis. But the population themselves, they carry weapons about. It's not unnatural to see somebody like armed to the teeth moving through the city, be it a mercenary or somebody coming in for combat training or anything of this sort. There's a lot of that.
Yeah, we'll keep the short sword.
Okay. Anything else you want to go over before we begin?
I think that's good.
Okay. So at the moment, we're going to start in a dueling square.
Oh.
You don't have, so you still have your one hand crossbow tucked away on you somewhere, and you're currently wielding this short sword, and you're locked in a duel with your handler, Scythe. You've been in this duel for a few minutes now. You're holding your own. You feel pretty confident. Scythe, he takes a swing at you with a large blade. Very well designed short sword that he keeps with him at all times. He swings at you and you avoid the attack. But from the opposite side, you hear just sort of like a meowing shriek as his cat comes lunging at you from the opposite direction, and you feel a scratch on your face as it connects pretty well. It does 2 points of damage to you.
Right.
You can retaliate. What would you like to do?
Yeah, first I'll curse that I missed the cat, and try to shocking grasp him.
Okay. And what's your?
That is a melee spell attack. There's no save. Okay. With a whole. Oh wait, I guess my bonus is still pretty significant.
He's wearing leather armor, so you don't get any bonuses for.
No, sorry, I just meant the spell attack bonus.
Hmm?
15.
15. Okay, that's a hit.
All right. So that is a 1d8. 2, but he can't take reactions.
Okay. Anything else?
Try to move without it provoking. Well, I guess never mind, because no reaction. I want to move so that I have both him and the cat in my line of vision.
Okay. As you move, he can't react to you. He's still responding to the shocking grasp. The cat does take a swipe at you from down below, but you're able to avoid it. Sort of recovering from the shock of the attack, he does swing back towards you and make 2 attacks with his short sword. One of them is like a slap with the blunt edge of the blade on your shoulder. The other one seems like he was really trying to cut your head off. It barely misses. Cutlass again dives from the side and gives you a slash in your leg that makes contact. You take 3 damage from the entirety of it.
All right.
Your turn.
Retaliate with the short sword. What's my bonus for that?
+2.
The whole 9.
It's a miss. So you swing through, you retaliate. This time he avoids it, and he's able to respond. He moves to attack you, and you move to sort of deflect the attack. As that happens, Cutlass gives you another slash at your ankle, which distracts you.
Fucking cat.
And Scythe uses the advantage to come in and slap you again, the blunt end of the blade. This time, like right in the side of your cheek, and you can feel yourself redden up at the slap of the metal on your face. It sort of smirks at you and steps aside just a bit. What would you like to do?
Try again with the short sword.
Okay.
13.
That's a miss.
Yep.
So take the swing, and he pretty effortlessly deflects the hit back. The force of the deflection pushes you back a little bit. You lose sight of Cutlass for a moment, but you see him you see Scythe get down and angle down, and you see Cutlass leap off of his back and make a quick slash at your face. It catches you right across the nose. You take 2 damage from the attack from Cutlass, who latches onto you for a second before pushing off. And Scythe takes another swing with his blade. Again, makes a slap of a contact with your stomach, this time on the blunt end, and you take a total of 4 damage.
All right. Do I have any of the abilities that you talked about? Like, would I be able to do analysis?
You can do analysis at disadvantage because it's still not something you are very astute at.
Okay, sure. Let's try that.
Okay.
Insight. Oh man, why'd it gotta? One of them was a nat 20. The other one was a 12, but I have a +6, so 18.
18. And so you step back for a moment. You try to gather yourself, gather your senses, take into account all of your training, trying to remember the things that he's taught you so far. You check the battlefield out everywhere. This time you get a good idea of Cutlass. You can see Cutlass moving around to make another sort of distracting attack from your side, probably at your ankle or your leg. The movement that you see from Scythe indicates that once Cutlass attacks, he's going to make another sort of slap attack, not straight on this time, but off to the opposite side.
Okay. And then I guess I don't really actually know how I can act on that information.
So you know it's coming. So now you can act in retaliation of those 2 things. So you can place yourself so you can respond better. You can use your actions to throw them off and cut them off, basically. Get ahead of them.
Okay. If I can, I want to try and watch for Cutlass jumping, and I want to sidestep as it's leaping, and then try to block or retaliate against Scythe.
Okay. So give me 2 acrobatics rolls, and you can have advantage on both.
Oh, okay. Well, fat lot of good. The first one does 9.
Okay.
And the second one is 19 or 18.
Okay. So you try to take advantage of the situation. Cutlass is really fast and moves in and throws you off a little bit, but you're able to avoid the attack. Sort of seeing it coming, and you're able to spin around and get yourself in a really good position where you can take an advantaged attack retaliation against Scythe, who didn't pick up your analysis of the situation and has sort of thrown himself off balance in an attack that you predicted.
Okay. 19.
That's it. Roll some damage.
What's short sword?
D6. And add 2 for this.
6.
Okay. So you connect with him this time. It impacts the armor, and he laughs a little bit. Sort of looks at you. He's like, "I guess you've learned something." This time makes an attempt to shoulder check you now, as you get a little closer. Make a strength saving throw.
I'm very good at those. Oh, actually kind of am. 15.
Okay. So he checks right into you. You take 1 point of damage from the check. You stumble back a bit, but you're able to maintain your footing. Cutlass swings in for another slash, though, across your leg. Again, catches you and does 2 damage with the cut. You're getting covered in cat stretches at this point.
I really am. little frustrated. This shit hurts like a bunch of paper cuts.
You hear a laugh from behind you as you look back. You see Saber sort of just leaned against the wall, laughing at your misfortunes.
So this is a personal thing. Is it mean to attack the cat?
No, this cat's been kicking the shit out of you.
Okay, I want to shock and grasp the cat.
Okay. As your cats all stare at you hatefully.
Uh, 17.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
All right. 3 damage, no reactions.
Okay. You hear a hiss from Cutlass as it takes the damage and stumbles backwards. You see its nails extend a little bit further and it bars its teeth at you.
God.
Anything else? Gladius?
I mean, I kind of want to just like brace myself for whatever attack he's about to do.
Okay. Give me acrobatics. Give me an acrobatics roll.
13.
Okay. He takes 2 swings at you this time. The first one, the first one misses. The second one was a nat 20. So you feel pretty confident in yourself. You're able to just like kind of back check yourself in a really like nimble dodge, and you feel really good about it. But he sort of predicts exactly what you're gonna do, comes around in a spin, and catches you with the blunt end of the blade right in your ass, super hard, and sends you stumbling forward into the raging face of Cutlass, who you just mildly electrocuted. Cutlass hops up from underneath you, gives you a quick slash, like right up the center of your chest and up your neck.
Oh my God.
You take 8 damage. Scythe angles it, and he sort of like puts his blade up to your neck and looks at you. He's like, "Do you yield?"
I yield.
uh,
Fucking cat.
Cutlass immediately like chills out and like moves and rubs himself against your leg. You hear purring as his back arcs a bit, and he runs back over to Scythe, who laughs and he sheathes his blade. He's like, "Oh, you're getting a little better, I suppose."
Must be nice having a companion to work off of.
Oh, Cutlass is as much a part of me as my own heart.
He's good.
You see Cutlass sort of run towards Scythe. He disappears, and just a little sort of poof of smoke almost dissolves out of thin air and then reappears on Scythe's shoulder. He begins just sort of giving him little scritches as this strange cat just purrs along with him. He looks at you. He's like, "All right, well, clean up the scratches. Sure, they'll heal in 2-3 days. Meet me inside. We have things to discuss."
All right.
Saber,
I'll,
who's sort of like giggling in the corner over there, he gives her a little shove as he enters inside. "You too. We all have something to discuss," and keeps moving inside.
Can I do an invisible mage hand to flick him in the forehead?
Scythe?
Or her? No,
Saber?
sorry, Saber.
Yeah.
Saber. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. You send it over, and she's just turning to enter as she takes the flick, and her head backs up just a little bit as she takes the flick to the forehead, and she narrows her eyes and glares at you. And it's
I
like,
grin.
you want another duel right now?
We have something to discuss.
Later then. And she
Later.
looks in your direction, just scowls, and then moves down the stairs to enter into the small structure that you all sort of call home.
All right. Yeah. Enter. Find whatever little wash thing or sink and something. Wipe off some of the cat scratches.
Yep. You go inside. There's plenty of like gauze and cotton and alcohol and medical things in here to clean yourself up. This is a pretty commonplace situation for all the training that you've been through. You've had bumps and bruises and cuts and wounds, and it's just another day in the sort of training that you've been experiencing. You're able to clean yourself up very well. Bandage up the couple of the little cuts that seem like they're a little worse for wear, but otherwise you just clean up the wounds and allow them to heal on their own.
Okay. Yeah.
moving back out into the main area, you move past the very small room that's just filled with bunk beds where you and the fellow students sleep. There's 12 beds in there. They're obviously not all filled currently. There's only a few of you training. You've always gotten the idea that maybe they used to bring in more people, or they used to train more, and it's for some reason it's slowed down, or they just haven't been able to fill this up as much as they'd like to. But you still don't know enough about the organization to really get any idea of what it was like or what it's expected to be like. But it is the first place that you found that actually feels like home, feels like family in a very, very, very long time. And they've taken you in very quickly, trained you very well, and it's given you like a pretty good hope and a very good outlook for your future and your expectations of what you might become within this group.
Yes, 100%. Also, I don't think it would be in a very long time. I think it would literally be the first time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So you move into the area. You see Scythe sort of sitting back in a pretty big chair at the head of a larger table. And this is an area that you've all sort of sat down and had discussions and meetings and talks. He's given you guys a couple mock-up assignments. Some of the assignments that you've been given have been to just go out. He'll tell you an object. He'll describe an object to you. Tell you it's somewhere in a general location and send you out there to track it down. You'll have to use your skills and abilities to do so and locate the object, steal it, and bring it to him. Another type of assignment he's had to you is to track and follow somebody. He'll give you very vague details about an identity, expect you to be able to find the right person, track them, follow them for sometimes days at a time, build out maps of their movements, where they go, who they speak to, uh, if they've got secrets, things that you find, anything they're doing in the shadows, the darkness, and that they don't want people to find out. Every single bit of information that you can acquire on this individual, and then return to him and present the information. You've had situations where you found the wrong person, where you thought you had the right one, and you spent days and days and days acquiring all this information, but it just wasn't the right person. Um, Other times, you've learned and grown, and you've been able to track the right people and get the right information and do better. Um, he's had you go out and basically set up mock assassinations. He'll give you a target. He'll have you get in position, prepare yourself, make sure you're undiscovered, and just lead up to the point where you would have made the kill without actually undergoing any assassinations or the like. Things like that. He'll have you posted up in rooftops and towers sometimes. He'll give you varieties of identities to mask yourself as and conceal yourself as. He's taught you to change your voice in multiple ways, very quickly and very easily and very adeptly change it based on other voices that you can hear in the area, things like that. You can mimic people pretty well now. But you're still learning. Stealth is still something that you struggle with, and you're finding yourself better and better as you continue your training. And the combat is something that you struggle with the most of all, and it's what he's been focusing on your training primarily. But you've been doing this for a long time, and you know some of the other students who have been here a little longer, like Saber, are likely already taking on more difficult assignments. Saber herself doesn't ever talk about any of these assignments. You guys aren't really supposed to share the information between each other. Some of them still do. Kopesh, especially, talks a lot about the assignments that she's been on. She's been a student just maybe a couple months longer than you, so you guys are around the same tier of knowledge and education so far.
Okay.
Shiv and Stiletto themselves. Stiletto is absolutely been on assignments. You've seen her come back with blood on her clothing at times. Never looks very shaken at all. You're not sure if just by her personality and her mannerisms, you're not sure if she just got into a random fight because somebody pissed her off, or if it was involving whatever assignments that she's been given. But it's enough to sort of excite you a little bit and also put you on edge. Shiv herself is very, very quiet and meek, and she's sort of grown more into that. And you get the idea that it's something that Scythe sort of supports. You get the idea that her general mentality and her attitude is very suited for this kind of work. She's very unassuming, and she's very quiet, and people just don't pay attention to her. You often find yourself losing track of her in the room sometimes, just because she's so not there, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
But you move through. Everybody is seated. Kopesh, Shiv, Stiletto, and Saber and Scythe, they're all seated. You don't see Tomahawk in the room at the moment. Do you move and sit down with the group?
Yeah.
Okay. As you move in and sit down, Scythe sort of smiles at you. It's like, cleaned yourself up, I see. How's your pride?
It'll heal.
I'll have to hit you a little harder next time then. He moves up to the table. He first looks to Stiletto. He's like, you did good on your last assignment. I have this packet for you, and he hands a small folder to Stiletto. He looks to Shiv. He's like, Shiv, I'd like you to take part in what we discussed earlier. She nods. She stands up and sort of just looks at everybody and smiles for a moment before tucking back into herself and leaving the room. He looks to Saber and he looks to you. He's like, so the two of you, do you think, this is something that I don't ever really do, but I'd like you to take on an assignment together. You think you can handle that?
Yes, but why?
Saber sort of scowls. Like, I'd rather not, but what is this about? It's like, I'll tell you in a moment. Kopesh, this is for you. He hands her another folder as well. It's like, we need to discuss things after we're done here. She looks a little nervous, but she nods and also steps away and out of the room. Stiletto takes her folder, sort of taking the hint as well, and moves out of the room. Scythe sits down on the opposite end of the table from the two of you. He says, okay, so every now and then, though most of your work and your operation will be separate of each other, the organization may require you to work together. At times, you will be forced to work with individuals you don't know. At times, you'll be forced to work with individuals that you don't like. But due to the nature of what we do, the often sensitive and sometimes very important details, you will have to be able to put aside your differences and get through these assignments and operations with absolute skill. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the two of you are, I know you don't exactly dislike each other, but you contest with each other. Now you're going to have to put that aside and you're going to have to work together. And this assignment is not just for your training, this is an actual assignment handed down from the organization above.
Why is it being given to us?
I don't ask those kinds of questions. I'd expect you not to ask those kinds of questions as well. I receive orders and I carry out my objectives. That's your goal as well within this organization. You understand?
Yes.
Saber nods, doesn't say anything. So, I know neither of you have ever killed for us before, but I'm sure you have in your past. There's a man who's a great danger to this city. His name is Ventus Magdalonicus. It's a name that you recognize. It's a more prominent member of the city. Somebody who's taken part in many political movements and things of that nature. Very unfriendly person, from what you understand. Has the support of a lot of the more militant people in the city. From what you understand about him, he's not very friendly to Leonin. He does not like Leonin especially, and he's, even though there aren't many Leonin that venture into Militus because of the history of the polis and their nation, after the ousting of the previous tyrant ruler, he had used Leonin for his military force. Most believe that they were just forced and enslaved into this role, but because of what they were and how aggressive they'd become and what he turned them into, it was decided at that time that the Leonin be driven out and expelled from the city of Meletis. Something that they've never really forgiven the city for. Most Leonin won't trade with Meletis if they find out that you're from Meletis. They won't speak to you. They won't talk to you. They'll generally cast you in an immediate hatred. But there are some who have been able to sort of look past this and make their way into the city, and they are welcomed into the city. Meletis at this point has sort of moved beyond that and would like to have a stronger relationship with the Leonin. They just have not been able to forge that. But the groups of them that do enter the city that cast that forgiveness and are able to grow a little bit and move past it, Ventus hates them. He's not a fan of them, and he's always been pushing to instruct and institute new bans on Leonin to keep them from both entering the city and to sort of get them out. He believes that they're problems, that they're violent, they can't be trusted, and so forth. Aside from that, he's seen as a very, at least in your perspective, as a very untrustworthy individual. He sort of has a dark look about him, and I give you an image of him as well because you would have seen him in the past. And his full name. So you've seen him about the city multiple times, usually giving speeches at the stairs of a Senate hall or something along those lines. It's believed that he's pretty close with members of the 12. He's never been on the council himself, but you know that you've seen him speaking with them prominently and before, and he's at least keeps a close relationship with many of them. Any questions about Ventus?
No.
Okay. So Scythe stands up for a moment. Cutlass hops out from the corner that he was sitting and hops up onto the table. As he steps over the table, this sort of magical essence permeates the table and produces some images, I should say. One of them is the face of Ventus. A few other faces appear as well. There's another man, his brother, Venton Dolonicus. Same last name.
Okay.
He's seen as sort of a rowdy individual. You know that he's a member of the peacekeeping force within the city, but he's also made a lot of waves in that he carries out his actions maybe a little too violently. Another very strange looking face that looks like it's been sewn together, the flesh mutilated in a way, of an individual that you've seen before that's likely some sort of guard or protector for Ventus. You've seen him trailing behind multiple times that you've seen Ventus, you've seen this person. And also a younger face that somewhat resembles his father. You know, he has a son named Pharoah. His face also appears on the table. Sort of this bluish white light that is connected in some way to Cutlass. Some sort of illusionary magic that Scythe is channeling through his cat. He points to each face. He points first to Ventus. This man, one or the both of you is going to kill. He points to Venton, the brother. This man, avoid at all costs, but if he gets in your way, or you feel you need to complete your objective, you are to kill him as well. He points to the more mutilated face of Narak. So this man is named Narak. He's sort of an unknown to us, and within our organization, that's trouble. Very trouble. We don't know very much about him, but we know he stays with Ventus at almost all times. We believe he's not just a fearsome fighter, but a spellcaster as well, though we have unfortunately not seen him in combat enough to make judge of exactly how skilled he is. And he points to the sun. This is Pharaoh. You are to befriend Pharaoh, gain his trust, have him gain you entry into their villa, and use the advantage to get close to Ventus and make your strike.
Seems straightforward enough.
You can choose whatever identities you like. You can work together. You can work separately as long as you complete the goal together. I don't mind. One of you can kill him. Both of you can kill him. Anybody else in that family that goes down as collateral damage, they are dangerous people. They are doing very dangerous, violent things, and that's all that I've been told. I've been told they are a great danger to this city, and it's our job to take them out. Any questions?
I don't think so. Gladius, question mark, will look to Saber, raise an eyebrow.
She does the same. For a moment, she has sort of that scowl on her face, but then she sort of half smirks. She's like, just don't slow me down.
I'll scoff.
Besides the last, the images on the table disappear. Cutlass hops down, disappears into a corner somewhere. He looks at you both, Scythe, and he says, well, I expect you to begin immediately. Do whatever you have to do. I've included some locations around the city where you might be able to find Pharaoh. Track the targets as you please. Interact with them whenever you find it necessary. Formulate your own plans and get the job done. Come see me when it's over.
Will do.
Form whatever identities you need to take this on. Just make sure, as always with all of our assignments, you do not return here until you are done. You understand?
Yes.
He nods and stands up. He's like, very well. I'll see you all when it's completed then. Saber nods, stands up, just walks out the front door and moves outside.
I'll follow her.
Okay. The door shuts behind you. Saber is out on that dueling square, just sort of staring out into the city.
Do you have any ideas off the bat?
Well, we'll need identities. We should be wealthy, lavish. I'm sure this Pharaoh is of wealth, but we should at least find him, follow him, get some information on him before we move in, decide on what he might like and what he might not. Maybe share some of his same hobbies.
Agreed.
What do you think?
I think all of that sounds reasonable. First thing we should do is track and study him, in addition to creating whatever identity is. Certainly something of wealth. We have the list of locations. Did we want to split them?
Yeah, I don't mind that.
What are the
There's
locations?
I'm going to give you a map in a second, and there's a couple. So what you know is that you do have access to funding. There's a couple locations that you can travel to where you can pretty much purchase things, and they have a line of credit for you. A couple shops in the area and a town that are aligned with the organization on some level. The funds aren't limitless, like within reason, obviously, of
Yeah.
what you can gather and spend, and dependent on the job. So I'm going to give you a map really quick here. Melitus is a really big place. And here's the link.
That is a big place.
It's a very big city.
That
So,
is like 5 times the size of New Lantern.
yep. It's one of the biggest polises on Theros. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you see Beretta Beach,
Yes.
and up above that, the Palace of Icerion.
Yes.
So that little area to the southwest there is like a little street that goes down towards the beach. That's where you're currently located. That's where your quote unquote headquarters is located. Further into the city, you see like directly northwest of there, the Artisan Quarter. It's like a little more congested area of structures.
Is that all of the colored flags and stuff?
Yes. It's you see if you look at the big number 1, the Magno Stadium, it's just southwest of that. It looks like a little market stall icon, the Artisan Quarter.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you know several of the merchants to be. You know exactly how to find them. They're easy to access. They know you. You basically you have at this point you've already received a level of the tattoo. It's a much smaller version of the one that you have as Lazuli. It's been expanded and changed as you've sort of grown in rank and changed within the network. But right now you have just a very small tattoo that can also appear however you'd like it to. But it's just like about the size of a baseball, very small round tattoo. And as you enter these shops, they do note the tattoos, and once you're sort of cleared with them, they're able to deal with you.
Okay.
So far to the west, there's a brown structure. You'll notice there's like a gold square or rotunda.
Yes, I see it.
To the west of that, there's a structure called the Palace of Paramixidus.
Yep.
That's the structure that is marked on the map as having housing Ventus. Ventus lives there with his family, with one of the more prominent families as well. The Parmexidas are very wealthy and illustrious in this city. Very, very, very like well received lineage in the city as well. But they reside in this structure, and they're tied very closely to that family. You're not sure how or what relationship the two have, but they've always sort of coexisted with each other in the past. You know, so there's several safe houses marked on the map as well. Just north of that palace, in what's more of an upscale area, you know, there's a third story, very lavish residence that's maintained as a safe house. Various people with the 13th Man come in there and use it. You're aware that it is something that is accessible to you during your training, and you've used it a couple times for some of the assignments where you've had to imitate somebody who is wealthy. You're able to use that structure.
Okay.
There's another one that's even further to the north, in the very outskirts of the city, west of the observatory. And this is more of a lay low. You know, if you're in trouble, you need to hide out. It's that kind of a safe house. It's mostly underground. It's very sort of like dry and uncomfortable space. But it's hard to get into. There's a secret access way, and there's 2 or 3 ways in and out of it. So if you need to get in a hurry and quietly, you can, and same for getting out.
Got it.
So the locations that you have marked to track Varroa. You know that he spends a lot of time at the theater of Agoros, which is in the southwest. It looks like the little dramedy mask.
Yes.
He spends a lot of time there. It's noted that he enjoys the theater, and he can be found there from time to time. He doesn't spend too much time within the palace of the Parmexidas family. He goes and he sleeps there. He's there in the mornings, but for the most part, he spends his days out and about. He also spends time at the observatory to the north. You can also often spot him in the Magno Stadium to the east, which is that large structure back there.
Yes.
There's another theater over there, the Phonaxicus Theater. He can also be found there from time to time. And very occasionally, he likes to take ships out of the harbor and go fishing, usually on his own. So how would you like to split these up with Saber?
There's not a good way to split them evenly, with a few just being really out there. Man, it almost feels worth it to just wait outside the house and see where he's going instead of just waiting for him to maybe show up somewhere.
It's up to you.
Yeah, so I think so is there like a timeline on this? Is there
I mean,
so I guess that's a question.
the time of day currently is early morning.
No, sorry. I mean for the mission, like is there a point where they want this completed by?
They haven't given you any like expiration like date that it has to be completed by. But from your experience with these assignments, you know the longer you take, the less of a positive result you get from Scythe when you return.
Yes. Okay.
So it's something that expedience is definitely of of the mind. In this case, you know that you're supposed to sort of get close to somebody, befriend somebody, so you can assume that you have a little more time to get this done.
Okay. Okay.
He did for for training purposes. He sort of mapped out exactly how he wants this done, and that's you know that when you get these assignments, it's sometimes okay to step outside the bounds and think outside the box and do things your own way, but you'll always sort of be criticized for not completing the assignment as directed.
Yes.
So you want to post up outside the house?
Yeah, I'm thinking posting up outside the house is the better option for now. And then probably take on like some kind of throwaway disguise, um, rather than one that will keep. Um,
Okay, what do you want to look like? So the people in Melitus generally, the more upscale folk, like as far as the people that you hang out with, they're all they wear mostly armor and combat armor and the such, or thick clothing in the very least. They don't take a lot of fashion into account, but the people in the upper cities of Melitus, I'm going to give you some imagery of sort of what they tend to look like.
Yeah.
And that's more of the high fashion end of the city, the people who they want to be known as citizens of Melitus. They usually have money. They're usually involved in the city politics on some level. Merchants and more long time residents.
Okay. Yeah. So, I for a fashionable lady. Um, Nothing too ostentatious as to stand out, but just something to fit in with the rest of everyone else. And then with that golden rotunda, what is that?
Golden. Oh, the one that's close to their palace.
Yeah.
That's a massive fountain.
Okay. So would there be like foot traffic in that area at all ever?
Yeah, there's a lot of foot traffic in that area. Um, North of it is the Esplanade of the Buell, which
Yeah.
is like a very popular space. It's where a lot of the politicians will come out and hold assemblies and give speeches and so forth. Um, when it's not like that, the doors are always open and sort of like a symbol of participation. Um, there's often either sages or high society members or politicians themselves in there debating having philosophical discussions and so forth. But it's a very active portion of the city.
Yeah, so I want to start with that, and with foot traffic, or if there's like little areas to, I don't know, like sit and eat, do that, and would float the idea to Saber to stick together and pretend like we're friends.
Saber looks at you. So you want me to just hang out in front of this house with you all day?
It wouldn't be all day. I don't imagine he'd like to stay inside all day either. We'd go in the morning, wait for him to come out, see where he goes, and go from there.
If you want to stake out the house, be my guest. I am going to stake out the theaters.
Very well. Have
So
it your way.
where will we meet?
I mean, is there a place that you would prefer since you have strong opinions on this?
The safe house close to the palace would be my choice.
Then we'll do that.
How are we related? Are we friends? Are we family?
Friends.
Of course.
Do
My
we look like
good
family?
friend. We could, but I prefer friends. She
Lazuli's kind of, or Gladius, God,
Gladius.
that's gonna throw me off. Is gonna kind of like pinch the bridge of their nose, close her eyes. um,
She looks up a little bit. And you seem like she's sort of like thinking to herself. My name is Palavar.
oh, you can't curse me like this.
I sure fucking can. You're a spy. She looks right at you and just glares at you with a big smirk on her face.
Uh, hold on.
You pulling up a name generator? What's going on here?
You sure fucking am.
She's staring at you the longer you take to sort of make your decision. She's like she's clucking with her tongue, like tick tock, tick tock,
uh,
taunting you as best she can.
sure. We'll go with Glenfer Hazel Shadow.
Glenfer?
Glenfer.
Glenfer. You're gonna spell that shit for me. This is now I'm on the other end of it.
Alright. It is Glenfer.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you were close.
Nope. And Hazel what?
Hazel Shadow.
Hazel Shadow, just like it sounds.
Yep.
What does the
No funny business there.
shadow of a hazel look like?
I mean, I imagine it's the shadow of a hazel. I don't know what more you want from it.
I don't know. All right, whatever. Fine. Glenfer Hazel Shadow. That is a mouthful of a name.
All right, do you want me to
No,
change?
no.
Glenfer Offal.
No, this is Saber. Saber's already laughing at you, like openly in your face, laughing at you.
This bitch.
All right, Glenfer. Let's take our leave, and I'll meet you later tonight when the sun goes down. Deal?
Deal?
We'll see which of us acquires more information.
This doesn't have to be a competition.
Oh, it doesn't have to be, but as long as we get the job done, who has to know? Besides us.
All right. Let's do this.
She draws a cloak over herself, pulls a big cloak over her head, and covers her face, and begins to walk off into the city.
All right. I'll go to the shop area first or I guess would there be like just some casual disguise stuff that I would already have for this kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So we'll just uh glam it up.
Okay. You're trying to look more of like that white blue Miletian city garb.
Yes.
Okay. And do you just want to move straight through the city directly for the palace?
Yeah.
Okay. So Meletis itself is very opulent. The architecture is beautiful. There's a lot of color to much of the city. I'm going to give you some artwork depicting what Meletis looks like from the bay area moving into the front. You can see it on the map as well. It has those two massive gold colossus structures. Those are actually these massive golden statues, very colossus, Roman colossus like, that guard the entryway to the bay. There's a massive wall around the bay as well after it leaves the immediate city center, and a large number of cliffs that protect the city from creatures of the sea. The city in the past has been attacked by kraken, by serpent creatures from the water. It's been attacked by sea creatures of various kinds. It's been attacked by ships from the water. Enemies returned often try to break through the walls of that outer area, but it's very
Okay.
renowned for being almost impenetrable. There's a small gate on the southwest there where you see the opening of the wall
Mm-hmm.
that rises up from below the water and seals up when they need to bar the city from anything that might be trying to get in. The wall itself, it's been damaged and repaired multiple times. The city's always really good about getting it back up into shape immediately after it takes damage. There hasn't been anything like any kraken attacks or the like in a very long time. Meletis itself has been able to shield itself from war and so forth for the most part. They have very shaky dealings with Akros. There's a lot of political disagreement, but there's no real fighting between the two polises. Setessa, on the other hand, they have a peace with Setessa, but there's a very like political dissonance between the two polis, and lately they especially have not gotten along at all for various reasons. A lot of it is just political stupidity. A lot of it is involved with religion and religious beliefs, and just disagreements between worship of God, which God, how it's done, actions that may or may not be with enough reverence to the gods and so forth. And a lot of that delves into politics because of what Theros is, because the gods, are so active and they hold pantheon over the world itself in various ways. The cities hold the gods at the forefront of their politics. And there's a lot of politicians who worry very much about displeasing the gods, that it would bring ruin upon their cities and their trade practices and things like that. So at this point, however Gladius feels about all that is up to you. Um, whether or not you're very reverent, if you enjoy the gods, if you could care less, if you despise them at this point, it's all up to you. Gladius has that history with the Keranos temples still pretty fresh in their mind.
Yeah,
So
they're not big on gods.
okay,
Mostly because of the people who are. So their actual feelings towards the gods are relatively neutral.
Okay.
But they really fucking hate the temples. Um, Maybe there's some gods that are, nicer and their priests are more known for their generosity than others, but they have a lot of bitterness in that area.
fair enough. Okay, you make your way through the city. You wanted to did you disguise yourself before you left, correct?
Yes.
So you pass the Dicacia, which is the similar to Neolanton, the academy in Meletis.
Hmm.
There's priests and thaumaturges, philosophers, all kinds of people who come in and out of the Dicacia, and um, a lot of children training there. But I mean, there's also adults that come in there. There are people who come in at all ages, well into their elder years to train and learn in schools of knowledge, schools of magic. Anything that you ever need to learn or know is expected, can be found and discovered and taught in the Dikasha. You pass by there, it's active as ever. Pretty much 24 hours a day there's activity at the Dikasha. There's people coming in and out. Moving about, studying magic, practicing combat and warfare. There's strategists and so forth playing war games and all these things. It's also relatively close to the harbor because they do a lot of activity out on the harbor as well. You pass through, you go around the Dikasha. There's an additional Agora of Meltis, which is an open air merchant tent area. It's a very large market. It's more of a larger public market, so the wealthier individuals go there as well as the poor population of the city. Though there isn't a very large population of poor in Melitus, they do a really good job of taking care of their citizens. They do still exist, and there is a bit of a peasantry that exists more of in the northern areas of the city. But they do come quite often to this agora to trade wares and sell as well. A lot of them are fishermen on the docks, and they sell their catch of the day here and so forth. Did you want to stop anywhere along the way?
What time is it?
Still early, 9 a.m. ish.
9 a.m. ish. And then in the immediate vicinity with that rotunda, are there like little things to do, or is it just the Buell?
It's just the Buell. It's just a very open space. The gates, the massive gates and doors, they're open. Again, there's people moving in and out. The dozens and dozens of discussions going on in different places. Some in larger groups, some one-on-one. And there are people moving in and out towards the market structures and places as well.
Okay. I would buy like a small breakfast thing, pastry, sandwich, I don't know, to take on my way there. And then would there be like anywhere to sit in that area?
Yeah, there's plenty
Yeah.
of benches and different like architectural walls and forms as well that you could just relax on.
Yeah. So that'll be my thing. Did This is a stupid question. Do people read books in this?
Sure do. Yep. That's,
I'll have a book.
strangely enough, books exist
Yeah.
and people read them.
Yeah, great. I don't know why my brain was like scrolls and parchment. There's no like binding books or anything. No. Okay, yeah.
No,
I'll have a book
books
and
exist.
a pastry, and I'll go hang out by the fountain.
Okay. So on the western side, if you look on the map, you'll see that staircase, like that winding staircase that leads up into the palace itself.
Yes.
At the entryway of that staircase, there's 6 guards. They have no armor. They are still garbed in what is very fine cloth. But they are armed with short swords and shields. And they stand pretty like stock formation. They don't move. They stare ahead. They don't make contact with anybody. They're just posted up at that staircase, watching.
Okay.
How long do you want to stay out here and hang out?
I'd give it an hour.
Okay. Give me 2 perception rolls then.
A 7. And a 21.
Okay. So first 30 minutes, don't really notice anything. It's pretty active out here. You listen in on some of the conversations. It's just ridiculous political arguments. Most of it, there's a particular argument that you listen to that gives you more of a headache than anything else, where there are politicians arguing over how much should be spent on a dedication to Heliod. The amounts that they are arguing are ridiculous. Sums of money that just sort of almost make you physically scoff at the thought of it. The amount of money that the city is spending to provide worship ceremonies to Heliod. But they inevitably finish the discussion, pass and move on. You're hitting the last portion of your hour. You're about to leave when you, out of the corner of your eye, are able to make out the sort of gray-haired visage of Faroa. He's moving back into the palace. He walks past the fountain, through the crowd. He nods and smiles to some of the people talking outside, and makes his way through those 4 guard units and up the staircase.
Oh, okay. And then as far as the palace goes, is this like how many exits are there?
You can investigate the palace if you'd like. So far, all you can see is this one staircase going up.
Okay. Yeah. So seeing that he's going inside, I know where he is and I can't follow him. Um, I'll pack up my little breakfast, relaxation, whatever.
I'm sure you've finished eating
Uh,
by now, unless you've been nibbling.
no, the breakfast is long gone, but
Okay.
close the book and get up and I want to investigate just the general area, see what kind of exits there are.
Okay. Give me investigation. And do you want to move towards the northwest around the palace, or do you want to move into the south?
Uh, Northwest looks more accessible at the
Okay.
moment, so 14.
Okay. So moving up around, you check the area. You notice the rooftops look relatively easily accessible as long as you can remain out of sight long enough. You might be able to get up on the rooftops. You're not seeing any sort of guards posted up on the outside here. But as you sort of get further north, you look towards the rooftop of the main structure of the palace. You do see archers posted up and walking along those the edge of the rooftops on very small patterned walkways along the edge. They sort of patrol back and forth, eyeball places, look around. Um, from what you can gather, you can still probably get over these rooftops. You can get good eyes on the palace without being spotted by any of these archers, and even possibly get down into the structure below. But you won't be able to tell for that until you actually get up there and are able to check it out further.
Okay.
What else would you like to look at?
Um, because ultimately what I just want to make sure here is that if he's in the house to be able to watch his movements, is there like would he be able to take a different exit than that main one that leads into the rotunda?
I forgot to give you this other image as well of the actual bay entry in the wall. Okay,
Very Charlian.
it is kind of, yeah. So you were looking for other entries and exits, correct?
Yeah, because I want to just make sure that if we're watching for him, can't lose him.
So from along the wall in the northwest here, you do see there are multiple doorways and ways in and out.
Okay.
They look, so from the time that you're out here checking it out, just maybe 20, 30 minutes walking back and forth, inspecting things, you do see mostly only guard type units exiting and entering these doorways. Nobody else, at least in the
Okay.
time that you're watching. But
So
it could be
likely,
another way.
yeah. So it's an option, but it's not the primary one. I want to go back around to the main entrance then, and then I think I would just kind of post up and wait for him to potentially leave.
Okay. So you just want to hang out sort of in the same place that you were before, or in the same area?
Yes, I mean I would try to be as inconspicuous as possible with like, I'm not just somebody sitting there for hours on end watching and waiting. Um,
Okay, so you
but
just want
yes,
to like change location every now and then, move about.
yeah.
Okay. How long do you want to wait?
Oh my God, this makes me think he already left. Um, let's give it another hour and go from there.
Okay. Give me 2 more perceptions, and actually give me one investigation too. So 3 rolls total.
Okay. I'm very good at perceiving things right now. 6.
Okay.
Uh, another 21.
Okay.
And the investigation, 15.
Okay. So again, the first while you don't really notice anything. The second you do see one of the other individuals exiting the palace. You see the uncle Venton. He's well armed, and he exits the palace pretty quickly down the staircase between the guards, looks about, and walks off in the direction to the north. He has a guard with him that trails a little further behind.
Okay.
And in the remaining portion of time that you sit there and watch, you again spot Faroa. It looks like he's changed his clothing a little bit. He's in more of the white blue colors of Meletis at the moment. He steps out. He's by himself. He has no guards with him, and he travels the opposite way of his uncle. He travels south.
Okay. I'm going to follow him.
Okay.
I'll keep a decent distance and also, look pretty casual about it, not trying to be sneaky.
Sure. How close do you want to get?
I would say 50 feet back for now.
50 feet. Okay. And also, so while he's exiting, you also make note of as you're posted up here, you notice there seemed to be a changing of the guard. The individuals that were there are relieved right about noon as Faroa exits, and they change up and are replaced with another set.
Okay.
But again, it's about noon now. Faroa exits to the south. You're able to stay behind him. Give me 2 stealth rolls.
I can do math. 13
Okay.
and 20. No, 16.
Okay. So you're able to remain out of sight. He doesn't really seem like he's paying that much attention anyway. He's just sort of moving through the city. You move south through one of the more wealthy residential areas, and he seems like he's heading for the Theater of Agoras.
Is there a play about to happen?
It's hard to tell from the outside. There are people moving in and out, but he moves. So he meets up with what looks like a group of friends, individuals his age. There's 2 human men and a elven woman. They all sort of hug and greet each other and laugh. You can't hear what they're saying. They just move quickly into the theater.
Okay.
Following?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there like a ticketing thing
No,
here?
no,
Okay.
nothing like that. Most of these are just open to the public.
Okay.
So you make your way inside. You see that they move quite down towards the front. There is a concierge of sorts that is there waiting, and sort of guides them to very, very nice prominent seats up in the front, and they sit down.
I would also like to sit. How close is like the public seating to that area?
You can get within a few rows. I'd say you can get within 5 rows of it.
Yeah,
Before everything's sort of roped off.
I'd like to do that.
Okay. Yeah, you can get a good position and sort of get behind so you have good visibility on where they are. Everything is still pretty bright. There's not a lot of people in here, but you do see they are preparing for some sort of production on the stage. People are just slowly filing in. You sit there and you wait about 20 minutes. Faroa himself is just joking with the group of friends that he has there. It seems like he's having a good time. Before you feel somebody sit down heavily next to you.
Going to look to my side.
It is Pala, as it were.
Glad you could make it.
Glenfer. Thought I'd find you here. She looks around, sort of to make sure that like nobody's within earshot. Keeps her voice low. So, he was at the other theater previous to this.
And then he returned home.
I know, I saw you standing out there like an idiot eating a sandwich.
It was quite pleasant.
I'm sure it was. You looked so busy. So obviously he enjoys the arts. There wasn't quite a show going on there, though. He seemed to be interacting with some people in the production company on the opposite side of the city.
I wonder if they sponsor any of the shows.
Potentially, I'm not sure he would have anything to do with that, but he does have some sort of relationship with them. Seems like he has some idiot friends.
Is everyone an idiot to you?
For the most part. Are they not to you?
They don't have to be.
You're just going about it the wrong way. So what's your plan, Glenfer?
Well, I think we should enjoy a nice show, have something to talk about,
I think
and
we need to get some reconnaissance on the palace itself soon.
yes, I have some information on the guards as well as the presence on the roofs.
Okay, well, you do that. Enjoy your show. I'm gonna go take care of something else. I'll see you soon. She gets up and leaves.
I'll let her.
Okay. Yep, you see her exit out the same way that you came in. She looks about, she throws the hood back over her, and moves back out into the city. She did have a little bit more of a prominent garb to make herself look a bit more wealthy. Um, Similar to the outfit that you have on, just a little more gaudy, little more chauvinist.
Okay.
But she disappears out of the theater, and it seems heads north, back towards the palace. You just want to continue waiting here?
Yeah, because my plan in general is to just, if I can be seen by him, just so that he is even subconsciously aware of my presence at these kinds of events, um, makes it easier to approach when the time to be social does come.
Okay. So you wait for about 45 more minutes. It gets to the point where it's about 1 p.m. and they pull up these massive shades over the upper portion of the area that begin to close in and shield the theater from the sun, give it a bit more of a dark orientation. You notice them start to build up a set on stage. The theater now is actually starting to become a lot more active. It's filling in. Nobody's really sat around or close to you yet. Most people are sitting up towards the top, where the wealthier people are moving into those seats behind Faroa. You notice they seem to give him and his group a decent berth as well, though.
Interesting.
After a while, another 10, 15 minutes or so, you spot the old man himself, Ventus Dolonicus, walking with his cane, stepping slowly through the theater. He passes by you, doesn't really pay you attention, and moves to sit down with the group of friends in the sun. So, hello, Guda, goodbye, Guda. he he steps in front of the group, and the young elven woman who is sitting next to Faroa stands up, gives him the seat, and steps aside. So the old man can take her seat next to the son. You notice that he doesn't really look too happy about it. He sort of gives some body language off. He sort of moves to the side and shuffles in his seat. You can really see the agitation in him. And his father begins speaking to him in sort of like a hushed whisper.
All right. Okay. I don't have anything that can help me out with that. But I'll hang out.
Okay. So you keep watching. You can see Faroa seems like he's getting more and more agitated as the conversation with his father goes on, and you can see his friends now, where they were sort of like laughing and having a good time. They are more just like awkward, staring at each other, looking back and forth, trying to decide if they should just get up and leave or what they're supposed to do in this situation. But as it's happening, the play itself starts to begin. A gentleman comes out, begins to give introductions to some of the cast. Some of the cast steps out, and as they're introduced, they give bows. The theater claps more and more, and it's filling up with people now as things are starting to begin. The set begins to take place. There's the large wooden depiction of a Miletian warship. You can see the set design behind it, so they look like they're standing up on the deck of this ship as it moves about with different apparatus and ropes and such that people are operating up above and in the back and under the stage. The ship itself seems like it's sailing on water. These wooden depictions of water itself comes moving about. And there seem to be halflings or some sort of small creatures moving them up and down behind them, creating the image of moving water. The play, as you're watching, seems to be about the grand hunt of some vile creature in the sea. The tale of this Miletian warship captain who sets out to defeat this creature after it struck a blow against the city and did some damage and killed somebody prominent. It goes on for about 20-30 minutes as you're watching it. It seems pretty stupid, pretty boring. It doesn't interest you at all. It's not something you would ever come to see for yourself, and it doesn't seem like it's very well put together. A lot of the prop work seems pretty shoddy. The acting itself is like, it's all right. You'd rather not be here, but you've got something you need to take care of. You sort of see the discussion get a little more heated between Faroa and Ventus. You can't really hear them over the noise of what's happening in the theater, but you can see them sort of fighting with each other, almost getting into a bit of an argument. At which point Faroa just stands up and storms out of the theater to the west. Ventus himself sighs and just sits back and crosses his legs and keeps watching the show. With Faroa's friends just sitting there, you can see them all looking at each other like, do we stay or what do we do? None of them seem to have the courage to get up and leave.
My gosh. What's kind of the like population around me?
There's several people in the same row as you. Nobody's like opted to sit next to you. They've all given you enough space. There's not a whole lot of people in the theater. It's about 30% full. Get the idea that this is maybe not the most popular production, or they definitely didn't draw a lot of attention. That's for sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't get up and follow immediately, but I do want to give it a minute and then get up and leave to the west.
Okay. So moving past, you move past the actual Hall of the 12. You can see it risen prominently just past the area of the theater. Are you looking for Faroa?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Roll investigation.
5.
5. Yeah. Looking about the area, at least in this general area, you don't spot him anywhere.
All right. I will give up that endeavor. Um, and I think I want to go back to the theater and I want to see if I can kind of hang out and wait for his friends or father to leave.
Okay. You want to stay outside the theater, or you want to like move back in and sit down?
Stay outside.
Okay. Yeah, you can get outside the more like base level where they're sitting and keep an eye on them from the outside pretty well. Um, the play continues for another like roughly hour and a half, and finally finishes. There's a bit of applause, not too much of a reaction from the audience. You hear a lot of murmuring and discussion and things like that. Um, People don't seem like they're too thrilled or pleased. Um, the actors and actresses begin to shuffle off stage, and a lot of the crew begin to collect some of the prop work and things, um, pack things up, and move to the backstage areas. After a moment, Ventus just sits there. All of Pharoah's friends still are like too terrified to stand up or move. One of them leans over and says something to Ventus, who sort of like slowly just glares at him, gives a massive scoff, and finally stands up and walks out of the theater to the north towards the palace. You hear his friends like collectively sigh and stand up, and they begin to walk out of the theater towards you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to wait and let them pass and see where they go.
Okay. So they move off. As they pass by you, you hear one of them mention, like, "Yeah, he's probably there. We should go find him." And they move off further west, past the Hall at 12.
All right. I'm gonna follow them.
Okay. So they pass through. There's a massive temple district back here called the Sacred Way. Uh, the main temples to many of the gods are located out here in the woods on this massive
Including
cliff,
Keranos.
including Keranos. So you pass through a lot of the temples. The first one there is the altar of Mogus. It's not a very celebrated temple here. It's one of the smaller ones in the city, but there are some Minotaur and some individuals there um, that are in some form of worship. You do immediately pass the Keranos Latromontis, um, which is the temple proper for Keranos here. There are several individuals that look like they just finished some sort of a pilgrimage. They look weary and tired, and they look like they're absolutely not from this city. But they are in some sort of conversation with the priests here, and you know a lot of just from your experience with these temples. There are a lot of people who will travel very far out of their way to visit a temple to Keranos to worship and seek his wisdom on certain things. Keep moving on.
Yep, keep moving on.
All
Feel
right.
disgusted, keep moving.
Okay. So you move past. You notice they look around a little bit, and you're passing by the temple to Krufix, and they sort of like look around and they duck off between the temples towards the cliff edge in the back.
Interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and try switching from being casual to sneaky.
Okay.
Would I have like a cloak or something with me?
Um, you didn't really state that you were bringing in a cloak or anything like that, so
Okay,
I'd say no.
that's fine.
But if you want to try and swipe something nearby, that's totally an option. Because there are temples nearby, and there's things of that nature, like fabrics, you might be able to find.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna hunt that hard.
Okay.
Just gonna switch to being sneaky and try following them.
Okay. Roll stealth.
22.
Okay. So you're able to sort of keep along the wall of the temple for Karametra. As you pass a much smaller little altar for Krufix, you definitely notice the disparity between some of these temples, and you can pretty much determine the popularity of these gods and their followers within the city just based on the prominence of it. With the most prominent being this golden, majestic temple to Heliod in the far west. But you're able to slink alongside the wall for the Temple of Karametra and stay within some tree cover. Keep yourself pretty well hidden. You see the group of friends move towards what looks to be Pharoah, who's just sort of standing by himself against a small wall overlooking the water. They all sort of move up and join along with him. The Elvish woman puts her arm around him. One of the other human male as well reaches around the other side, puts his arm around him as well, and they sort of embrace him, and they seem to be talking about whatever just happened.
How far away are they?
About 100 feet.
Okay. Uh, what's the kind of coverage situation look like for being able to get closer?
There's plenty of like tree cover and things like that. You get the sort of investigative insight that if you were to be caught in one of these spots, it'd be really fucking awkward, and it might ruin your whole operation. But
Yeah.
you also, it seems like you can keep yourself pretty well hidden.
All right. I think I'm gonna put a pin in it for now. And not follow.
Okay.
So, I want to learn about. No, I don't want to do that. There. I think I would want to go back to the beginning of the Sacred Way and then wait for. Well, that could be a while. Choice paralysis. There's so many things, and I don't know what's useful.
Let's make a call.
I don't think that just following them is gonna be super useful at this point. I want to figure out what the upcoming stuff at the Noxicus Theater is.
The one in the east.
Yeah, because that's the one that Paula said he was discussing something with them with production.
Yeah, she mentioned that she saw him discussing something with the production people at the theater.
Yeah, I want to learn what's coming up there.
Okay. So you want to travel back across the city to the other theater?
Sure, unless there's like places just to get information on the theaters before then, but otherwise, yes.
I'd say just give me an intelligence roll.
10.
10. You can assume that there's some places where information is posted up, details about different areas that might like have posters or something that would advertise, but you have no idea where they'd be. You've never been too much into the theater in the city, so this is new for you.
I think I will make my way east, but I want to take a detour to the palace just to see if there's anything coming and going through there.
Okay. So making your way back, you actually see Ventus and Venton standing outside conversing with each other in front of the staircase, still relatively close to the guards.
Do they seem tense?
Perception.
Nat 20.
Yeah, they seem like they're very tense. Just the looks on their faces. You can see sort of the heat in their actions and their motions as they speak to each other. They're trying to keep quiet. Like you can tell that they're trying not to make a scene. But they are obviously arguing about something, and they do that for several minutes before Ventus sort of just throws his arms up and storms up the stairs, leaving Venton outside.
And what's Venton doing?
stands there for a moment, like paces back and forth, obviously quite agitated.
All right. And then I'm gonna keep moving through, but I don't suppose I see any traces of my friend. Hopefully not if she's doing her job.
Of Pala?
Yeah.
No, you do not. You do not see her anywhere.
Yeah.
So continuing east through the city, nothing else really of note takes place. You're able to pass through, again, the usual activities of the city, people hustling and bustling, moving about. After a little bit more time, you make it to the very opposite end of the city again. You're starting to feel a little tired. You're walking around so much back and forth in the city, starting to get to you a little bit. But you do reach the Phoenixicus Theater, and you just want to make your way inside.
Unless outside has like posters and stuff.
Roll investigation.
That did that even roll? It was another nat 20. I feel like I should pick a different dice.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you look around. You're able to see a number of show posters, on what looks to be a board pressed against a wall off to the southern side of the theater.
I'll go check that out.
Okay. So moving up, you see it looks like there were a number of posters here recently, but they've been torn down. You can still see little bits of the paper left over from them being ripped from the places that they were nailed up.
Oh, does that
Um,
seem like it's not the use?
Yeah, it's like something they were advertising something that very recently has been pulled down because the little scraps of paper that are left behind still look very new.
Interesting.
So it's likely whatever it was torn down today and maybe a canceled production of some kind.
Okay.
The only other information on there is about musical productions. There's a group that performs twice a day. There's a group that performs at 7 a.m. every day,
It's way too early.
and once again at 7 p.m.
And what time is it now?
Currently, it is 3 p.m.
Okay. And then I assume there's like staff or whatnot inside. I don't know how that works
It's
with
pretty quiet.
open.
It's an open air theater.
Okay.
There are some students from the Dakasha that are sort of just in here like studying by themselves, or you can see by their robes that they're students. Otherwise, there's some couples in here just speaking to each other and talking. There's some other individuals having conversations. It's sort of just like a hangout spot. Nothing seems to be happening on stage. You can assume if anything is happening production-wise, it's probably inside the main structure.
Okay. And then back by where those posters were, was there anybody around?
No, you were the only one that was there, sort of checking them out.
Okay. I want to approach one of the students.
Just the nearest one.
Sure.
Okay. It's a young human man. He's sort of laying down. He's got a book above his face. He seems to be flipping through and reading along with.
Excuse me.
He looks to the side for a moment, puts his book down. He's like, "Well, what can I help you with?"
I was looking at the board outside to see what was coming up, and I noticed that it appears something was torn down. Do you know what that was?
Yeah, there was a big production set to take place. I think they were supposed to have their first show today, actually, but I heard whoever was funding it pulled the money. They're no longer funding it and they canceled it.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see it myself.
What was the show going to be about?
I believe it was a dedication to Heliod, some legend of the exploits of the god himself.
Certainly would have been fascinating to watch.
Well,
Do we know
unfortunately,
anything of
we'll have to honor the gods in some other way, I suppose.
there will always be multitudes? Well, thank you for your time and insight.
Yeah, I'm sorry to give you the bad news.
I'm sure there'll be others that come around,
Yes, of course. I'm sure by tomorrow they'll have something new figured out.
and I shall take my leave.
Good day. He lays back down, pulls his book back out, continues reading.
Okay. And Pala and I never decided on a time to reconvene, did we?
No, just that you would meet back up at that safe house in the
Yeah.
north.
Yeah. I would like to go through the artisan quarter and pick up what I would need for a more covert sneaky outfit.
Okay. So you pass into the artisan quarter. You know exactly where you're going. It's a very small scale shop. On the outside, it looks like they sell sort of like piddling little objects and trinkets and things like that. Very unassuming. They don't really get a lot of business. But the merchant notices you and immediately, for a moment, you feel that connection and the energy from the tattoo that you had. It's still pretty new to you, so it feels a little strange every time it sort of triggers.
Yeah.
But you're getting used to it. Um, but for a moment, he just sort of stares at you and then acknowledges, nods to you, gives you a motion with his head to move into the back. And there's a small curtain back there, and you know that's an area where there's a staircase that you would move downstairs.
Okay, I shall do so.
Okay. So you go downstairs. The man follows behind. Makes sure to close the door behind him. Moves down. Nods at you. Doesn't say anything to you, but goes to the back of the room. Opens up a door and just gestures you to go inside.
I shall enter.
Okay. He closes the door behind you. Inside, you pretty much find access to whatever you might need. There's weapons down here, uh, clothing of all kinds, racks and racks and racks of different clothings and different disguises and potentials for you to draw from.
Yeah, so I definitely want something that's, easier to move around in, especially at night. I'll keep my current one just for moving about.
So you're thinking like all black,
Yeah, all black is fine.
like more cloth fabric armor or leather armor. What would you like?
Leather, I think.
Okay. Yep, you're able to pull a very roguish outfit. Um, Something that wouldn't attract too much attention in the city. It's more of a nicer quality of fabric and leather as well. So you would just look like more of a wealthier adventurer.
Perfect. Yep. So I shall take that. And then I feel like I should get some kind of weapon that would be a good. Well, saber is the poison one, so that's good for assassinations. I don't know what kind of stuff people should have for an assassination. Maybe
Things
I'm
that
fine.
kill people.
Things that kill people. Yeah. You know, usually a good thing to have. Things that kill people quietly are even better.
Oh, absolutely.
Um,
You know from your time with Tomahawk that there are some throwing blades in here. You could easily keep hidden on your person in various places. Um, if you'd like, you can collect a number of those.
sure.
Okay, you can have 8 of those. Just put 8 throwing knives. You
Okay.
can conceal them however you like. And if you write that in, just write it's a ranged attack, and they're a d6 apiece.
Six. Uh, interrupting for a second.
Sure.
I got some art.
Oh, that's badass.
My lady.
I love it.
That looks real good. This is your one from the other campaign?
Yeah, this is
Briar.
Briar.
It's very like noir. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's what I gave him. A couple of noir type things. 1 second, I got a reply. That makes me very happy.
It's very cool. I love it. Let me know when you are ready to continue.
I'm actually gonna go grab water really quick.
All right.
My
how dare you?
I'm parched as fuck right now.
How dare you?
I'm still not over the fact that you gave Ashi a family and then immediately killed them.
I'm sorry. I mean,
I don't know. It was so good though.
it was. It was perfect. You did a great job too. Teenage Ashi is amazing.
I'm glad that I was able to somewhat channel a teenager. It's like he wants to be a good kid, but also it's like you can't tell me what to do, Dad.
I'm excited to learn about the further adventures of Ashi.
Yes, he's got so many motivations now because like he's absolutely gonna like try and like research into what the heck happened down there, but he's not. I mean, he's not gonna really be able to find anything in the city. So that's going to be
Well,
motivation for like leaving and going like outwards.
I'll say I did make a connection with something with the campaign. So there's
Ooh.
there's a connection that you can make between what happened there and things that are actively happening with the group.
Okay. Yeah, because that's going to be the kind of thing that like as he goes through life, if he like ever like goes to like new places, he would like attempt to research into it when he has time.
Yeah. Yep. Think about it. Think about like some of the things that are happening in the group and in the campaign and what happened with your one shot. You should be able to make the connection.
Okay, I have to actually think about it.
I am back.
All right. So are you done with your? What's up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna leave it at that with the clothes and throwing knives, and we shall be on our way.
Okay. And you want to make your way back towards the palace?
Yes.
Okay. So you gather everything together. You make your way back outside. Seal everything up behind you as you're used to, and you move back out of the curtained area into the shop. Shopkeep just nods at you, pretty much ignores you, as you're very well used to, and you move back out of the artisan quarter and make your way west through the city. So it's hitting a little after 4 p.m. now. You reach the same area in front of the palace. Looks like nothing has changed. There's still a guard detail that looks similar to the guards that you had left behind before.
Okay.
What's your plan? What would you like to do?
I would like to go to the safe house.
Okay. So making your way around, you move up to the north and you head towards the area that you know to be the safe house, which is that cluster of buildings just north of the palace. As you approach the safe house, there's a balcony up above that's a portion of this very like wealthy residence, and you hear a lot of like laughter and giggling up there.
What do I see up there?
You can't see anything from the ground level. You'd have to go inside and make your way through.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I was gonna do anyways.
Okay. So you just want to move, like just walk right in.
I assume that's what you're supposed to do with the safe house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are to treat it like your residence.
Yes.
Okay. So you move inside. You hear the laughing again outside. You make your way through, and you see Pala outside, jokingly, somewhat having a drink with Pharoah and the elf woman on the balcony there.
Yeah, she wins. That's fine.
Do you join them?
Yeah, I'll join him.
Okay. So Palas sees you, and immediately, like, her entire demeanor has changed. She seems like she's extremely drunk. You're not sure if it's actually drunk, but you're pretty sure she's just putting on an act. And she looks to you, and it's like, "Ah, Glenfer, you've been gone all day. Oh, it's been so good to see you." And she like stumbles over to you and throws her arms around you in this massive hug. She kisses you multiple times along the side of your face. It's like these big, sloppy, disgusting kisses. Ah,
God,
I've been waiting for you for so long. I made new friends. Come on, come meet them. And she's like
I,
dragging you along.
I see that. Quite enthusiastic about these new friends, are we?
Yes, yes, yes. This gentleman is Pharoah. This handsome specimen of a man right here is Pharoah. He looks like he sort of cringes a little bit at what she says, but he smiles and nods. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. And she points to the elf woman. And she's like, this is uh,
Here.
this is uh, Pharoah cuts her off. The elf woman's looking like pretty upset. She's got like a big frown on her face at this point. Um, Pharoah it cuts her off. It's like, this is Lavelle, right? Lettle. He
Lavelle.
Thank you. Pharoah looks at you. Thank you. Yes, Lavelle. She's my close friend. Do you also live here, Glenfer? Was it?
Yes, I do. Uh, Sharing the responsibility and all.
Well,
I hope that she hasn't been too much of a burden.
not too much. Uh, Unfortunately, we ran into each other earlier today. I walked into her. I might have knocked her over. I just wanted to make sure she got home safely. Seems like she's been drinking quite early today. Having a little too much fun, as it were. Uh, Pala shoves him. He's like, no, no, it's still early. It's still early. Just stay, have some drinks, enjoy your drinks, enjoy this place. It's private. It's away from the city, away from all the things that might nag at you. And Furrow looks to you. He's like, I just wanted to make sure she got home safe, and it was nice to just spend a minute on the balcony to myself. It's been sort of a stressful day, so if you don't mind, I will leave you both to your privacy though, and I'll take my leave. And he motions to his friend.
Well, I'll say it. If it's been somewhat of a stressful day, I have to thank you for your kindness and taking the time to bring her here.
It's my pleasure. I've had more than one night like this where I've had to have somebody get me home, so I understand.
Is there anything we can do to repay the favor? If you need a quiet spot to escape from it at all, we can say our doors are open.
Oh, I appreciate that. Maybe I will take you up on that. Maybe I'll see you around town.
Perhaps.
Well, on that note, Pala, he bows slightly. Glenfer uh, steps to leave. The the elf woman scowls at both you and Pala, like pointedly on her way out, but she exits with Pharoah. Immediately once they leave, Pala sighs and her demeanor completely changes. Like, oh God, that was awful. What took you so
Yeah,
long?
it kind of was. Um, Went on a little bit of a walk. They're well gone. Yeah.
Yeah, they've already exited.
Okay. Uh, Turns out what you saw earlier with Pharoah talking to people at the how do you say it? Phenoxicus?
I believe so. Yeah, Penobscot Theater.
Okay, Phenoxicus Theater. Uh, I believe Daddy pulled the plug on the funding.
Oh, that would explain a lot.
Yes.
Little boy's passion
so
projects aren't coming to fruition.
they're not. I bore witness to Ventus joining Pharoah when we were at the Agoros, and they were not happy by any means.
Oh, you didn't
Uh,
stay for that entire shit show of production, did you?
Unfortunately, I saw most of it.
Yeah, that's one of his other little projects, Pharoah.
You know, if I was Ventus, I think I would have pulled the plug on that too.
Yeah, I don't blame him at all. Seems the kid thinks himself some sort of a playwright.
Well, I suppose practice is important. You
Well,
need to get somewhere with it.
you say that, but from what I hear, he's had
I
16 of these.
wait, sorry, say that again.
From what I hear, he's had 16 of these little productions,
Oh boy.
and they've all quite spectacularly failed. To no surprise, he's a bit of an idiot.
Yeah, that's something. So, 16 failed projects. The 17th, Daddy finally cuts him off. They have a heated argument. Pharoah storms off, going back by the palace after the play finished. Both Ventus and Benton were there having an argument as well.
Yeah, I think the uncle might spoil the boy.
Interesting.
When I found him, he had made his way back to the theater. He seemed to be depressed and staring at the stage, and his little whatever she is was following him about. Well, I've done my share of the work by far. So what is it? What do you got? What are you gonna do, huh, Glenfer?
Well, I think you just set me up to be their best friend with your act there. You're making yourself the villain.
I am quite good at it.
Yes, you are.
So what's our next move?
Man. I don't know how you thought that these could be an hour.
Don't worry about it.
Am I supposed to befriend someone in less than an hour and then also spy on all their movements and figure out what they
I
like and
kind of
then connect with common ground?
I expected it to be like 1 to 2 hours. Essentially, was like what I thought it was going to be.
Well, it's been 2 hours. Here we are.
Has it been 2 hours? I think it's only been like an hour. It's only been an hour and a half.
It's been it's 1 a.m., my guy.
Yeah, but Bells took like 3 hours.
Yeah, no, for sure. So that was uh
Yeah.
oh, what's
Stop,
that?
yeah, whatever. Stop getting out of your choices. Make some choices.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how that would even work.
Well, you know what your goals are, and you have your way in now.
Do we have our way in?
Oh, he knows you.
He knows us, yeah. Doesn't mean he's gonna let us walk in the door.
Well, if you don't try, you'll never know.
Uh, does he usually invite people over? Does he throw parties?
You don't know.
Does he gonna have a little pity party thing. Oh, my play
You'd,
got canceled. Everybody come hang out.
can track him down and ask him. So let's make it a little easier. So what would you want to do at this point? Would you want to try and increase your friendship with him, like gradually, or do you want to try and speed things up and push him towards letting you into the house somehow?
I mean, speeding things up is definitely the preference, but I don't
Well,
know how
we're
that.
gonna speed it up either way. I'm just asking. So what would your next moves be as Gladius in this position, who is now in the guise of Glenfer? What should your next moves be? What would you like to do? And I'm gonna have
I mean,
you make some rolls to determine your berries of success.
I would like to get in the house next. I just don't know how to make that happen.
So we're gonna rush through a little bit. We're not gonna RP like all of your interactions with Pharoah, but if you would like to spend some time trying to find him and befriending him, you can do that. And we can do some rolls to figure out how your work goes, and you can tell me how many days you want to spend doing that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, that's so I would want to let this simmer here for the night and then take another day to, run into him somewhere, connect again,
Okay.
and build a little bit more familiarity. And then possibly use that interaction as like the launching point to do something more than just bump into each other.
Okay. So yep, you sleep. When do you want to wake up? Like, how early do you want to wake up? And do you want to like stake out the palace, wait for him? Do you want to try and find him somewhere?
I want to get up at 6 and then watch the palace exit.
You do note that Saber's nowhere to be found when you wake up.
Cool. She's gonna do everything again.
You get the idea that she's actively trying to show you up. If you haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, no, I think she's made that abundantly clear. The only problem is that I don't think Lazuli is that competitive.
Gladius.
Gladius, sorry. I don't think
That's fine.
Gladius is that competitive. So
I
they're
mean,
kind of just like, if you want to do all the work,
yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, the nature of the assignment was to not be competitive. So
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, if you just want to not like not take her bait, basically, that is absolutely an option.
Yeah, no, Gladius isn't gonna take the bait. They'll get a little snippy with it, with the comments, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so wake up at 6, go out, stake the exit entrance.
okay. 2 perception rolls.
What the fuck is this?
Oh god.
It's another 7 and 21.
Okay. So yeah, with the combined rolls, thankfully your second rolls are going well. You stay out there for a little while. You do spot him around the same time you spotted him the day before. By almost 10 a.m., you're sort of hanging out, going back and forth. You do spot him making his way out of the palace area, heading for the closer theater, which would be the Agoros.
Okay. Yeah.
Following along?
Yep, following along.
Okay. And I can tell you what his route's going to be, and you can tell me where you want to make your interaction.
Okay.
So he goes to the theater first, He moves around into the theater. He seems to have a discussion with some very loud, angry individual on the stage. They have a bit of an argument back and forth, and Froa looks very upset as he leaves after following this discussion. He moves around the agora. You see him go into the marketplace. He does some shopping in the marketplace. He spends some time in the Dikacia. Looks like
Okay.
he goes into the library and does some studying. Would you like to intercept him at one of these places?
Yes, in the market, I would want to intercept him.
Okay.
I would want to
Bump into him shopping or
be,
something?
yeah, doing my own shopping at a stall close to him, and then kind of pull the, like, Froa. Yeah?
Okay. Roll performance.
Per- 17.
Okay. So you're able to meet up with him. You do sort of you pull off a really nice like accidentally bumping into him as you're searching through the racks of a clothing shop. And he spots you. You exchange a brief meet. What would you like to do? Would you want to just like bump into him and move on? Do you want to ask him to hang out, go somewhere?
So I would want to, first, I would go back and, say thank you again for taking care of Pala and making sure she got back home safe. I know that she can be a little much sometimes.
Mm. What's your plan? Are you trying to attract him somewhere, or we're gonna speed through most of this day, so we're
Yeah.
just gonna go
So
through your actions.
I would say that I would extend it into, are you sure there isn't something that, I could do? Could I, buy you lunch?
He looks around for a second. You can see that he's clearly like upset. Go ahead and roll persuasion.
19.
Okay. He reluctantly agrees. Says, "Yeah, maybe having some lunch wouldn't be so bad." And you go off to a place in the city. Um, there's a place that you're familiar with is a good spot, like more of an in the middle, not super wealthy, not lower class. That's a nice place in the outside areas to sit down, where a lot of theater people usually like to hang out as well.
Okay, perfect.
Roll performance.
26.
Okay. And do you just want to have the lunch and part ways, or do you want to continue with him through the day?
I mean, I think that would depend a little bit on him. If it seems like he's trying to pull away, I would let him pull away.
He definitely doesn't seem
It
like he's
wouldn't.
trying to pull away. He seems like you've been able to like calm him down and make him feel a little better through conversation.
Okay. Um, yeah, since he's not trying to pull away, like, I would certainly, play into going along with what he wants to do and just saying we have some quiet time at the moment, not a lot of plans, not a lot of things going on. Um,
Okay.
so if he wants the company, I'm happy to provide it.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to spend most of the day with Varroa at this point. You don't see any sign of Pala throughout the day, but you get the idea that she's watching. Like you get the vibe that she's somewhere out there multiple times throughout the day. But you're able to spend time with him. You walk around the city a little bit. He shows you some areas of the city that he favors. There's one specific mural painted on the side of the building, which is a dedication to Heliod, and he starts to like talk about himself a lot. He talks about his passion projects in reverence to the gods, especially Heliod, and him trying to do everything he can to give his life to Heliod and create this majestic, beautiful art, and the mural that you notice that he points out is really bad. It's not done very well. It looks like it was done by somebody who has some half skill, but doesn't really know what they're doing. Sort of almost like a rude depiction, if anything else, of Heliod himself.
Yeah.
Um, so he leads you around the city for a little while longer. You spend 2, 3, 4 hours walking about, listening to his bullshit. He inevitably starts talking about the problems with his father. He tells you about his latest production. He's put so much work into it and so much time into it and so much love into it, and he believes inevitably it would be a success, but his father just won't allow it, and just pulled funding for it and has completely shut it down. He gets into a very bratty, oh, this is so unfair. I don't deserve this. This isn't right. We should be doing everything we can to worship and pay homage. And my father's not letting me do it. He's preventing me. And it's just like wham, 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 poor me type shit.
Lazuli's or Gladius, sorry, is 100% encouraging it and giving him sympathy.
Okay. Yeah, so you reach the rest of your day. You reach the outside of your safe house area. And he bids farewell. He's like, well, thank you so much for spending some time with me and listening to me. It's really hard. It's really hard, and it's good to have somebody listen.
I do. Sometimes all you need is somebody who will genuinely listen to you. I'm glad that I could be that for you.
Well, thanks again, and I'll see you tomorrow, maybe.
Sure. Did you have any particular plans?
No, not really. All of my plans have been shot down by my father.
It's unfortunate. Then, yes, maybe we'll see again tomorrow.
I hope so. And he waves and walks off towards the palace.
Yeah, I'm gonna, man, because that could be an easy in as well. But no, I'm gonna let that one sit because we've got a pretty easy in at this point.
Okay.
Can come back to it tomorrow. So I shall bid farewell and go to the safe house.
Okay. Going into the safe house, you again don't see Saber anywhere. You want to turn in for the night?
Yep, turn in for the night.
Okay. You rest pretty well. Again, you wake up around the same time, early, like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't see any sign of Saber in the morning either. Looks like she didn't return in the night. What would you like to do?
Interesting.
What's your goal on the second day here?
So it doesn't seem like she returned at all?
Not at all. You look around. There's no signs of entry. Everything else looks undisturbed.
Oh, I don't like that. I think I would want to specifically see if I could find any signs of her.
Where?
Yeah, where? I guess start with the palace.
Okay. So you head right to the palace. You're still in that same darker outfit, the black.
Yeah, we'll do the dark one.
Okay. So you make your way back out through the city. You make your way to the palace. You spend a little bit of time out there. What's up, place? The Pharoah inevitably. I knew that was coming. Pharoah inevitably steps out down the staircase and out into the city. You don't see any sign of Saber anywhere. You look about for somebody perched up in normal locations, someplace that you would post up to sort of keep watch on the structure. You look to the rooftops and some of the more shady areas around, and you don't spot her anywhere. She's either hiding really, really well, or she's just not there. But you do see Pharoah.
And what direction is Furo going?
He's not moving towards the theater this time. He moves off to the west, towards the area with all the temples.
Okay. I'm gonna let him go off. I presume he's gonna do something with that. Man, because I want this to just be she's very good at her job,
Could be.
but this is a joint mission, and if I let my partner get caught or whatever, it's not gonna look great.
Yeah. You're not really sure at this point. She could just be ahead of you.
Could be.
But yeah, it's your choice. Do you want to spend the day searching for Saber, or do you want to spend the day again building your relationship with Pharoah?
I mean, definitely it would choose building the relationship with Pharoah. But I'm not gonna, you know, bump into him first thing in the morning this time.
Okay. So what would you like to do?
I think I'm gonna go down to the Agoros theater, and kind of keeping an eye out for any traces of Saber. But then kind of, going back to watch the exit of the temple section to see where Pharaoh is gonna end up going.
Okay. Just heading off in the direction you see him already sort of making his way back.
Oh, all right. I'm not going to engage him yet. Where's he going?
Okay. He continues on. He looks sort of dejectedly at the theater as he passes by, but he continues off into the Agora and out to the Preakness, where he seems to be heading for the docks.
Okay. I'll just watch for now, not engaging yet.
Okay. He moves out onto the docks and he seems to be preparing some sort of a smaller sailing vessel.
Yeah, presumably gonna do a quick little fishing thing. Not gonna lock myself on a boat with them. I don't need to listen to daddy issues again.
Okay.
I guess I want to go back to the palace and stake out for Ventus instead.
Okay. How long do you want to stay there? Until you spot something, or?
Well, I guess we haven't staked him out, so I wouldn't know yet. Just general knowledge. Is there a specific amount of time people tend to go out on little fishing ventures?
You have no idea. I mean, it could be all day. It could be a couple hours.
Yeah. We'll start with just a classic 1 hour.
Okay. Yeah, you spend an hour outside the palace. Nobody comes in or out.
Okay. What time of day is it?
It's reaching about 11 a.m. now.
Got it. I'm gonna go back to the docks.
Okay.
Would I be able to identify the vessel that he took out?
Not. You can't see it out in the water anymore. There's a good number of vessels out there that are coming in and out. Some of them are fishing vessels. Some of them are travelers and merchants, things like that. But it would be hard to identify any one from the other. And he could also be out in the further bay beyond the wall.
Yeah. I guess more specifically the point that he was docking from, but I guess that could be.
The ship is gone. Yeah, it's not there.
Okay, so it is still gone.
Yes.
Okay. with the safe house. Well, no, because I can't. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep waiting at the around the palace, and I'm gonna go back to the palace, I guess.
Okay,
Just go back and forth here.
all good. So what would you like to
We'll
do at
do
the palace?
another hour.
Okay. In the hour that you're outside the palace, you see Venton come out, and he whispers something to one of the guards that's on duty. Looks to the rest of the guards. They changed in formations so that the three of them are blocking the staircase entirely, and one of the guards leaves with Venton back up the stairs.
Into the palace?
Yes.
Interesting. And so with my previous scouting around the palace, is there any what's kind of the like over under of getting visibility inside the house?
The only place that from your investigation, you've seen so far would be the rooftops. That would be able to get you any sort of insight into what's going on in there.
Okay. And broad daylight right now.
There's along the side of the building, you do get the idea from what you've seen that you'd be able to get up to the rooftops pretty easily, even in the daylight, just waiting for the right time to hop up.
Okay, I think I want to do that as long as like it's pretty inconspicuous that you're on a roof.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're adept now at being able to move unseen and unheard, and being able to keep your position low and out of sight, so
Okay.
you'd be able to get up there just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So you move up around to the north. You wait just a little while as people pass by. You find your opening, and you're able to vault yourself up very quickly up along the walls and to the rooftops above. Um, it's a little slanted. You get down and you sort of just slowly crawl your way up until you can peek over the edge, and it gives you a pretty good view into the palace courtyard itself. It's a very beautiful, opulent area. There's gardens, a couple larger tower-like structures with courtyards in the middle, an area that looks to be some sort of a very fancy bathhouse. Roll perception for me from up there.
2. God, that's my plus. 12. My brain's really good at math right now.
All good. So while you're up there, you notice a little bit of movement. You see Ventus with that guard. He's standing outside of one of the smaller structures.
Wait,
On
Ventus or Venton?
Ventin. Sorry.
Okay.
For a moment, the guard goes inside the structure and pulls. You can't really see who. They're in very baggy clothing and they have a bag over their head, but they are tied up at their ankles and at their wrists, and they're being dragged basically by this guard behind Venton, who leads them into the main structure of the palace. He sort of looks around like he's being careful nobody's watching and moves inside. The guard drags this person inside the palace as well.
Bad feeling about this. So was there anything that I could tell about the stature of the person?
Investigation.
14.
Nothing too concrete that would give you any guarantee on who it is. The height itself is of average humanoid height, so it could potentially be Saber, but there was nothing really defining enough that would let you know 100%. Yeah, that was her.
Yeah. And so they were brought where?
Into the main palace structure up through the central walkway.
Okay. With the training that I've had so far, I know that we're supposed to be very self-sufficient. But if we think something might be going sour, is it expected to like communicate, or is it kind of you got yourself into
Um,
it, you get yourself out,
yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like, if you would communicate at this point, you pretty much are giving up.
forfeiting the mission? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Now would be a really great time for Faro to come back and bring me into the house.
You are on the roof. What would you like
Oh
to do?
yeah, no, I'm very aware. Because from here I don't think there's much more that like being able to get closer and seeing anything is a big risk. Yeah.
Yeah, you can try to infiltrate the building, but yeah, that'd be a full stealth trip.
Yeah. I have a decent stealth, but I don't know if I trust it that much because that'd be a lot of rolls ultimately.
Yeah. Or you can try to find him and see if you can convince him to let you in.
I think that's gonna be the play. So I'm
Okay.
gonna get off of the roof and put myself somewhere that he would likely find me. Um,
You know,
which would
it's
probably be the markets.
potentially. Yeah, you know that he's still out on the harbor. At least, you assume he is.
Yeah, the last time he was there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'm because the from the harbor is the like common route. Would it be going through that market stall area?
Generally, it doesn't have to be. Like, there's other ways around, but that'd be his like most direct route if he's going straight home.
Okay, if he's going straight home.
Mhm.
Yeah, back to the harbor.
Okay. So you want to wait at the docks?
Uh, not somewhere where I'm gonna explicitly be seen, but I want to see if his ship
Okay.
is back yet.
So moving out into the dock area, you do see in the space where his ship was docked previously, he's just pulling it in and getting it tied down.
Okay. So I'm gonna watch to see which direction it looks like he's gonna take,
Okay.
and then whichever way it is, I'll put myself in that line.
Okay. He finishes tying the boat together, and he definitely makes for a direction that he's going to just go straight through the marketplace.
Okay. Um, yeah, let's go to the market.
Okay.
We love spending money.
So do you just want to be in the market purchasing? What do you want to try and run into him again?
Um, yes, I think so.
Okay.
I could be, well, no, I don't want to walk with too much purpose because then that seems like I have something to do. Yeah.
So just at a market stall, making a purchase.
Yep. We'll do
Browsing, if
food
you will.
because people
Okay.
need food every day, and it seems like less opulent spending.
Okay. So you position yourself pretty well, and you notice him walking back out through the marketplace towards the palace.
Okay. Um, and then I want to wait a second. Does it seem like he's gonna see me first?
If you want to try and like glaringly get him to notice you, roll performance.
Oh, okay, sure. 13.
Okay. Yeah, as he's passing through, he does spot you. You make a little bit of a show of it. Nothing too fancy. But he does not. He smiles when he sees you and he approaches.
Oh, perfect. He does approach. Yeah?
Yes, he approaches.
Good. I was worried that he would just be like, smile and nod, keep walking.
No, yeah,
Um,
he comes in and heads straight to the marketplace for you.
I don't think I want. And can we do rolls? I don't want to role play
Okay.
conversation.
What's your goal?
Man, how? Because the goal is to hang out with him again.
Yes.
And the goal is to have him go home.
How do you want to convince him to take you into the house? If that's your
That's
goal.
what I'm trying to think of. Let's try the route of really enjoyed your company the other day, but I've been out and about throughout the city for the past couple of days and looking for something a little quieter.
Okay. Roll persuasion. And performance, actually. Let me give you both.
All right. Persuasion is 18.
Okay.
And performance is dirty 20.
Okay. So yeah, you share a little bit of conversation. You basically express, yeah, you're really tired. You're just looking to relax for the rest of the day. You definitely put out all the hints that you just want to like go hang out and relax somewhere and not like wander around the city. And he nods. He was like, well, I suppose it wouldn't be a problem. You could come into my family's home.
How known is Baroa?
How known?
Yes. So like his father's obviously very clearly known and people would know where his father's house is. But do
Mm,
people like is it common knowledge? I guess the question
yes.
is would Glenfer know where?
Yeah, and he gives the attitude that he would expect you to. It's a very prominent place. His family is very prominent. Most people in the city know who lives in that palace. It's one of the largest structures in the city.
Okay. Okay. Just what didn't want to presume.
Sure.
Um then that would be an incredible honor. I don't know how many people can say that they get a personal invitation there.
Yeah, we'll have to avoid my father, but otherwise we should be fine.
I would appreciate that. Not particularly inclined to spend time with him.
So he walks you back. There's still just a contingent of 3 guards in the front, those same 3 guards before, but they do step aside when he enters, and they allow you to move up the staircase with Faroa.
All right, in
Uh,
we go.
you move up into the courtyard. There's a bit of servant staff moving in and out at the moment between some of these structures. The courtyard gardens themselves. There's some individuals sort of passing in and out between. You see a young woman. You're not really sure who she is. You don't recognize her from any of the information you got from Scythe during the investigation entry. But she's just sort of pacing back and forth in the gardens. Faroa moves straight through. He doesn't acknowledge her at all. He doesn't acknowledge the servants at all, and he's sort of like beckoning you to keep following him. He leads you into not the entryway where you saw them take their captive earlier, where you saw Venton take that person, but off to the left, there's another more open space.
My
Follow
plan is
along.
to just go with him.
Okay.
Not going to try to break away.
Okay. So what's your goal inside the structure here?
Okay, one more time. Give me kind of a perspective of
Mhm.
where we're going versus where they went.
So the main entryway is the one that you can see all the pathways leading to.
Yes.
So they went in directly into that structure and moved somewhere else inside the building. He's taking you off to the left further and moving through. There's a space, like a gateway or a space between the walls just south of that into that open courtyard with there's 3 open trees in there. It's like an open space. That's where he's taking you.
Yes. Okay. So where
You
am I
you definitely get the idea that he's already starting to whine and complain again and bitch and moan about his situations and how good it is to just have somebody around to listen to and have somebody to talk to.
Yep. Yep.
Tells you a little bit about his sailing trip for the most part, but you get the idea that he's really only going to talk about these things. You definitely get the sense that he's like nervous too. He doesn't really know like how to interact very well, and he's like struggling too. But he's mostly just wants to bitch and be upset, and you're just the outlet for
Yeah.
that.
I think I would play up the it's an honor to be invited here and go towards, is there any chance of a tour?
He sort of raises an eyebrows, like a tour of the home of the main palace, or what would you like to see?
I mean, it's a palace. I can't say I've been in many of them before. I'm not totally sure what to expect from them.
Hmm. Roll persuasion.
23.
You rolled a 1. So yeah, he's like, oh yeah, I don't see an issue with showing you around. Here, follow me, follow me. And he moves through. He moves out of the main courtyard area, further into the structure, and you come into an area underneath an archway where you can see the main entrance off to your right hand side. The ceiling of the structure is open, and there's a couple doorways that move further into the palace proper, on the far side, the north side of this area. He shows you around. The doors themselves are just these beautiful gold gilded doors. You see elements of the gods depicted everywhere throughout this structure. There's a massive altar to Heliod. Uh, he explains to you that Heliod is the patron god of the family, since going back as long as they understand. There's tapestries everywhere. He tells you that there are some members of the family who weave these, and they are all created by the family themselves and hung within the structure. Um, he depicts different goddesses and gods and things like that, and he talks about them at length. He's obviously very religious. He seems to know quite a bit about these different gods and their histories and his family's histories, and he shares a little bit about some of their legends about how in the past they've interacted with the gods on some level, and their family is so successful because they've had these interactions with these gods, these positive interactions, and they're seen as worthy of their praise and their power. He passes by one area as he sort of points at it. He's like, "Yeah, well, we can't go in there, unfortunately. That's my uncle's space. I don't go in there."
Does he explicitly forbid your entry?
Yes, I am not allowed in my uncle's area. He does a lot of work in there. He says it's secret for the city, and I cannot see it, so I don't go inside. But if you'd like, I can show you our art gallery. It's lovely.
Uh, I think that sounds wonderful, but before then, uh, gonna ask to use the bathroom.
He looks like, yeah, of course, of course. Just pass this way, and he leads you around a corner, and into a very like beautiful marble structured area. And it's like, yeah, I'll wait out here for you. Take your time.
All right, thank you. All right, what's the floor plan here?
So where you're in is it's very like bathhouse sort of a space, beautifully tiled. Again, there's like mosaics of gods everywhere, and it's a prominent thing across the entirety of this palace. Um, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable way in or out aside from the entry that he had pointed to you.
Okay. Um, and then with the way that we entered to get in here, um, and then where he stopped, is he just like right outside the door kind of a thing? Or
Last you left him, he had his back to the doorway, and he was like leaned over a balcony looking out into the courtyard, the central courtyard.
All right. Time to try to sneak.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get past him and go back towards his uncle's area.
All right. Roll stealth.
This is terrifying. Ah, we're sneaky though. 26.
Okay. Yeah, you very, very quietly inch your way out. You can spy him just still leaned over that balcony. Seems to be like muttering something to himself. You can't tell what he's saying, but he's not paying any attention. He has his back turned, and you're able to just slip past him into the hallways beyond and move back towards the uncle's workspace.
Okay, I want to stop at the uncle's door and see if I can hear anything.
Okay. Listening around, you do hear other sounds coming from the rest of the palace. You hear footsteps of servants, things like that, but nobody seems to be in your exact proximity yet. On the inside, listening to the door, go ahead and roll perception.
17?
Okay. Very faintly, you hear the sounds of what sounds like somebody struggling.
And there's no other sounds?
No.
I would like to well, first I want to, I doubt there is anything, but check the door for traps.
Okay.
Is that a perception or
It's
investigation?
perception or investigation. I say whichever one you want to roll. It's fine.
Definitely perception, because my investigation's a 0. 19.
Okay. Yeah, you don't notice any traps. The door does seem very securely locked.
Okay. I would like to pick it.
Okay, sleight of hand.
11.
That's enough. You just need a 10. So yeah, you pop the door. You just want to creak it open, peer in.
Very slightly, yes.
Okay. Peering inside, everything is very dark. It looks to be a very prominent office space. There's a single chair sitting on the far side of the room in front of the desk, and there is somebody tied up to the chair with a bag over their head. The rest of the room is very dark. You don't see anything lit, and nobody seems to be inside.
Okay. As long as doesn't seem like there's anybody else here, I would like to step inside.
Okay. Closing the door behind you.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So this person tied to a chair with a bag on their head. They look any more familiar close up?
So you approach.
Quietly, yeah.
Okay. They seem to notice. You hear somebody like mumbling as if they're gagged from underneath the hood. Still like no real defining features about them. Their clothes are kind of torn up. Look like they've been struggling or in a fight recently, and you see a little bit of blood on the bag over their head as well.
All right. Let's go over and take it off.
Okay. Pulling it off, it is Saber. She looks furious. She's got a big scratch on the front of her face, and she's like struggling super bad and shaking around and trying to get out of this.
I'll untie her.
It's like, you idiot! You shouldn't have come here! As she says that, you hear this massive crash as this portcullis type gate slams shut on the door that you came into.
Right.
And a trapdoor opens up on the far side of the room, and from the inside steps both Ventus and Venton.
Fantastic. Can I still untie her?
Sleight of hand.
16?
Okay. So yeah, you worked pretty well to untie her very quickly as Ventus and Venton approach. Ventus laughs pretty heartily and sits behind the desk as Venton has a sword drawn and he moves around to you both. You're able to untie Saber, who sort of like steps back just a bit. Ventus looks to both of you. He says, members of this mysterious organization, yes?
Friends of your son.
My son? I don't recognize you. I already learned the identity of your companion here. I know who you associate with. We would like some information, and you're going to provide it. Or we're going to kill you. Do you understand?
I understand perfectly. I presume I have all my stuff on me.
Yes.
Can I give Saber my short sword?
As you go to reach for it, Fenton immediately moves forward with the blade that he has drawn. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why not?
I'll cut your throat right here. We'll get the information we need out of your friend. She's been a bit of a problem, so I'd prefer to hear it from you.
She's good at causing problems for people.
She scoffs behind you a bit.
So I want to assess, because ideally we just kill them now and be done with it. But I want to assess how likely it is that they would be able to call for backup or assistance.
Go ahead and roll investigation really quick.
2.
2? I mean, it's a new place for you. It's you've never really been in this room before. Looking around, there's too many variables right now for you to really determine.
Yep. And so how would you have us proceed from here?
Well, first, why don't you have a seat? We'll tie you up. We'll pull another chair for your friend. Retie her. Then we'll begin to have our discussion. We can be quite persuasive. Venton steps aside a little bit, with the blade still drawn, beckoning you to sit down. As you do, Fentus himself starts to growl almost. You see him twitch in a very strange manner as he transforms. He opens his mouth, and you see 2 large fangs protrude from the interior. And his form changes, his garb changes a little, becomes much more pale, with what you discern as the obvious visage of a vampire.
Yep. Sure don't have the stuff to kill a vampire on me, do I?
You do not. Do you sit down?
No. I'm gonna. What's Saber kind of? What's her vibe here?
When you look over at her, she looks at you, and she seems like she's also assessing the room, trying to figure out what to do, but she seems pretty confounded at the moment.
All right. So we're trapped in a room with a vampire and a powerful general. We're both baby rogues, and I'm not even a rogue. Sorcerer with no spells.
Saber also is making some of these connections. She looks at you. She's like, maybe we should just tell them. Tell them what we know, and they'll let us go. I can find work somewhere else. It's not worth it.
I might be amenable to that. What if we tell you what we know without the step of sitting down and being tied to a chair?
I want every single detail, every individual, everybody you've spoken to, their whereabouts, your safe houses, any individuals that assist you in the city. I want everything. Then I will allow you to go free.
Does Saber have anything to say about that?
She moves up and she sits down in the chair. Fenton moves around, drags another chair from the side of the room, walks past you, blade still drawn, sets it down. The chair, not the blade. I should clarify.
Should have taken message.
Well, you do still have your ability to communicate with your tattoo. Like that is the whispers.
Oh, we can choose the target?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
the whispers, the same ability that you would use to communicate.
Yeah.
You have that. You just have to
In
find
my
a
brain,
way to do it.
yeah, in my brain it was like clicking like, oh, this is a pre-programmed thing. But that wouldn't make sense. So yes, no, that okay. And so by find a way to do that,
Because you do have to audibly
how
like whisper the message.
oh, got it. Yep.
You're still refusing to sit down?
I mean, if Saber's sat and she's more stubborn than I am, I guess I'll sit.
Yeah. Looking over at Saber, she seems like terrified and she's just ready to like you definitely get the idea that she is likely going to tell them what they want to know.
Interesting. So it genuinely seems like she's terrified.
Yeah. You get the like you've seen her when she's putting on her axe before and you've worked together for a little while and you've been around her. Especially on seeing the vampire, you get the idea that she might be serious.
All right. I'll sit.
Fenton stays behind you. You get the idea that the blade is still drawn, but Fentus stands at the desk, puts his hands on it, leans forward, and says, "Okay, begin."
I'll look at Saber.
She looks back at Fentus and sighs. Okay. Just give me a piece of paper. I'll write down names and locations. If you have a map, I'll mark the map. Whatever you want to know. Fentus nods. Fenton moves off, grabs some things, and starts to bring them back. Fentus, the vampire, looks at you, says, "And you? Your cooperation is what?"
Sidebar.
Okay.
How do you kill a vampire?
Let's see. I mean, based on what you know as Lazuli,
Gladius.
Gladius, I know I'm doing it too.
Yeah, that's the only reason I said it. Yeah, anyways.
So sunlight, basically, when they die, generally they transform into like a misty form, and they move off somewhere else, and they can be reanimated. If you kill them within their resting place, it's potentially a permanent death. If they're thrown into water while paralyzed within their coffins in their resting places, they can die staked to the heart, the usual vampire as well. If they've been around too long and they're awake too long and they can't reach their resting places, they'll usually drop down. Sure, I'd say based on what you know of it, that's what you've heard. You've never really encountered a vampire before. Never really thought you would. So,
Yeah.
but there are some spells like disintegrate, things like that, powerful spells. But as far as what you'd have your hands on, stake to the
I
chest.
focused so hard on getting into the house, I forgot to focus on the target. But he's been out in sunlight, hasn't he?
You have seen him out in sunlight.
Yeah. So have I done a check for what our odds would be if we did try to fight? I don't know if that's something to do.
You you want to like gauge your success rate? Is that what you're? You can roll investigation to sort of just like get a lay of the land and assess the situation.
Yeah, it's more like how strong do these fellas seem in comparison to us? But that's a 12. So
I mean, you get the idea
probably
that
strong.
the vampire is probably really strong. Vampires are usually very old and have great strength. The fact that you've seen him out in sunlight throws you off a little bit, so you're not sure what exactly that means. The uncle himself, Fenton, doesn't really seem that threatening, but you don't know what his combat skills are like, so it's hard to say. You also assume that they can call in guards at any point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So fine. Yeah. Paper. Map.
Okay. He looks to Fenton. Fenton goes off, grabs some more paperwork as well, and he leans into you. The name of your instructor.
They don't tell us their names.
Well, what do you call your instructor?
Man, I wish I could. Uh. My brain is so slow at coming up with things.
It's okay.
Let's try Shank.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. On Ventus?
Oh, sorry. I'm not shanking him. As in, I'm saying the name of my instructor is Shank.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Very,
Definitely
very well.
misleading.
Quite the different route. Okay.
Yep, yep.
He roll deception. Saber also looks at you as you when you say that.
14.
He leans over the desk and moves around and sits on the desk in front of you, leans against it. Says, Shank.
Yes.
He looks to Saber. Are they lying to me? Saber looks over at you. For a moment, blinks, looks back at him. Yes, that's a lie. He lets out a really long sigh. Fenton, have the guards bring him in. Through one of the accesses, you hear a click. The gate on the back, the entry door that you came in, still remains sealed. But that same
Okay.
bookshelf, that passageway that he had come into, where they were hiding when you came in, one of the guards drags out Faroa and kicks him in the back of the legs and just sends him to his knees on the side of the room and puts a spear up to the back of his neck. It's like, don't think I need this boy very much. He's quite an idiot. Let you into my house. Do you care about his life?
No.
He nods to the guard. The guard presses the spear into the back of his shoulder and just pierces him. He's gagged as well, but you hear him just howl in pain over there.
What is this going to do to your public image?
My image is fine. My son is an idiot. I can say he made a bad business deal. Fell off this ship in the harbor. Anything. Nobody will care. He won't be missed.
Well, I'm glad that he was able to siphon some of your money into his projects before then.
For a moment, you see a very a flash in your eyes of Saber. She pulls a blade of some kind and makes an immediate lunge backwards, not at Ventus but at Venton, and you see her immediately get stabbed in the chest by Venton's blade. Pierces right through her. He shoves her off and just kicks her to the ground.
Holy shit.
Ventus sighs. Uh, this is so unnecessary. All you need to do is tell me about your organization. Give me the information that I want, and this can all be over. I will release you.
So, Saber dead?
Looking over at her, she looks like she's in a bad state. She hasn't gotten up after this stabbing.
Oh, Jesus. Uh, yeah, a little more shaken now. Um,
So it's a space where you can fall back on your training. You haven't really been given too much information about what to do when captured, but you know that above all else, you're not supposed to give up information on your organization or anything like that, and you know that to do so would probably be signing their death sentence.
yeah. So what training has been given? Because my problem here is I'm just saying their name because I can't. Um, Lazuli would actually die before betraying.
Mm. So I mean, this is your Gladius now, and this is a
Yeah,
much earlier version. But still, like we mentioned earlier on, this is the first family that Lazuli's ever really had, and you formed a pretty
yeah,
good bond, at least with Scythe and some of the individuals that you trained with. Um, so whether or not you give them up is up to you. You do have your investigation training, your ability to assess a room, assess a situation, find ways around things, look for an exit. You can distract, confuse. You've
yeah.
been taught the art
Okay.
of conversation and the things like this, so you'd be able to tap into your training for something like that. Um, you're also not inciting anybody. Uh, uh, once again, so that's something you absolutely can insight roll whoever the hell you want at any time, um, instead of just taking things at face value.
Yep,
So
that's very true. It sure is.
uh, any of the above, a combination of all of the things. You can do them a couple things at a time. You can bide your time and distract them however you think you can.
All right. Yeah, I do want to, because I guess I kind of feel like but I guess I haven't tried to assess too many specific things. What are the ways in and out of this room?
The ones that you've
Because,
seen that you've taken into account so far are that secret passageway via bookshelf in the back corner of the room to your right, and the entryway that you've seen that got gated. There's also stained glass windows in the back that you get the idea that they'd be smashable on some level, if you threw enough force at it. You're not sure exactly where they lead. You assume they lead somewhere on the north side of the structure based on where you are.
yeah, and with the bookshelf secret passage, that closed already, yeah?
Yeah, it closed again after the guard brought Faroa in.
Okay, and we haven't seen it open from this side yet, so I wouldn't know how to open it.
Right.
Right. So Gladius will go ahead and sigh and say, so this is likely why they sent trainees on this mission. They wanted
Trainees.
people.
You're not even an agent. You're not a spy with the organization.
No, we're not. Both of us, we're in training.
He flashes a look to Venton for a moment and looks back to you. It's interesting.
They
Well,
likely anticipated this, and so they figured, let's send some people who know almost nothing.
what do you know? Start talking to me now, or I'll continue to hurt my son. Inevitably, I will have his head, and then I'll kill you. And we don't have to kill you quickly. In fact, I could turn you and torture you for eternity. There are places in this palace we could lock you below where nobody would ever find you.
That seems like a lot of work to put on yourself for the rest of eternity.
I get bored. So
Oh,
give me something,
I
a name, a location, anything now. What were you saying?
belatedly thought of something that, because like how in the campaign I just had Lazuli focus on the tattoo while outright saying, like, now that you have us, da 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 da.
Mhm.
Um, I should have done that when I said, so this is why they send newbies. Um,
You do still have that ever-present nagging feeling that if you do try to report this or call for help, it could be a failure.
I mean, there's a failure and there's dying.
True. What's
Man.
what's your next move?
Sure, let's insight him. How serious is he about killing his son and turning me?
Go ahead and roll it.
16.
Doesn't seem like he'd have like he'd care at all for doing either. He seems like he's very serious on both.
Yep.
But just like looking at him and getting the appearance of him as well as he's doing this, you do get the sense that he has no issues killing. But you're also getting a weird vibe on the vampire thing. Continuing on your logic of you saw him in the sunlight. It's like things aren't adding up.
Yeah, okay, okay. Um, how about this? They leave the room, I tell you everything I know.
No. You tell me everything you know, or I kill you.
Then kill me.
So let's take this slow. Fenton, remove something. I don't care what it is. They don't need a finger. Fenton grabs your hand, presses it to the chair, and
Would I be able to react
sure.
to that and take one of the hidden daggers I have and attack their hand?
Sleight of hand.
Oh, dirty 20.
Okay. So yeah, he immediately grabs your hand and moves. He actually sheaths his sword and pulls a smaller blade and begins to move to remove one of your fingers, and you're able to sort of deftly pull out as he's sort of getting the grip on you and using your dexterity to swing around, and you want to stab at his hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was debating, can I take one of his fingers? Yeah, no, just stabbing his hand is probably fine.
Sleight of hand.
Sorry, what was that?
Sleight of hand.
Oh, again. Okay.
Yep.
18.
Okay. Yep. You pull right out, and you're able to deftly just thrust your dagger through his hand. You hear him howl in rage. Ventus himself goes to draw a blade.
Okay. Bad decisions all around. Can I try to slit Venton's throat?
Yeah. How do you want to do that? You want to just rush him, or
Because Venton is the one that was gonna try to attack my hand, yeah?
yes, Venton, the uncle.
And how are we positioned right now?
You're sitting in the chair, so I'm assuming you just got out of the chair after stabbing his hand, and he's like stumbled backwards. So you basically
Yeah,
remove the chair, rush him, or go
yeah,
around.
I would want to get behind him immediately, um, and see if I can like grab his hair with one hand and then knife to throw it on with the other.
Okay, so 2 rolls. Roll acrobatics first.
Oh, they're being real nice to me right now. I'm scared. 18.
Okay. Yes, you're able to get you definitely get the chair out of your way. You roll off, pop up behind him, and you're able to grab him, pull back his head. Um, roll, just roll straight dexterity on this. I'm not going to make you roll an attack because you're in position. So roll dexterity.
Also 18.
Yeah, you get the knife on, you slide it right across his throat. Drops to his knees, starts bleeding out on the ground in front of you. As Ventus roars like ah, grabs his blade. It lights up red. Has this red mystical energy sort of swirling around it. Moves to make a slash at you.
All right. I mean, I would love to dodge as much as I can, but I assume he gets this off.
All right. Well, what do you want to do? You can have a reaction in this instant.
I would want to dodge as a reaction.
Okay.
Yeah, I would want to try to dodge and see if I can't get behind him as well.
Acrobatics.
Well, there's a desk in the way, isn't there?
No, he sat down in front of the desk. He was leaned up against
Oh,
it.
that's right. Yeah, no, I'm gonna. Okay, so next plan when I have a chance is to try and shock and grasp him.
Okay. So first roll acrobatics.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So he slashes at you. The attack misses, and you're able to get like a pretty good slide off to the side. As you got pretty close to him now, you noticed a little bit of a shimmer in his image. Just for a moment, something changed about him.
Interesting. So there's some kind of illusion happening here.
And behind you, the guard has thrown the sun aside and has lifted a spear and began to approach as well.
Um, can lightning strike twice? So I'm behind him. I'll
Yes.
try the same throat trick.
Okay. For this one, we're gonna do not acrobatics, let's do sleight of hand.
I swear I'm rolling a dirty 20.
All right. Yes, you move up very quickly and deftly. As he's spinning around, you're able to move with him. Again, grab the head, move in the dagger for the cut. Dexterity.
They get harder. Stop giving me the same rolls. It's freaking me out.
You're not out of this yet.
No, I'm definitely not out of it yet. Okay, so straight dex is 12.
12. So he grasps your hand as you're about to press the blade to his neck. He manages to get his arm up and grasp your wrist and resist. He starts to force the blade back. Roll strength.
Okay. If he's trying to get the blade to go towards me, I would drop it and then take one of my other blades out. But still, strength is 11.
Okay. So yeah, he's holding on. You're able to sort of like run a stalemate with him right now. You do have the guard has hesitated. He seems to have his boss between you and him. He's still sort of slowly approaching with the spear drawn. What would you like to do? You want to continue to try and?
I want to shock and grasp him now because my hands are already on him.
Fentus?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to roll for it, honestly. You apply the shocking grasp, and as you do, you hear him howl in pain, and immediately that illusion drops. The illusion on his blade just turns into a regular sword. The imagery of his clothing, the fangs, everything phases back to just the standard old man politician visage, and he looks quite terrified.
All right. I mean, I would like to try to kill him again.
Okay, strength.
And that's going to be a bad stalemate. 7.
He rolled a 5. So yeah, you're pretty much still forcing each other. You get a little bit closer. You start to almost feel the blade pierce the skin, but not quite. It is pressed against his throat. The guard's still hastily approaching. You also hear from outside the gate, guards on the opposite side. You see them open the door and begin to start to try to get that gate open.
Oh, we're really in it, aren't we?
You're not out yet. What's your next move, Gladius?
Can I stomp the back of his knee?
Sure. Yeah. Give me dexterity.
15?
Okay. Yeah, you're able to kick the back of his knee out, and he sort of falls down to one knee. Roll strength at advantage.
Okay. 14? These strength rolls.
Yep. You're able to pierce through this time. He's like with the kick, he falls down. He's not able to resist enough, and your blade, you feel it pierce his neck and begin to drag across as you cut his throat. The guard immediately now rushes forward and begins to attack at you with the spear. You have
All
a
right.
reaction.
I mean, I really want to make sure that this job is finished. I don't want them to be able to revive him. Can I use my reaction to double down on slitting his throat?
Yeah. You want to cut straight through?
Yep.
Strength. What is it?
10.
10?
Yep.
Yeah, you cut through it. You start to basically hack at this guy's neck. You make it pretty deep. You can't completely remove the head, but you're about halfway through.
That's good.
Pure,
We're dropping the
pure
knife.
adrenaline pushing you through this now.
We're dropping the knife. I assume that he's gonna get an attack in.
So the guard throws the spear forward, deflects off your armor with a 4.
Oh
Leather
boy.
armor manages to repel the blade as you just deftly move this to the side.
All right, and then I'm so glad I asked about race trait spells. Can I cast invisibility?
You can.
I would like to go invisible.
Okay, so yeah, you cut half through the head, and as this guard strikes you in the chest, you definitely avoid the damage, and you immediately cast yourself into invisibility. The guard himself begins swinging the spear around, sort of maniacally. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex saving. Oh, gosh. Sometimes I truly forget that I'm not a rogue. I was like, why don't I have dex? It's because I'm a sorcerer. 15?
Okay. Just enough. he swings.
Actually, it was also 18 because I forgot to add my modifier.
Oh, that's more than enough then. He swings his spear just barely. You're able to duck yourself underneath it as it almost cuts you right in the neck where you got Fentus. What would you like to do?
The plan now is to be as quiet as I possibly can be.
Okay. The guards themselves have now gotten that back gate open. They're pulling it up, and they're starting to fill the room. Looks like maybe a dozen of them on the far end of the room.
Okay. Is there a way for me to sneak around them?
It looks like a couple of them have posted up in front of the door, shield to shield. They're guarding the doorway. The rest of them, They're sort of whispering to each other in the back, and they've fanned out. The other guard is still just sort of slashing at the air. He's not coming anywhere close to you now. You should be able to back away from it. But the rest of these guards seem like they're fanned out and they're looking for you.
Okay. Oh boy.
You want to analysis?
Can I investigate the bookshelf thing?
Yeah, I'd say just roll an investigation for like an analysis of the situation at the moment.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay, so the door itself seems like a no-no. Anything on that side of the room with the distance from guard to guard, like avoiding one, you're likely to bump into another. It's very risky. The bookshelf itself, you do see what looks to be the mechanism that would control it. You're not sure where that leads to. You're not sure if there's going to be guards waiting for you on the other end of it. Last ditch, there is the window.
There sure is. The problem with the window is I'm not strong.
Yeah, you'd have to find a way to smash it or get yourself through it. And it's stained glass, so it looks very fragile in essence. You get the idea that it wouldn't take too much force to bust it down, but then you're not sure what's on the other end of it. Yeah, you'd be on your own from there.
Yeah, I know what story we're on though, don't I?
You're still on the first floor. You're on the ground floor.
Oh, it's on the ground floor?
Yep, you do not go up any stairs. Everything here is on the ground floor.
Oh, okay. I would also like to look at Saber. Is she gone?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess the window. What in this room looks like it could be heavy enough to break a window?
One of those chairs looked like it would probably be heavy enough if you propelled at it with enough force.
And how far is the chair from the window, and how many guards are in between that?
There's the one guard that's sort of slashing the air in front of the desk. The desk itself there's only about 4 feet behind it to the window. You basically have to get behind the guard swinging his spear around, grab one of the chairs, yeet the chair, and then yeet yourself.
This could end very badly, but yep, let's
Okay.
try it.
Okay. So first we're gonna go sleight of hand as you move in to secure the chair. Guards
Okay.
still approaching, fanned out about the room from behind.
13?
Okay. Yeah, you're able to grab the chair. He comes close. Rolled a 12.
Oh God.
Rolls very so comes very close to you with that spear, but you're able to grasp the chair. But he does notice the chair move as he swings and motions in that direction. So give me a dexterity saving throw.
A natural 20.
You're able
I
to
really
move out,
wish
but he does see the chair moving through the air now, so he's got a location on you. What's your next
he
move?
sure does. The chair is going through the window.
All right. Give me. You can actually call this like a ranged attack, so you can roll dex for this.
Okay. Your range attack with a chair. I just threw that off the desk.
Watch that be the net one.
13 again?
Okay. You fling the chair. It goes clean through the stained glass. It doesn't shatter the whole window, so it leaves a nice little impact hole where the chair went through.
But it's chair sized.
It's chair sized. It looks like
And
it's gonna hurt, but you can. It doesn't look
we
impossible.
we do what we gotta do. Through the window.
Okay. Give me acrobatics.
18.
All right. So the guard moves towards the area where he saw you throw that chair, but you're able to sort of deftly move around it. You hop up onto the desk and propel yourself off the desk out the window. You immediately crash into it. You feel most of the glass break and crumble around you. You can feel the cuts on your skin as you're cutting through, and it cuts through your armor.
Yep.
You take 8 damage before you crash into the grass of the garden courtyard outside. You're a scream from a woman who's very well dressed, moving about the courtyard. Same one that you recognized before, that had been pacing around in the gardens. Immediately, you hear the guards rushing to catch up with you from inside the office behind you.
Did my invisibility hold up? Or I guess I got to do a concentration?
You have to do a concentration check.
Oh, boy. Ah, dirty 20.
Yeah, you're barely able to hold it. You do blink in, for a few seconds as you crash through the window. They're able to make out your form, but once you hit the ground, you're able to sort of just hide your cuts well enough and keep yourself invisible.
All right. What's the situation out here?
Just this one lady screaming at this smashed window and invisible something crashing out. Otherwise, you don't see anybody out here. Everything looks calm. The only thing that you see on the interior are those guards that are making their way for the window, attempting to climb out. They're getting pretty close.
All right. I would like to get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Athletics.
Hey.
Nat 20. So, the guards are able to hop out and catch up to you as you get yourself and rush to your feet. One of them shoulder checks right into you, and is
Damn it.
stunned, but swings the weapon in your direction. You're able to propel yourself off, and move further into the courtyard. You're just going for the staircase, the main staircase. Where do
No,
you want
I
to go?
would go for one of the side ones. Or I would want to. Can I climb to the roof?
Yeah, you can roll investigation as you run.
13. No, Oh, yeah, 10.
Looking around, it's hard for you to say. There's a couple areas that look like they might be easily accessible, but with the chaos of the situation, you're not really sure if it'd be that easy of a climb, but you can totally give it a shot.
Yep, we're gonna risk it.
Okay. I'd say athletics or acrobatics.
Definitely acrobatics.
Okay.
Natural 20.
All right. Yeah, your judgment was sound enough. You feel the hand of fate lifting you up onto the rooftop as you climb up. Still just lost in the haze of the situation. You get yourself up on that rooftop. You see those archers on the far roof of the palace all looking about, some of them firing arrows into the grass and the ground in the area that they hoping you still are, obviously hitting nothing. You seem to be, for the moment, safe.
Yep, I would like to, no longer frantic, now more careful, get down on the other side of this roof.
Okay. Yep, you're able to do so without too much issue. You hear commotion from the outside as guards start to spill off the staircase and start to check people one at a time.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my invisibility and take the long walk around back to base.
Okay. You maintain invisibility, sort of get your breath about you. You want to go like all the way the long way, like north, like towards the Artisan Quarter, and then back down south.
Not all the way the long way.
Just a wide circle.
Around the rotunda and the Buell.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So give me 2 stealth rolls at advantage
Okay.
for invisibility.
Dirty 20. I'm a little wigged out right now. That's my 4th natural 20 in like
It had to
the
happen eventually.
span of. God damn.
So it didn't happen in that duel. You got your ass whipped, so now you got to pull them off. So yeah, you're able. So it takes you some time. You're very careful about how you return. You make sure nobody's following you. You see groups of guards from the palace families moving about in the city in small packs. looking at people, questioning people, giving descriptions. You're able to sort of slip through, change your outfit like just enough, just in case the situation should come that you drop your invisibility, that you'll at least remain a little bit undetected if people are looking for you based on description. But yeah, you're able to successfully make it back to the main base location. You don't see anybody inside or outside at the moment.
Well, we'll head inside.
Okay. Going inside, looks pretty empty. There is somebody sitting at that table, that same meeting table. As you come inside and you sort of get a glimpse of who it is, you see Saber sitting there with a big smirk on her face.
I'm gonna drop invisibility and say, "You bitch."
She laughs at you. She's like, "It wasn't my idea, but you passed the test."
Jesus. That was a goddamn mess.
So, you handled yourself okay. I thought you were going to give us up for a second, honestly. I didn't know if you had it in you. But Scythe believed in you. So, where this leaves you, I believe you're going to be offered a position with the organization. It's none of my business. If you head outside, there's a drop location. You'll be familiar with it. It's one of the first drop locations they assigned you with information on the targets you've been tracking. Head out there, and there'll be information on your next move. I'd like to say it's been an honor and a pleasure, but we'll see. I fully expect you to wash out within the year.
Thank you so much for the vote of confidence.
Yeah. See you around Glenifer or whatever.
All right, Paula.
She smiles at you, and she stops at the door. She turns around. She's like, take this, and she pulls a small blade. Looks pretty unremarkable. Sort of a copper dagger with like a rusty old hilt. Doesn't look that miraculous. Like, keep it. Might come in handy. Never know. Doesn't really wait for you to
Thanks.
respond. She just walks out.
All right. Is there anything remarkable about it, or does it just look like a rusty copper blade?
A rusty copper blade. Looks like a piece of shit.
Well, I won't throw it away yet, but I'll go ahead and head
Okay.
out to that drop spot.
Okay. You head to the drop spot. Briefly, you hear a little mew, and Cutlass materializes out of the corner. Just a little puff of smoke. He's got a little envelope in his mouth. Sets it down on the ground in front of you. It rubs against your leg a little bit, gives you a purr. You get the goodbye message from Cutlass, and likely from Scythe as well. As Cutlass then walks back towards the corner and just disappears into the darkness there.
I'll take the letter.
Okay. Opening it up, you've got an entire identity package, information on your new posting, and your new code name, Lazuli.
Yay!
And we're done.
I love it. That was very stressful at times, but that was very fun.
You got through it. You survived. You didn't roll any nat ones when it would have been terrible.
Nope.
Which
Nope. I didn't have any nat ones tonight.
No. Nope.
But I had 4 fucking nat 20s, like all within that last
Where you really needed them.
10
Yeah.
minutes. Jesus.
Where you really needed them, because that could have gone bad in a number of ways.
That sure could have.
But yeah, there you go. You've got a little bit of an origin story. A little bit more on some of the operational details of the 13th Man.
Yeah, that's very fun.
Do you have any questions or anything you want for personal character notes?
No, I don't think so.
All
I
right.
feel bad for that Pharoah kid.